Minnesota gets there. Boldy out in front. Brock Nelson will take it. He bounces it down ice, and he scores. His second goal in an empty net in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And it's all but over in St. Paul. Colorado puts a nickel with 2 empty netters on Minnesota. And with 7.3 to go in the third period, it's 5-2 Avalanche. As Kiviranta is cross-checked from behind by Marcus Foligno. And then Foligno punches Kiviranta. We go to blows, but we also go back to Denver, Colorado, and game number 5. Colorado will try and close out the Wild. They have a 3-1 series lead as they win here in Minnesota by a final score in game 4 of 5-2.
Avs make it 3-1 coming back to Denver as they split on the road in Minnesota. And that was a resilient type of performance. There's a lot of moments in that game in which you would point to every statistic you could find and say, why aren't the Avs winning by a billion? 30 minutes into the game, you're out shooting Minnesota 20-4. In that same time frame, Minnesota went 17 minutes without a shot on goal. You had a whole bunch of moments in that game in which it felt like you were the aggressors. You were the ones that was pushing pace. You were the ones that were finding opportunity when Minnesota couldn't. But there just wasn't a score to show for your effort. And so in moments like that, you start to get really nervous, especially in this sport, because that can flip all in a bounce. And it kind of feels like that's what you got early in that game. You know what's on the line. There is There's a serious sort of tone that's set at the beginning of the game when Minnesota scores first. Now it's a 2-1 series. They have momentum in their own barn, and you're playing catch-up. In Minnesota, we saw it certainly in Game 3. Them playing with a lead gives them chances to really muddy things up in the neutral zone. We saw that, I think, in the first period. A lot of the first period was both teams really struggling to find any sort of offensive breakout. It was one of those games where you were going to have to bide your time in order to find a chance to put one on the board. But with Minnesota doing that, and the way they did it, Manson, who's frustrated, he's pulled to the ground. He throws the butt end of his stick into McCarron, maybe on his neck. You thought there was a chance, if you're listening to the broadcast, that not only would it be a 5-minute major, but he might get booted from the game. Which all of that happiness that you had for his return to the lineup might all disappear in a hurry. So they review the call. They called it a double minor. I guess in their head, it was like a compromise between the ultimate penalty, which would be a game misconduct, and nothing, or at least one minor penalty. But they give him a double. You have a couple of moments in which Minnesota looks like they're going to capitalize, but you kill off the first half of it. And then Minnesota scores with, a little bit of time left. A little over a minute maybe. And you're back to playing catch-up again. Minnesota, during the end of that period, Faber had another great chance. He just missed on a one-timer. And so you exited that looking at the situation saying, you know what? Not a great first. Need to find a little bit of momentum in the second. But it really wasn't like any team was playing their ass off. It was just a muddy kind of mess. And they get a double minor, they capitalize on it. That's what happens. But to the Avs' credit, the second period starts, and I mean it was all Avs. They dominated that second period in a way that I don't think anybody has really this entire series. Minnesota was desperate just to get the puck out of the zone for most of that 20 minutes. And as I told you, you're getting 30 minutes into the game and the shots on goal are 20-4. It felt like just a matter of time. You get a power play. Because I don't know what Trenton was trying to do. He catches the puck. He tries to dude perfect trick shot it behind his own back. It's not allowed. Sorry, can't do that. So the Avs go on the power play. Kadri scores basically right off the face-off. Shot, rebound. He gets it again. Finds a hole on the far side. So that's 1-1. But right after that, you just saw sort of the momentum in the feel of the game all shift and tilt towards the Avs side. They had a couple of moments where they had too many men on the ice. One was called, one wasn't. And I give ultimate credit to Mackenzie Blackwood, who I thought was fantastic. I didn't like the move going from Wedgwood to Blackwood. Didn't like it before the game started. I just thought that Wedgwood it was a weird first game in which a lot of goals were allowed, but you still won. You pulled him in game 3, but I don't think you pulled him because he played poorly. You pulled him because the team was playing poorly and you wanted a shift in effort. To yank Wedgwood in this game and to play Blackwood is a gigantic risk. That is a chess move that if it doesn't work, it could be a disaster. And to Blackwood's credit, he made a couple of massive saves to make sure the Avs were still in the game. One of them, it was the start of the third period. There's a huge scrum in front of Blackwood, but he somehow finds a way to make all the saves on about 3 shots, and I think that kind of saves the game. Because the Avs, shortly after that, it's still 1-1. Nick Waugh sets up Colton for his goal that puts him up 2-1. Great play by Waugh, and it was hard work by Brock Nelson that kind of set up that opportunity. But as has happened multiple times in this series, you get a big goal, you feel like you've snatched the tenor of the game back, and a couple of minutes later, Minnesota's back on the board. Now it's tied 2-2. But that gave the Avs the opportunity to do it again. First of all, Volstead had a really good save as Minnesota was scrambling like crazy. Keeps the puck out of the net to keep it tied 2-2. But Parker Kelly with a one-timer right over the shoulder with about 8.5 left, I think it was. That gives the Avs the prime opportunity to really take control, be sure you're disciplined defensively, and it becomes a waiting game at that point. I don't even think you're necessarily trying to score or get too aggressive. It's kind of, can we hang on to this before they got to pull Volstead and then you can get an empty netter, and they did it twice. It was, I think, an incredibly resilient game from the Avs. Their chances to kind of lose that one in the game, there was plenty. And to their credit, and mostly to Mackenzie Blackwood's credit, he was fantastic. Kept in it. And this is the beauty of having two goalies that you trust. Minnesota went to Gustafsson. It felt like on a prayer. They're just like, please, just do something. And Wedgwood wasn't like that because Wedgwood wasn't playing poorly. But I still remember, a month before the playoffs start and then shortly before everything kicked off, I asked Bednar multiple times. I said, what are you going to do with the goaltending where it's been kind of this guy gets one game, the other guy gets another game? And he said, we're going to try and stick with it. And I think that he is malleable enough and smart enough to recognize when Wedgwood is giving up no more than basically a goal through the first round of the LA series, you let the hot hand ride. But 2 out of 3 games in this series, he wasn't as sharp. So you give Mackenzie Blackwood a look, and I thought he was great. Huge saves to keep that game knotted up. And here's the thing. It was like this with LA, and it continues to be like this with Minnesota. The Avs have been really good for the most part of not giving up prime scoring opportunities. They don't give them up very often, but when they do, they're really good opportunities. And that's where you need your goaltender to step up, and that's exactly what Mackenzie Blackwood did. Now, if there's one thing I would say that is a little bit bothersome, that irks me, it's that you're still going to the box way too often. Way too much. And it kills the momentum of your game. For as bad as Minnesota's power play was heading into this series, and kind of at the beginning of it too, it feels like their special teams have turned it around at least a little bit. Leading up to that first goal, Minnesota scored on 3 of their last 4 power plays. Now, they ended the night 1 of 4, so you button it up towards the end of the game. But they did start to turn that around a little bit, and making a parade to the box is not going to help matters. You think about the penalties that did it, it was the Manson butt end of the stick. It was too many men on the ice. It was stuff that felt like really avoidable. Even Parker Kelly's penalty, the cross-check to the back on Kaprizov, it's just kind of like that. That's not necessary. I appreciate playing with some physicality, but when it's you and him all alone in open ice with all eyes on you, you aren't going to be able to get away with that. It just felt dumb. And it always feels like once you start to grab a little bit of a hold on the game, you give them a chance to get back in it by going on the PK. And as good as the PK is for the Avs, it's just you can't continue to let that happen. So overall, this was not going to be easy, and you felt it, especially in the last 2 games. Minnesota is a really talented team with really talented players, and they're going to find a way to try and stay in games like this. But to go on the road and split one when if you just get one in Minnesota, you are setting yourself up for really, really good success. Now you get to come back home in Game 5 with an opportunity to close things out against a really talented team, and you're in the driver's seat. So a massive, massive win and performance yesterday. 303-504-0925, broadcasting from the Backus and Schenker Studios. Serious Lawyers for the Seriously Injured. By the way, happy Avs playoff ticket Tuesday. All day on the 20s. Keywords, a chance to get you in the building for Game 5 tomorrow night, starting in 5 minutes, so stay tuned. Again, a lot more to get to from this. I still, we have sort of a Jaden McDaniels situation, a little bit anyways. And this happened in the middle of a game during intermission. Michael McCarron, the dude who got the butt end of the stick from Josh Manson, had some words for him. And if you guys missed it, we'll bring it to you next. Happy Avs Playoff Ticket Tuesday. All day, every show, giving away tickets to Game 5 tomorrow night as the Avs look to close out the series. And all you need to do is text the keyword REAR right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered. Limited tickets are still available. And if you want more info on that in Avs Alley, head over to coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. But again, this hour's keyword is REAR. So in the Nuggets series, we had a situation that I, quite frankly, have never seen before. We saw a player after the second game of the series go to reporters, call out the entire Nuggets team, but people specifically by name. Gordon, Murray, Hardaway, Jokic, Cam Johnson, all the names that Jaden McDaniels called out, and called them by name bad defenders. And you thought to yourself, wow. Don't ever remember somebody being that specific about the people he's calling out. And then I'm watching last night during the first intermission. This was after Josh Manson returns to the lineup last night. First time all postseason. Well, not all postseason, but the first time since he's been hurt. And gets into a little tussle with Michael McCarron. He throws the butt end of the stick into the neck of McCarron. Now, is that something that is warranting a penalty? Of course. You can't just throw the butt end of a stick in somebody's face. But do I think that Michael McCarron act as if he got stabbed in the throat with a Ginsu knife? Yeah. I think there was a little bit of embellishment, we'll call it, on his part. Here's Michael McCarron during the first intermission talking to the national broadcast.
Yeah, I mean, you played against Josh. He's a dirty player. He's always been. Surprised he got away with only a 4 minute. I'm happy he's still in the game.
Weird that you would put that out on broadcast in the middle of a game. Once again, listen to it.
Yeah, I mean, you played against Josh. He's a dirty player. He's always been. Surprised he got away with only a 4 minute. I'm happy he's still in the game.
So he says that, and then I'm expecting some fireworks from there on out, and there really wasn't. I saw them take maybe a couple of runs at Manson, but didn't land, didn't connect. And so, I mean, when I heard the happy he's still in the game, I thought that meant, to use a term that Minnesota people are familiar with from this show, I thought that meant he was coming for what, Nelly?
Repercussions.
Repercussions. And it didn't happen in the middle of that game. But make no mistake, with the Avs up 3-1 in this series, Minnesota pretty much knows they're dead. It's going to happen now. You get to Game 5, I fully expect that to be a 50% hockey game and 50% Minnesota dudes are just going to start hooking. And that's fine. That's what this sport is. It happens in every series that kind of goes the way that this one has gone. Now, Manson, after the game, responds to that. I don't know. Like, here's what I don't know, Nelly. Do you think that somebody made him aware that these comments were said during intermission or not? Not so much as like, it would just be basically a warning of, hey, just so you know, McCarron said this. Maybe head on a swivel. Like, I don't know if somebody said something to him in the middle of the game, but here's his response afterward.
That's fine. If he wants to call me a dirty player, he can just look at my history. I mean, it's been 13 years and I haven't been suspended yet, so obviously I'm not that dirty. You know what I mean? I think there are other guys in the league that are doing more, but was that the cleanest play? No. I mean, was it purposeful? No, and it wasn't purposeful either. But like I said, served my time. They scored on it, so I mean, benefited them. That's his perspective.
First of all, I love Josh Manson. We've talked to him multiple times on this show. He's a really fun guy, great personality, and a hell of a player. I want everybody who's watching on Twitch and on YouTube to stare at their cameras right now. Stare at your laptop, stare at your phone, stare at whatever you're looking at. And look at me dead in the face. Good. I am so happy that you have somebody on this roster that is considered a little bit of a line stepper. It's something that I truly believe, no matter what sport you're playing, everyone needs. You need someone who's going to be willing to mix it up.
The sandpaper.
Someone who's going to be willing to maybe find that line and, like a hitter in the MLB, get in the box and kind of dust off that chalk a little bit at the back of the batter's box. You need someone like that. It's what we were begging for with the Nuggets. You want somebody to be that way. I love that Manson plays this way. And you all do too. When you hear that Manson is back in the lineup, the first thing that hits you is not this overwhelming defensive prowess. It's that you got kind of a bleep hole out there.
You want to hear Michael McCarron doubling down in the postgame?
I'd love to. Go ahead.
Well, I blew him up, and he grabs me and pulls me on top of him, and then, I mean, he's a dirty player. He took his butt end and clearly butt ended me in the face. I don't know how it's not a 5-minute. I think the rule book says it's a 5-minute if you butt at someone in the face. He's a dirty player. He's always been. Not very well respected.
The rule book also says, Michael McCarron, that if you act as if something is way more harmful than it actually was, that is also a penalty.
Not very well respected.
Okay. Like, here's the thing. They can have these feelings towards it, and I'm telling you, Nelly, the fact that he doubled down makes me so much happier. It really does. Because I'm telling you guys, when you have a player that people are aware of in that sense, when you have a guy that they are thinking about saying, well, is this guy going to cross the line? It's a good thing. And for the record, I don't think Josh Manson is dirty. I think Josh Manson is a large individual who plays defense in the NHL, who uses his large frame to his advantage. 6'3", 220 pounds. If you come near me, you're going to get hit. I love it. Now, was what he did yesterday against the rules? Yeah, it was against the rules. That's why he went to the penalty box. But you have to have people willing to go there, especially in this sport where physicality is a huge part of the game. Again, I think it's the difference between what happened in the Nuggets series and what happened in this one, or what is happening in this one. Now, you could say maybe the Nuggets just weren't as good as Minnesota, and that would be the truth. Minnesota took care of you pretty quick, pretty easy. But you need to have people who will respond when the game calls for it. Manson didn't like something McCarron did. He didn't go to a ref. He didn't sit down on the bench and complain to his teammates about it. He said, all right, if this is how you want to do it, eat one of these. And what's funny about this is if somebody like McCarron wants to play the style that he plays and then complain when it's served back maybe a couple levels up from where he was going, you're kind of asking for it. And for all the Minnesota ears that are listening to this show, if you are, I know that the last time this happened in the Nuggets series and we asked for repercussions, it wasn't anything dirty. It was responding to the physicality of the game. Again, what they didn't understand was I was asking for someone to be Jaden McDaniels. And Nelly, I don't think there's any doubt about it. Given those comments and the double down from McCarron in the postgame, Minnesota fans probably want, sorry for this dirty word, repercussions in Game 5. And you know what? I wouldn't blame you at all for feeling that way.
Yeah, we were talking about it in the last commercial break. I think Game 5 is going to be a bloodbath. I think Minnesota knows that their time is up, and they're not going to win 3 straight against the Avs. And so they're just going to I hate how this term has changed, so it's going to make me sound like a creep for saying this, but Minnesota is just going to goon it up. That's all Game 5 is going to be. It's just a whole goon fest. In the old sense, like 20 years ago, you freak shows.
Yeah. I don't even know the new term for this, so I don't even want to wade into those waters. You don't have to explain it to me. So I just accepted that I'm getting old and I'm just not going to understand these references. I can kind of, by context clues, again, I got an IQ above room temperature. I can figure out kind of what you're getting at here. And I don't think that McCarron wants to do whatever you're inferring to Josh Manson in the newer sense.
Different kind of dirty play. Them and Minnesota have a different sort of heated rivalry. But I know that they're very different sports. And, of course, in the NBA, you can't even be a fraction as physical as the NHL. But I always go back to the man, the myth, the legend, my hero and your friend, Facundo Campazzo, when he was on the Nuggets, because he just had a way of getting in everyone's head. He was like 5'2", couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat when he shot the basketball. But you remember how he got in Steph Curry's head that one game?
He's a gnat.
He got Steph so mad, Steph like chucked his mouth guard.
Yeah.
Because he would just put up his hands and he'd wave in your face and he would do the thing you do to your little brother. He'd go, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you.
Not touching,
I'm not
can't
touching
get mad.
you.
Not touching, can't get mad.
And he would get NBA superstars to snap. This little gnat from Argentina. And like having somebody like that on your roster is just invaluable.
This is the great news, though. When you have a guy like this who is in your head, and he's in McCarron's head, the fact that he brought it up twice, and to do that in an intermission interview, like mid-game, I still think is a little bit wild. To do that shows that the focus for them in Game 5 will not solely be on just winning a hockey game. There's going to be other things that they want to get to. And I love that Josh Manson brings that sort of bite. Every team who is at the highest level of competition needs one of those. They need it. So I love it. Between Josh Manson doing that, and I'll tell you, just in full transparency, I did not agree with the decision to go to Blackwood. I didn't. I thought that this should be, with the way that Wedgwood was playing, even with a couple of hiccups, I would say, in this series, that the net should be his always in forever during this playoff run. So when I saw that he was in, I was listening to Raj and Coach on the way home yesterday, had a nice little trip to the body shop and had to pay for new brakes. That's fun. But as I was doing that, heard them talking to McGahee, who said, well, Blackwood's in the starter's net in practice or in morning skate. And I thought that was really interesting. Didn't agree with it. And to the credit of Bednar and everybody else, it was a great move. Blackwood made some big-time saves in that game. The only thing that makes me a little nervous about Blackwood is that it feels like he gives up some rebounds and some chances off of rebounds that maybe he could, kind of like when he came in Game 3 and that Faber goal that made it 4-1. He gets one in the chest. It feels like he could have planted it against you. Instead, it pops up in the air, and then you leave and allow opportunity for luck. But he was fantastic in that game. Really, really good. and you get some support. Like, I absolutely adored the games that Logan O'Connor and Val played last night. And I don't even know, did they get on the stat sheet or not? O'Connor did not. Nichushkin did. It doesn't matter. I thought they played whales of games. I thought Aiken, who had to come in short notice, I mean, this is a game where we had no prior warning, but no Lehkonen, no Malinsky. You had to throw a couple of guys in there, and to their credit, I thought they played great. You know, you enter Josh Manson, you enter Kiviranta, and then you lose a couple of guys. It's kind of been the story of the year. You get guys back, but guys exit at the same time. To come in cold like that and to play a hugely important game in this series and play well, I give them credit for it. But Val and Logan O'Connor, I thought, were lights out last night. Effort and competitiveness. It's half the battle. Go out there, play 100%, go a million miles an hour, and make sure that every second you're on the ice, you make your impact felt. Both of those guys did that last night. But that sort of Nichushkin, Kadri, O'Connor line, it was a little bit, they were in the mix with Brock Nelson there for a bit. Brock had kind of a slow start, really to the entire playoffs, but to that game, and I felt like his picked up big time as the game went on. You know, he was the one that kind of set up and made that play for Parker Kelly to score and go up 3-2 because it was effort. And it was battling for pucks, and it was keeping things alive. Like, I think just up and down the line, you saw a whole bunch of dudes making plays in a hugely important game, which you needed. So 303-504-0925. Reminder to you guys, you want to get in the building for Game 5? Well, guess what? Text the keyword REAR and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Gets you a chance to get in there. Every show is going to have a pair of tickets to give away today. Got 3 more keywords with us, 720, 820, and 920. Stay tuned for those. Stick around. All right. Remember, keywords on the 20s of every hour, so stay tuned for that. See, I got 9 News on in here, and I just have DMac staring at me again. Yes! I will remind the fine people over on the news on 9 News. We'll send you a 2-minute clip of this show, and then you can stop talking to DMac every morning and just run this. Much easier. And I know you're tired of talking to DMac every morning, too. Anyway. So a few things. Texture writes this in. And I'm assuming, Nelly, you said this was probably in reference to me saying I didn't like the initial decision to go to Blackwood, a texture says. And that's why you talk on the radio. Nobody in this city had faith, which is pathetic. Eat some crow. First of all, I feel like it did. I said over and over again, I was wrong. Secondly, it's always weird when some people in this town accuse us and our shows of being company men, and then we are constantly accused of things like this, which is, how dare you question the decisions that are made by David Adelman or Bednar or whoever. It's just a funny sort of dichotomy between the two. But I will tell you, as I do all the time, this is your periodic reminder of a promise I made to you guys on this show the first day. I will tell you exactly what I think. I never say that I'm right. Okay? It's an opinion show. I think I'm right, but I wouldn't know. But I will tell you exactly what's on my mind, and if nothing else, I will always shoot you straight and be honest. I did not like the decision to go to Blackwood last night. And it turns out it was a great decision because he played great. And I say these things so you know when I question things that, if I question the Blackwood decision, came on the radio this morning, the Avs lost, and they lost because Blackwood played poorly, I want you to know that it's not me playing 2020 revisionist history. It's not hindsight. That's how I felt. So a lot of times I think things like this and I'm wrong. And in the case of last night, I was wrong about making the switch to Blackwood. But bottom line is, I think the Avs played a hell of a game that was going to be really difficult. And again, you get sort of these other things mixed in. You get McKinnon taking a 65-mile-an-hour puck off the teeth with blood everywhere. The craziest shot is him going back to the bench and having the blood on the visor. It was a pretty badass look. Not one I'd want to eat a puck over, though.
Well, and then to bring him back in the game, boy, there was that one shot of him on the bench all zooted up on Lord knows what.
Yeah.
I've referenced this before, but I always go back to that one scene from Parks and Rec where Amy Poehler's character is sick, but she's got some important meetings coming up. So she goes to the pharmacy and she says, I need the good stuff.
Yeah.
The Mariah needs to sing tonight stuff.
Yeah. Well,
Nate was on that stuff. Oh, my God.
I can't imagine taking what a puck to the face feels like. You know, I've had a couple of screaming one-hoppers that have hit me in the collarbone, chest, hands, fingers, knees, cup, all of that stuff. I've never caught one directly in the mouth. Gotta be terrible. But the fact that he went out, came back in the game, and still did his Nathan McKinnon thing because he's really, really good, gets the empty netter that pretty much puts the game away. I ultimate respect for guys on the ice. I've said this a million times. You can take the baddest and meanest football player you can find. Take your Ray Lewis or whoever, Bill Romanowski, whoever you think is the most evil, competitive, physical guy on a football field. If I put them at third base and make them sit in front of a one-hopper and wear it off the chest, I don't think they're going to do it. I think they bail out. I put the guy who's like me, third baseman, who's going to wear one off the chest and throw the guy out, and I put him on the ice and say, put your face in front of a slap shot, I wouldn't do that either. Certified psychos in the NHL. But credit to McKinnon. Gets popped in the mouth, comes back in shortly afterwards, still makes an impact, does all that stuff. It's great. Now, to football, some big news coming down yesterday. The Broncos, we know what the first game's going to be. It will be Monday night as they play against Kansas City in Arrowhead, which tells me one thing. First of all, they won a big-time AFC West divisional matchup the first week of the season, and Broncos-Chiefs in Arrowhead, great. I kind of love the idea that you're playing in Arrowhead in September instead of December. But doesn't this tell you something else? Read between the lines here. Am I wrong on this, Steve Nelson? Patrick Mahomes is playing in that game. If you thought that he was maybe going to miss the beginning of the season, I think the indication of them playing on prime time Monday Night Football Week 1 tells you he's probably going to be back.
No, who was the backup, the third stringer that the Broncos faced?
Oladokin?
Yes, that guy. Nah, it's going to be either Oladokin or...
I feel like I'm better than Patrick Mahomes.
Daryl Doucette? Wait, who is Kansas City? They got a new back. Do they have Minshew now?
Well, Minshew was also hurt, remember?
Oh, that's right.
Mahomes was out, Minshew was out, so then it was down to Oladokin.
But is Minshew, what was his? No. They got, if you remember, they got Justin Fields this offseason. That was their insurance policy in case Mahomes couldn't go. I think this all but confirms that Mahomes is going to be ready for week 1. Because it's not that the Broncos are playing on Monday night. They were in the AFC Championship game with a huge chance to make the Super Bowl had Bo Nix stayed healthy. The surprise is not that the Broncos are playing on Monday night. It's that they're playing the Chiefs. So I think that's an indication that, yeah, Mahomes is going to be back in the lineup. So it says the game site is still not been determined as the NFL is still finalizing the schedule for Thursday's release. Okay, so maybe it's not in Kansas City. Okay, I read that incorrectly. There is no game site yet. So maybe this game is going to be in Denver. I have no idea. I just read it. It says Broncos Chiefs, and they have it typically in the spot where the home team is, but I didn't continue to read. That's my fault. Hang on, let me quote something that 2 other people on this station have said before. I can't read. Both Vic and Andy.
I can't read.
Where's Andy?
I can't read.
At some point, everybody on this station is going to have one of those drops. 303-504-0925. So, bit of breaking Broncos news yesterday as the game was, this morning, as we're talking about the Avs win, and they had the Game 5 with a chance to close out Minnesota and head to the conference finals. Again, I thought it was an incredibly resilient game from the Avs. It had sort of all the makings of a game in which you feel like you outplay your opponent, and then they get a lucky bounce or something, and you end up with this series being tied 2-2, and then you're a little bit in panic mode, which, make no mistake, I would have been had they lost last night. Maybe panic's the wrong word, but I would have been really nervous. If Minnesota found a way to win that game where they're being outshot 20-4 halfway through it, that's a tough pill to swallow. And I still think the Avs have played far from a perfect game. Their best game probably was Game 2 against Minnesota, but still up 3-1 in this series with a lot to improve on. So 303-504-0925. Shant Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. You can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. Also subscribe to the YouTube channel. And don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game.
6 o'clock tonight, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Game 4, Avs and Wild Moj.
What's pretty simple. The Avs were an incredibly talented team. What was Jean-Luc Picard's command? Engage. Engage. Right? Warp drive. Engage.
Is this your key?
That's it.
Engage.
Faceoff is one. Rebound, they score! Right off the hop, the Kadri man can. It's a power play goal.
Engage.
Brought down by Wall. Backdoor feed, they score! That was Rossum. It's his first goal of the postseason.
Engage.
Brewery works it loose. One-timer. Score! Go ahead and Sally Parker Kelly.
Engage.
Natchez stick handling at center ice. Links up with McKinnon, empty net, you betcha! The Mac attack is back, Jack! Goals in 5 straight games.
One of, if not the worst key to a game I've heard in the history of radio.
1/4 impulse. Engage.
Ooh, it feels good to be up 3-1. Real good. You go to Minnesota, you take care of business. Get the split, come back to Colorado, 3-1, chance to close it out in Game 5 on your home ice. Tough game. You were dominating statistically in virtually every category, outshooting Minnesota 20-4 midway through the second period. But it had the feel of one of those games where Minnesota gets an early goal. All it takes maybe is one more bounce, and that thing can get away from you. And the Avs just stuck with it. They kept in the game. And Moj, for the worst key ever given in keys to the game, they engaged when they had to.
Okay. I don't know if you guys can see this or not, Vic, you especially. Put your little glasses on. Okay, get your
Glasses.
Get your glasses on. Because I've got two, these double birds are locked, cocked, and ready to rock.
I have 2 middle fingers.
They are so close to being just unleashed. But right now they're just chilling. Right now they're right here, but they're pretty taut.
Engage.
Thank you.
Engage.
You want to kiss my engage? Well, I'll be home tomorrow.
The ability of
Engage.
the Avs to stick with it throughout the course of that game, I think was huge.
I thought it was really huge. And Bruce Boudreau, what'd she say?
Boudreau.
What'd that news anchor lady say? I forget what she said. Anyway, he echoed Boudreau. Last night he echoed our sentiments. He said, look, man, he said, I've been watching the Avs all season long. He goes, a lot of teams, they can stay with the Avs for a period, 2 periods. He goes, but eventually, as the game goes on, they're going to wear you down. Typically, they're going to wear you down. Their depth is going to come through. They are going to just keep coming at you and coming at you and coming at you, and eventually it's going to break you. And you're not able to hold on for a full 60 minutes of hockey, and that's what we witnessed last night. This Avalanche team, once they got the lead, they started to put the squeeze on and the squeeze on. And you can see just that wearing out process go on against the Minnesota Wild. Hey, great job to make it a 2-2 game. Parker Kelly answers, and that's where the depth comes in. Put the squeeze on, and then you don't really give them anything from that point on. That's a professional win last night. That's exactly what it was, Vic.
Moj, you're exactly right. Workmanlike, professional. That's what championship teams do. That's how they respond. They did exactly what they needed to. They didn't panic, especially when everyone, even in this town, doubted Jared Bednar for making the goalie swap that he did. Was it surprising? Yeah. But it just goes to prove, I think he knows his personnel better than most. And he made the move sensing something, and what he got out of it was a win. I don't care how you get there. And I don't care how you evaluate what happened in net. Blackwood made some key saves last night, and it was clearly enough for the Avs to come home with a 3-1 lead. Everything about that game, Moj, it's amazing how Josh Manson changes the grit and the attitude on that blue line. You saw the episode he had with McCarron. All he wanted to do is provide the guy a Q-tip, and the guy went crazy. But it changed the way they play. I told you guys yesterday before the game, I said, if the Avs can finish with around as many hits as the Wild, they will win the game. And you look at the final total, the Avs out-hit the Wild last night, 32-29. They were just more aggressive. That was a team that came out and played at a championship level. And that's why they're destined, if they continue like this, to be champions.
I want to save the Manson stuff for next segment because I think that there's a lot to discuss with that. What are you laughing at?
I just love that stuff. I'm going to go through some things regarding the Manson-McCarron incident. I will explain a lot.
Yeah, I want to save it because I think there's a lot. There's a ton to talk about in just that short interaction between him and McCarron. So we'll get to that in a second. But Vic, you mentioned something. I was the first one to raise my hand. You know, we got the news. I was actually listening to Raj and Coach on the way home yesterday. They were talking to McGahey. And McGahey says, "Well, I'm staring at the ice right now, and it looks like Blackwood's in the starter's net." And my first thought was, I don't like it. I didn't like going to Blackwood in this game. You went with Wedgwood this entire postseason. We all kind of know Wedgwood did not get pulled in the third game because he was playing poorly. He got pulled because you're trying to provide a spark to your team. And you know what? Blackwood was phenomenal last night. He was great.
That sprawling save he made in the third when his leg had to go back and sort of kick the puck behind him.
Saved the game.
Yeah.
It saved the game.
Do you ever look at goalies and like you feel like you pulled your groin just because you watched dude do stuff with his groin? You know what I mean?
I don't watch many groins, but if that's what you want to partake in.
I was watching Moj. I watched the groin.
Okay. But that little kick flare, that little flare kicky backy.
Looks like it would
off
hurt.
the inboard. Ay, mamma mia, groin to groin. I mean, that was a terrific job, terrific save. It's great awareness, Vic.
Well,
Brett, it's all about awareness in puck location. Smart.
I'll tell you what. You were forced into making some different decisions last night because out of nowhere, Lehkonen and Malinsky both were out of the game with upper body injuries. And
surprised because they were both at morning skate.
Yeah, so I don't know what happened between skate and game time, but those guys just all of a sudden not being available forced you into making some moves. And let me tell you something. I absolutely loved the Val O'Connor and some Kadri, some Brock Nelson line that they were throwing out there. I thought Val and O'Connor, for two guys who didn't get on the score sheet, no points last night, they played such an aggressive, all-out effort type of game that set them some things up for other guys. I thought they were great.
I thought they were great as well, and congratulations to the Avs on the win, but kudos to Jared Bednar for really having a great intuition going into that contest and able to stretch things out on guys who are going and kind of get everybody going. But that's what both those guys do. We talked at length yesterday about Quinn Hughes' skating ability, but, really the need to be on him. And Logan O'Connor is fast. There was one point where the puck's down the ice, the icing is waved off, and Hughes keeps looking back. O'Connor's right with him, right there. Mm-hmm. And he keeps looking damn it, get this guy off me, right? Almost like a cougar when that Mig gets on his tail at the beginning of Top Gun, right? He's like, get this guy off me, Mav, get him off me. That's kind of what it was. And then Nichushkin, he's so big, and he covers so much ground so quickly, and then he's wide. When he comes in, when you watch him forecheck, watch how wide Val Nichushkin gets with his legs and with his stick and everything. It's like this giant spider coming at you. It makes a difference, guys, and I'm not talking about just for a couple shifts or for a period, but as you go on throughout the course of the game, and then you go on through, 5 games in a series coming up here on Wednesday and so on, everything starts to add up, and that's what it's doing.
I love it, and we see it, and we talk about it all the time. To survive 4 rounds of Stanley Cup playoffs, you have to get support from your depth pieces. If you don't, you're not going to win. And to see guys like Ross Colton smiling out there after his goal, to see Parker Kelly and the hustle. They showed this a couple times, Moj. I know you were at the game. You didn't get a chance to see it. So he forechecks Was it Bogosian? What's his name? Bogosian?
Bogosian.
So he
By the way,
forechecks.
there's a trivia question about Zach Bogosian I'd like to offer up to you when you're ready.
So he hits him into the boards, and Bogosian panicked. He couldn't get the puck out. The puck stays in the Avs zone, and Parker at that point resets. I mean, he's just out there like just working. Resets, gets the puck back. It was just a great example of grit and hustle. That was a grit and hustle goal. You don't get in that situation unless you forecheck like a madman and then back off, receive the puck. I mean, Parker Kelly, what a find this year. I mean, are you kidding me? He signs that contract early. How many goals did he finish with, Moj?
20.
Yeah.
21,
What a
actually.
find.
Was it 20? Yeah, I guess it was 21. His career high coming in was 8.
I love Parker Kelly. Been in the box a little too often for me the last couple of games. I thought the cross check that he took on Kaprizov was just kind of a dumb penalty in a situation where you couldn't have one. But for him to get
out of
that
the box,
for him to get that goal late to put you up, I think that he is just somebody who, again, when you talk about what it takes to win a Stanley Cup, you need people in your bottom 6 to show up and play well. And I think what you got last night out of those bottom lines, especially on their forechecking and everything else, Moj, it was exactly what you needed.
I got a text here from the 2495. Moj, are you just in your hotel room watching Top Gun?
There's a lot of Top Gun references lately, a lot of them.
Moj,
okay,
can
maybe I am and maybe I'm not. Okay, maybe I am, maybe I'm not. But 2495, you can eat it. It's a great movie. Eat it.
It's a great movie. Moser, your lighting is awful. Can't even see your eyes. It's as bad as it gets.
I think you're fine.
No, he's not fine. He's not fine. We're also broadcasting on television, and that's horrible lighting. He should know better. He's in the television business.
Yeah, here's the thing, Vic. I don't give a rat's
I know
rip.
you don't.
My primary concern is our radio listening audience. Television.
But I'm here to fix you. It's all right. I got you.
We care.
I'll take care of you. Don't worry about it. I got you.
It wouldn't.
I'm always worried. I'm always working to help you out. Don't worry. I got you.
I know you are.
So I do want to talk about the Josh Manson incident from last night,
which was hilarious.
It's amazing. It's another series against Minnesota. We're in the middle of the series, and in this case, the Jaden McDaniels thing was weird. That after the second game of a 1-1 tied series, he would call out everybody individually by name and call them bad defenders. And we said, gosh, I've never seen that before. I don't know if I've seen somebody during an intermission call out somebody by name dirty.
Brett, stop right there. What is in the water, Moj? You're in Minnesota. What is going on in Minnesota that's causing these professional athletes to chirp out loud and say things that normally aren't said?
In the middle of games,
even their
middle
goalie,
of series?
Their goalie calling the goal lucky in the last game. What is going on in Minnesota?
Dude, I don't know. Here's what I do know. Scott McCarron is 6 foot. Mike McCarron is 6 foot. Scott McCarron's a golfer. Is 6'6". About 235 pounds. It's a big boy, not a small cat.
Big old boy.
Here's what I do know. And he calls him dirty, he calls him this, and I love what Manson said. I've been in the league 13 years and never been suspended, so I guess I'm not that dirty. And the whole thing to me is brilliant. Here's what I do know. If you wanted to find Josh Manson, if you wanted to find him, he wasn't hard to find.
Yeah.
He's right out there 40 feet away on the ice.
And
he
doesn't hesitate to drop the gloves if you want to go that direction either.
Listen, it's not like you need to look up he's got a hidden address or something like that, right? You don't need a Navy SEAL. You don't need a Navy SEAL team to find his ass. He's right there, and he wears number 42. If you want to find him, he's right there, tough guy. Right there.
So we'll get to that in just a second. Guess what? It's another Avs playoff ticket Tuesday. So keywords on the 20s every hour, a chance to get you in the building to potentially see a closing Game 5 tomorrow night at Ball Arena. We'll give you the keyword next.
Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, experts in treating low testosterone and other men's sexual health conditions. They've been at it for nearly a decade in the great state of Colorado. Successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Yours truly is one of them. I had some low T, did not know it. Went to the doc, said, yeah, you're getting kind of up there a little bit. I said, I'm going to do something about it. Went to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you're like many guys, dudes, who are low T, a few weeks, you'll feel your energy return. Brain fog will go away. Sleep will improve, as will your workouts and everything else. So do yourself a favor. Go to their website and find out what they do. It's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. They've got 5 locations, Fort Collins, all the way down to Colorado Springs, so they're around. People can find them. And now they've also got their advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. You treat the low T. Also, you help shed pounds, have more energy, enhance body composition, improve sleep, and much, much more. Telephone number, 720-440-7900. Book yourself a consultation. Book yourself an appointment today. Find out what they're going to do for you. That number again, 720-440-7900. Or again, go online, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
You have trouble reading small text, maybe your computer, your phone, menus, whatever. There's 2 ways to fix that. One is to get knocked over the head by the butt end of a hockey stick. The other is to visit Dr. Cudarelli at Cudarelli Vision. He's got this new solution, and this thing works. A lot of my friends have done it. I went in for a consultation. My eyes are not quite ready yet, but they will be soon because I need to age like fine wine. Refractive lens exchange. That's what it's called. What is it? I'm not entirely sure. All I know is what it does. And what it does is cures your close vision. You can read again. And the cherry on top of that, you'll never develop a cataract. So if you want a consultation, see if you can get it done, get a hold of Dr. Cudarelli today. ColoradoRLE.com. That's ColoradoRLE.com. You can schedule a free Zoom consultation. You don't even need to go in. They'll let you know if you qualify for this brand new RLE service, which fixes everything. You can read again. You can see again. That's ColoradoRLE.com.
Happy Avs Playoff Ticket Tuesday all day, every show, giving away tickets to Game 5 tomorrow night as the Avs look to close out the series. Text the keyword BEHIND right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. Limited tickets are still available, and if you want more info on that and Avs Alley, head over to coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. But again, this keyword is BEHIND. We'll announce a winner at the end of the show. So, during the course of the game, Josh Manson gets into it with 6'6", 350-pound, whatever he is, Michael McCarron. He's a big guy. So they get into a tussle. They get knocked down to the ice, and Manson commits a penalty.
Nice hit, by the way. I'm going to give McCarron credit. Nice hit. Big hit along the boards against a guy who's been out for some time.
Good hit. They get into a little bit of a tussle. They're both on the ice, and Manson commits a penalty. He throws the butt end of his stick into sort of the neck, I suppose, of McCarron. And then that becomes this whole thing. They call it a major, go to review. I was nervous, Moj, that you get all this sort of momentum of Manson back in the lineup, and that quickly for him to be kicked out of a game was on the table.
Hey, man, let's be real here. If this is a regular season game, he's out of there.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Maybe.
How did they
no,
come?
He's out of there. If it's a regular season game, there's no maybe. He's out of there. It's a playoff game. They're going to weigh it. They're going to look at it over and over again. He knows it. Everybody, even Coach Bednar knows it. If it's a regular season game, he's done.
I agree. I don't know how they come to the decision of double minor, though. That seemed like, look, I'm kind of glad that they did. I don't know what the rule book reasoning is behind it, but it's kind of like they came together and said, I don't want to boot this guy out of the game. It's the playoffs, but we'll make it as punitive as we can without going to that step.
That's exactly. Moj, you've seen that before. That's exactly what it was.
If you butt end a guy and you miss or there's no injury, it's a double minor. If you butt end a guy and you hit and you can see it, it's a major and you're tossed.
Yeah.
Nobody likes the butt ending. By the way, I was reading ESPN. They called it a blunt end. Blunt end.
No, they put it up on the graphic last night. It said butt end. That's what it said.
But it's a butt end of the stick is what it is.
But regardless
you have this
of
guy
that,
laying on you. You have this guy laying on you, and he won't get off you. He won't get off your bacon. I love what Manson said. Go ahead. Keep going, Brett.
Well, all I was going to say was it's a penalty. It's something that you should be punished for. I have no doubt about it. I can also tell you this. McCarron, you are too big to react that way to something that was that minor, okay? He shouldn't have done it. I'm sure it hurt at least a little bit, but he acted like he took a Ginsu knife to the throat.
Why was he so emotional? They got a goal out of it. You did your job. You goaded them into a penalty and got a goal. You should be happy.
Why is there air? How is the universe formed? I don't know, Vic. Read what Connor just sent you, please. Brett, go ahead and read it out loud so people can fully understand what I've been talking about.
Connor McGahee just sent us something that says a
double minor will be imposed on a player who attempts to butt end an opponent. A major penalty will be imposed on a player who butt ends an opponent. When a major penalty is imposed, it's a game misconduct. I don't understand. The difference between attempt and
actually hitting somebody?
He hit him.
Well, it's just a little baby thing. I mean, look.
But come on. Let's not.
If
hold
you're on the
ice,
ice,
a second. Take all of you guys. Take your Homer glasses off for a second. He hit him. It's okay. It's okay to admit it.
It's on tape.
And the refs took it easy on him. Yeah. I mean, let's not be stupid and pretend he didn't hit him. He got him.
The refs
in a regular season game, he'd be kicked out.
The ref said, "Here's the transaction. Okay, this is what happened. Manson did it. He hit him in the throat with it. They got together and said, yeah, he got him. It wasn't that bad. We'll just give him the double minor. It's a big penalty. Won't kick him out of the game.
It was the playoffs.
They talked about it for an awfully long time. I'm not sure either referee saw it. I think it was the linesman who saw it. And in that situation, when you're talking about a high stick or a butt end, the linesman can weigh in and talk to the other guys.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think they got together, they talked to Toronto, and in the grand scheme of things, all right, we'll give them a double minor and not a major.
But all of that was standing. All of that was standing. We all know what happened. It's what took place afterwards. They go to intermission. The Avs at that time are down 1-0. They interview Michael McCarron during the first period's intermission, And he says this.
Yeah, I mean, you played against Josh. He's a dirty player. He's always been. Surprised he got away with only a 4 minute. I'm happy he's still in the game.
So he says this, and my first reaction is,
I've never heard that.
Can't believe somebody would say that in the middle of a game to broadcasters. Can't believe somebody would do it, first of all. Second of all, I'm happy he's still in the game translates to I'm going to get mine back. And I'll use a term that Minnesota fans are familiar with. I'm sure he's talking about, what's that word, Vic? It's on the tip of my tongue. Minnesota fans don't like it, but I'm sure they were thinking
repercussions?
Oh, yes, the repercussions word.
Don't use that word in Minnesota. You'll be deemed violent act. Don't use the word repercussion for the Minnesota faithful.
By the way, they have every right to feel that way, as does Michael McCarron. You want to get some repercussions for something you felt like was cheap? Fine, go ahead. But I want you guys to hear something. I want you to look at me when I say this. Everybody watching on Altitude Television, Twitch, YouTube, look at me right in my eyes. I love that the Avs have a player that does that.
100%.
I love it.
100%.
It's what we were begging for. The entire Nuggets and T-Wolves series was, do you got somebody who's willing to look at a line and every once in a while put a toe over it?
And it can't be your superstar. See, the problem with the Nuggets, the guy who did that was their Hall of Fame center. You need somebody else to pull that off, not your Hall of Fame center.
But this is what Manson brings to the table. First of all, he's good at what he does from just a pure hockey perspective, but he's willing to go there. And by the way, it still pissed off McCarron after the game. He doubled down.
Well, I blew him up, and he grabs me and pulls me on top of him, and then, I mean, he's a dirty player. He took his butt end and clearly butt ended me in the face. I don't know how it's not a 5 minute. I think the rule book says it's a 5 minute if you butt at someone in the face. He's a dirty player. He's always been. Not very well respected.
What's his problem? Seriously, what's his deal?
I don't know what his deal is, Vic. I don't know what his problem is. I can't get in the head of Michael McCarron. I don't know.
He's got a personal vendetta against Josh Manson. I thought Josh's reaction afterwards was fitting, too. Do you have any of that stuff, Brett?
That's fine. If he wants to call me a dirty player, he can just look at my history. I mean, it's been 13 years and I haven't been suspended yet, so obviously I'm not that dirty. You know what I mean? I think there are other guys in the league that are doing more, but was that the cleanest play? No. I mean, was it purposeful? No, and it wasn't purposeful either. But like I said, served my time. They scored on it, so I mean, benefited them. That's his perspective.
What is
I love
his
where he
deal?
said, Vic, he said, did I want to punch him in the head? Yes. I did want to punch him in the head. Yes. Yes, I did. I sure did.
I mean, especially for a guy like McCarron.
Guilty as charged.
This is your role, right? This is, you engage in this stuff. This is what you do. This is your job. You know how this sport works. And for you to publicly decry, for you to rip an athlete like that, not only intermission, but after the game, in the middle of a series, I think that's odd. Again, that's why I thought the McDaniels thing was crazy. And this is crazy, too. There's something going on in Minnesota that's making these people crazy. You guys are crazy. You really are.
And Manson admitted as much. How did he say that again? Hang on, let me listen to this one more time.
That's fine. If he wants to call me a dirty player, he can just look at my history. I mean, it's been 13 years and I haven't been suspended yet, so obviously I'm not that dirty. You know what I mean? I think there are other guys in the league that are doing more, but was that the cleanest play? No. I mean, was it purposeful? No, and it wasn't purposeful either. But like I said, served my time. They scored on it, so I mean, benefited them. That's his perspective.
Was it the cleanest play? No. Like, he admits it. It's like, yeah, I did it.
But the thing that bothers me most about this whole situation, and I'm looking last night, the Twitter faithful of Minnesota are going crazy. They want action, this and this. Hey, people, listen to me. You benefited. Your team got a goal out of it. You got a 4-minute penalty.
And it was the only
you had
way
a
you could
1-0 lead.
It's the only way you guys were putting a shot on net, by the
right.
way.
You actually got out of it exactly what you wanted to get out of it. The guy won. He won the little battle there. He got a power play out of it and a goal. Enough. It wasn't as if you got nothing out of it and you have reason to complain. You got plenty out of it. What's your problem?
Did you guys know? How's this for a stat, by the way? You want me to blow your mind?
Blow my mind.
Midway through the second period, 30 minutes into the game, Minnesota was sitting on 4 goals.
4 shots.
Or sorry, 4 shots on goal. Did you know that in real time, not game time, real time, the time that we spend in the world, the Wild went 1 hour, 2 minutes, and 44 seconds between shots on goal in the middle of that game?
That's crazy. That is crazy.
Over an hour of real time between they put something in between the pipes where Mackenzie Blackwood was sitting last night.
Yeah.
And they get the opportunity to go up 1-0 because of that play from Manson. That's what they get. And really the only time that Minnesota felt dangerous, with a few exceptions, was when the Avs were in the penalty box. Because everything else, like Mose, you felt it. The first period was kind of muddy. Nobody really had a lot of like offensive rhythm and momentum. The second period started, it was the Avs had control of that game from start to finish. From 20 minutes to 60 minutes.
That second
If you want to get back, if you want to get back at just the style of play, Vic, it's that defensive structure that's so good. It's the back checking, it's the support, it's all of that is combined, keeping Minnesota on the outside. Now, they eventually tried to crash in, and they got some real good looks at Mackenzie Blackwood, and he came up big. But the Avs just kept them at bay. Did a really, really good job. Really good job.
All I'm saying is, for the Minnesota faithful who want to harp on that play, and that's the reason you lost, wake up. Open your eyes. Rewatch that second period. Watch the game. You got outplayed. You got out-hustled. You got out-hit. You got outscored. Out everything. You lost. A Q-tip to the head is not the reason you lost. You got a goal out of that. Otherwise, you only have 1 goal. You lost.
Their coach even said it. Their coach said that he quote, basically we got away from everything that makes us who we are and what we like to do. John Hines absolutely admitted that his team did not play the kind of game that they thought that they should be playing. And it's because the Avs are a superb club. I mean, they've got a lot going for them in terms of experience and want to and so on. And the ability, guys, we talked about it yesterday, the ability of this Avalanche team to throw away an ugly game or a flat performance and then put it all back together, they're really good at that. You know what I mean? The response is always really damn good, or almost always damn good. And that's what we saw. That's what we saw last night, and it was cool to see. Now they've got a 3-1 series lead and ready to come home.
They went out and did their job. They looked every bit the part of a potential champion. That's what they did. They're playing against one of the 3 best teams that's left in hockey, who is desperate for another win to try and get the series tied in their home stadium, their home barn. And from the second period on, they took control of the game and really never let it go. A couple lapses, I think, discipline-wise. They had too many men on the ice twice, Moj, only got called for it once. EJ pointed out, it was right before an icing, I think, on Faber. There was very clearly 6 guys on the ice for the Avs. They got bailed out with the stop and play. Then shortly after that, got another one that actually got called, got put in the box for. If they can limit that, because that seems to be a pretty consistent problem from post-Olympic break on. They've been in the box a lot. A lot.
Yeah. They have. You got to stay out of that dang box, because otherwise 5-on-5 Minnesota did not have a lot going for them last night. People want the payoff, by the way, on my Zach Bogosian trivia.
I don't think the people do, but you obviously want to, so go ahead.
Zach Bogosian is the last of what?
Of the Mohicans?
The last. Yeah, Vic, the Mohicans. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you set it up that way.
Trace's
What do you think I'm going to say? What, isn't that what everybody was thinking when you say the last of the Mohicans?
Zach Bogosian is the last of what, Brett?
Us? The HBO show?
Zach Bogosian is the last Atlanta Thrasher in the league.
Ah.
Oh, wow. Great trivia.
My stat was better.
Wow.
I mean, Moser, you're going to hang on to something like that for, 10 minutes. Are you eating pizza? Oh, it's a bagel. Hey, go ahead, Moser. Just take the day off. Yeah.
I mean, if you think that little stat, that piece of trivia is going to move people this morning, I don't know what world you reside in.
I thought it would have been pretty badass if he was the last of the Mohicans.
I think that'd be better. If you actually said he was the last of the Mohicans and they had to redo the movie.
A dude named Bogosian is the last of the Mohicans.
Nope, but they're going to do a movie called The Last of the Atlanta Thrashers.
Okay. Everybody's like, who cares, Moser? Who cares? This is late. You're dumb, you idiot. Bleh. You know what? Who is this? Scuba Steve. Get bent, Scuba Steve. That's all I got to say.
They're right, though,
If you told me if Bogosian had a half-white brother named Hawkeye, I think that would be pretty badass.
Okay. Yeah, he's the last player to play for the Atlanta Thrashers still left in the league. He was he's the last guy drafted by the Thrashers still in the league for certain. Bogosian was in the Drew Doughty draft. That's how long he's been around. So these guys have been around for some time. Anyway, Avs get the win, dude. I paced a lot last night. I wish I had. Vic, what do you have? You got one of those rings, right? You got a ring on you?
Yeah, the
some
Aura
sort of
ring.
Oh, Mo, see, now your stat even is worse. Evander Kane was an Atlanta Thrasher. He's still in the league.
Yeah, he's not in the league. He's gone. He's done. He ain't got no job.
What does that mean? What are you talking about?
Well, I mean,
he was in the league.
Yeah, I understand that, but he is. If he's in the league next year, I'll be surprised.
Okay,
we'll see.
All right. Can we talk about?
I mean, I guess he will be, but still.
Can we talk about McKinnon's nose exploding? I'm gonna tell you right now.
Not right now.
If I played hockey.
Not right now.
But I'm gonna tell you something. If I played hockey, this is the mask I would wear. This is what I would wear.
You look like the last of the Roman Empire.
Yes. There would be no part of my face that would be exposed. Maybe my chin right there. But there's no way I would play without a mask. Full.
Where did you get that?
You were
was that at the Vatican?
I bought it, dude. I got
was that at the Vatican store? Yeah. We're in Rome. Yeah.
Buenos dias. Is that what it's called? The Vatican store?
Oh, dude, they got a big store over there.
They got a big store.
Is that what it's called, though?
T-shirts.
You walk in the Vatican, you're like, you guys want to stop over at the Vatican store?
Yeah. T-shirts, postcards, pick your rosary. I mean, they got dozens to choose from.
I chose a Spartan head.
I think it's a good choice. Now, we'll get to the McKinnon taking the puck off the face, mouth, nose area in a second, along with some breaking Broncos news this morning that I think is very interesting. We know one game that the Broncos are playing, and it's the first one, and we know who the opponent is. But I think it indicates something bigger than that we'll get to in just a second. Reminder to you guys, the key word for this hour, a chance to get in the building tomorrow for Game 5 as the Avs try and close out the series, is behind. Text behind in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Back after this. That is the sound of luck and the sound of Tulatero. It's the favorite lottery app of many where you can play all your favorite games. Powerball, Mega Millions, Lucky for Life. And by now you know Tuesdays are Mega Millions. $232 million is up for grabs just for you. And I got a surprise for you. It's a secret. If you download Tulatero and use my code MAGIC, you get to play your first lottery game for free. So download that Tulatero app, Tulotero. Use my code MAGIC and try your luck. It's Tulatero, your lottery app.
Everything is more expensive nowadays, and you've got to spend more for the things you buy on a regular basis, and maybe you're building up some credit card debt. That interest rate is 20% or more. It can be scary. It can be a pain in the tail, no doubt about it. But you know what? My friends at American Financing can really help you. It's Moser here. Decluttering your monthly bills into a single manageable payment is a smart way to go. You free up cash flow for things that actually matter. Give yourself a paycheck raise by lowering your debt obligations and stop financing your past. Start funding your future. American Financing is the best. I've known them for an awfully long time. They've helped so many people, and that's the thing about American Financing. They help people like you every single day. They're not some gigantic, crazy lender where you're just a number in the door and then out and that sort of thing. It's a family-owned mortgage lender, licensed in all 50 states. And if you do refinance as a way to get out of that high-interest credit card debt, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, may close in as fast as 10 days. The average customer saves $800 a month. These are salary-based mortgage consultants. No upfront fees, no obligation. So do yourself a favor. They want to help you, and they can help you. Give them a call today. Start taking control of your financial future. 303-695-7000. That number again, 303-695-7000, or go online at AmericanFinancing.net.
There's nowhere to go with the puck. He forces a battle. He doesn't just throw the puck away, and then he takes the easy play out of...
Boy, this puck hits McKinnon right in the face. This is a broken play that the puck came up and hit McKinnon right in the face. Play is stopped in the Avalanche zone with 1:07 to go in the second period. And this is just a weird bouncing, almost field clearance by the Avalanche that catches McKinnon up high, and he's bleeding from the nose.
I had one thought when McKinnon got hit in the face with a puck. I don't know, like, to what you're saying, Vic. You know, I've said this before, that you could take the biggest, meanest football player, Ray Lewis type that you can find, and I put them on a baseball diamond. They got to sit in front of a screaming one-hopper, wear it off the chest, throw the guy out. I don't think they'd do it. I think they'd bail out.
Yeah,
and then I take the guy in baseball that would sit in front of the screaming one-hopper, wear it off the chest, throw the guy out, and I put him in hockey uniform and skates, and there's no way he sits in front of a slap shot with his face exposed. There's no chance. They're legitimate psychopaths. And I know that this was this wasn't McKinnon blocking a puck. It was just, wrong place, wrong time, but still insane.
Watching that happen in real time reminded me of a wildcatter finding oil, because that's what happened to his nose. I mean, the blood splattered everywhere. Moj, I don't know, were you watching a feed or were you watching it?
I was watching it live, obviously, and then the feed's in front of me, too. It's a lot of blood. Jersey,
but it exploded. I mean, the blood just went everywhere.
You ought to see the ice crew, too. It's almost like cleaning up a crime scene.
Do we know, Moj? Is it indeed a broken nose? Did you get any confirmation?
I have no confirmation on that. In fact, I did not see him after the game. I was down there, but I didn't see him. I'm sure he went to go get even more repairs and have stuff, stuffed up there. But I knew he'd be back. I mean, I knew. Look, even if he lost teeth, you knew he'd be back. It just he got nailed hard, man, and there was a lot of blood out there on the ice, but you knew he would come back, and he certainly did.
The scene of him skating off with this streak of blood down the visor is crazy.
Because he went down on the ice and it all poured out onto his visor.
Yeah.
You got to have another jersey ready because you can't play with blood. You can't get your DNA all over the place and all that. So you got to get another jersey on and the whole 9 yards.
But the fact that these dudes, this is why hockey guys are crazy. In any other sport, if you get your face rearranged like that, you're not coming back to the game. You're just not.
Yeah.
You're not. You're not coming back to the game.
And there's no question. Like, even when that happened, you watch him go off, you're like, he'll be back.
Yeah, he's not. Can he move as a human being? Do his arms and legs work? He'll be back.
How could he breathe? That was the thing I was wondering about. I mean, how much? Because he probably had an entire box of Kleenex stuffed up there.
Yeah.
To stop the bleeding.
Here's Bedsy after the game.
Yeah, no. If he was going to be able to get out there, he was going to be out there. I don't think that was ever in doubt. I just felt for him because I just went through that. It doesn't feel very good. So you're just hoping that your guy's okay. That's the main thing, and then you feel for him because it sucks.
It was friendly fire too. Taser's trying to go around, right? He's going to try to send it off the corner, then around and up and out, and he just gets him right in the face.
I need to know, what does Devon Taves say to Nathan McKinnon after that? Obviously unintentional, complete accident, but you must feel like, oh my God, what did I just do?
Say my bad, bro. You all right? My bad.
Oh, that's more than just a my bad, bro. That's a
my bad, bro.
I'm gonna send you flowers every day.
Well, I mean, I don't know what else you do. I mean, he's a hockey player. I think he's probably. Listen, Nathan McKinnon is tough, man. Do anybody check on the puck?
So that's just a my bad. So if I took a stick to your head, it'd be a my bad. That's it.
What do you expect? It wasn't on purpose.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
But you would do it on purpose.
No, but I'm just curious as to how that goes
on. I want everybody to understand that Vic Lombardi ticked my ear at 80 miles per hour with a lemon, okay?
So you admit I could throw 80.
You did with that lemon. It ticked my ear. If that lemon hits me in the head, I'm out. I'm gone. I mean, it was a lemon.
You're probably dead.
Could be. But see, you do it on purpose.
You would just have a face of lemonade.
Devon Taves is not trying to smoke him in the face with a puck. Right? So it's my bad, bro.
A lot of people are saying that he should get a stuffy from Devon Taves.
Oh, dude.
It's so funny. If Devon Taves showed up with a stuffed animal.
Dude. Oh, my God. No. Well, no, because that brings up bad. It would be funny if it wasn't a silver medal type of situation, right? If you said, hey, my bad here, accept this dog toy as a gift of my apology here.
Can I get to something else just real quick? Because this news broke this morning, and this is going to start trickling in over the next 24 to 48 hours. We know the Broncos' first game of the season. It is going to be on September 14th. It is going to be on Monday Night Football, and it is going to be against the Chiefs. We don't know where that game is going to be played, but I will say this. What I find interesting is not the fact that they are the first Monday night game of the year. The Broncos were a half away from going to the Super Bowl. That makes sense. It's the fact that it's the Chiefs, which tells me Mahomes is going to play in that game, isn't he?
Well, let me ask you this. It's a Monday nighter to open the season. If you're the Broncos and you're unsure if Mahomes is going to be ready, would you rather play that game at Mile High or at Arrowhead?
I think Arrowhead.
So would I.
Yeah.
I'd rather get it out of the way early when Mahomes may not be 100% or may not play at all. I have no idea what
Not to
Mahomes'
mention
status is.
not deal with negative 5-degree temperatures in December in Kansas City.
Well, dude, listen, typically, I mean, it hasn't been lately, but that game's somewhere like in the second week in December usually, or it feels like it
Towards
is.
the end of the year, yeah.
Oh, that freezing rain. When it rains, it hardens. It becomes like ice, and so you get pelted, and it stings. It's a real pain in the tail to play in, man. Forget about that knucklehead. In those guys, play them right away. Get it done.
But
get it out of the way.
I don't think that ESPN is going to put that game as their first Monday Night Football game if Justin Fields is going to play.
I don't disagree with you. They must have some intel.
Yeah.
I mean, these ACL surgeries and these rehabs, hell, any rehab. You saw Jason Tatum come back in remarkable time, and you see others don't. I mean, Patrick Mahomes attacked rehab. When did he go down? Was it December?
December 14th. December 14th.
It was late.
So
December 14th,
do
he
the
went
math
down.
on that.
But it was an ACL, and I think it was an LCL.
It was his entire knee exploded.
Yeah. The lateral collateral, along with the
Brett, that would still be
anterior
a
cruciate.
That would be surprising for him to come back that quickly.
Well, I agree with you, but I'm just trying to read between the lines here. I don't think they would make their first Monday night game of the year that's a coveted spot a game in which Patrick Mahomes isn't going to play.
Well,
I don't
where's
think
he
they
at? Do we know where? I mean, I know that Andy Reid said, like he said, like a week ago. I remember. I don't know where I read this. I read it someplace that he's way ahead of schedule. Like he's being Superman right now, and after 6 months or whatever, he's
We'll see
way
him
out
minicamp.
there, and he's looking good. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he'll participate or not, but I remember Andy Reid. What did I see? That was a Twitter or
Brett Veach, the GM of the Chiefs, noted that Mahomes is way ahead of schedule with rehabilitation described as intense. He is expected to return for week 1 of the season, according to a couple different reports.
Okay, so that means he's going to his first game back is going to get so much play. Oh, Mahomes! Oh, you're just a superhero. Oh my God, you're so awesome! Can't wait to see you play.
He's already cleared.
ESPN's going to be they're going to be insufferable with that game.
He's already cleared to participate in non-contact drills later this month.
Okay, well, so then he's there. He'll be there. Yeah,
with a full return anticipated for camp.
You're just a super stud.
You guys
I
realize
Mahomes is back. He's just the best ever.
Do you guys realize the Broncos are carrying a
I feel like I'm better than Patrick Mahomes.
3-game win streak over the Chiefs into that game.
Now,
which is crazy because they had lost 15 in a row.
Let's call a spade here. 2 of those 3 were the previous year final game of the season where Kansas City shut it down because they had 15 wins already.
Hey,
hang on.
Don't ruin my stat. That's better than Moser's Atlanta Thrasher stat. That's a damn good stat I just threw at you.
The other game was at the end of the year when Mahomes was out and they played Oladokin at quarterback. So
are you trying to jack with my stat?
Yeah.
The Broncos have a 3-game win streak over the Kansas City Chiefs. That's a notable stat.
I got a song. Ready? Gonna jack with the stat. Gonna jack with the stat. Well, let's do it now, Jack.
It's going to be one of them mornings. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Go to break.
You got to do it now, Jack, with the stat.
You know what I love?
Jack with the stat. Let's get it now.
I can tell the days that Moser is just going to wear out Vic Lombardi. I can tell.
Hey, dude, you got a 3-1 series lead. I'm going to wear
Moser,
all you out.
Moser, I'm here for
You want
it.
some of this? Hey, you want a piece? Dude, I'll wear you all day. I'll wear you out all day.
Oh, boy.
Please don't say that. Please don't say that.
All day I'll wear you out.
But we'll get back to the Avs here. And again, I think what last night indicated from the audio that we've heard and the actual results of the game are going to lead to a very different Game 5. I'll explain next. Hey, it's Brett Kane, Fanatic Sportsbook, America's fastest online growing sportsbook. Well, why? You may ask. Here's why. Other sportsbooks, their rewards the same old, but Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack that Fan Cash. You get up to 10% back on your wagers on the Fanatic Sportsbook, win or lose. And unlike points that expire, you can spend your Fan Cash on whatever you want. Official team gear across every team in the league, collectibles, exclusive experiences. It's all on Fanatic Sportsbook, and Fan Cash unlocks value you just can't get anywhere else. You can convert that Fan Cash to profit boosts and even bet with it. Fan Cash, you're getting the access to the world of sports every time you bet with Fanatic Sportsbook. So switch to the sportsbook that always gives you more to play with. Download the Fanatic Sportsbook today. Winning, it's different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game.
6 o'clock tonight, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Game 4, Avs and Wild Moj.
What's pretty simple. The Avs were an incredibly talented team. What was Jean-Luc Picard's command? Engage. Engage. Right? Warp drive. Engage.
Is this your key?
That's it.
Engage.
Faceoff is one. Rebound, they score! Right off the hop, the Kadri man can. It's a power play goal.
Engage.
Brought down by Wall. Backdoor feed, they score! That was Rossum. It's his first goal of the postseason.
Engage.
Brewery works it loose. One-timer. Score! Go ahead and Sally Parker Kelly.
Engage.
Natchez, stick handling at center ice. Links up with McKinnon, empty net, you betcha! The Mac attack is back, Jack! Goals in 5 straight games.
If not the worst key to a game I've heard in the history of radio.
1/4 impulse. Engage.
All right, Avs take a 3-1 series lead.
You don't need to make it all complicated. You don't need to have some elongated, drawn out. Oh, I think if they're gonna left wing lock you, you need to reverse that puck to the near side of the F3 and let hit. You don't need all that. You know what you need to do when you're a good hockey club? Get involved, man.
Engage.
Just go get some, and that's exactly what they did. They got some.
But there's a moment in the game, and we talked about it earlier, but it was this from Michael McCarron.
Yeah, I mean, you played against Josh. He's a dirty player. He's always been. Surprised he got away with only a 4-minute. I'm happy he's still in the game.
He doubles down in the post game.
Well, I blew him up, and he grabs me and pulls me on top of him, and then, I mean, he's a dirty player. He took his butt end and clearly butt ended me in the face. I don't know how it's not a 5-minute. I think the rule book says it's a 5-minute if you butt at someone in the face. He's a dirty player. He's always been. Not very well respected.
So 2 different statements on this. Number 1, I think that might change sort of the feel of what Game 5 is, because maybe it's not going to be solely about hockey for the Minnesota Wild and trying to get a win. Maybe they're out for that dirty R word repercussions a little bit. It's just one of those situations. We've seen it over and over again in series that feel like they're done. And look, I'm not no cart before the horse or anything that you want to say about that. I think Minnesota kind of knows they're down 3-1 against probably the best team in the league. It's a very, very uphill climb to try and win this series now. It feels like it's towards its conclusion.
Well, you could feel that, but Moj, correct me if I'm wrong. All that does, winning the way you did last night, it gives you ample breathing room. It allows you to exhale. This series is not over. If they find a way to win Wednesday night, Minnesota, it's very much alive again. So
100%.
It's funny how the Stanley Cup playoffs work. You live and die by every game. You could sweep every damn game and still, there's anxious moments. I disagree with you, Brett. I mean, it's 3-1. I understand the stats. I get it. I understand what everybody says. But all it takes is one game to change the balance of the series. One. Moj, I don't know if you're with me on this.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. That's why you need to stay focused. But, Vic, this is why, again, good hockey clubs and teams that are purposeful, this is why they advance on, is because when they can put you away, they do, that kind of thing. And I'm not going to sit here. I just know what I see. And I know what I've not seen in years gone by, but I do know what I see right now, and that's a focused, just headstrong group about what their mission is. You know, and the way I look at it last night, too, I mentioned the Bruce Boudreau comment from last night way earlier when he said, look, teams can hang with the Avs, because I've watched a lot of Avalanche hockey. Teams can hang with them for a period, 2 periods, but eventually that depth and that relentless nature of their game is going to get you. And that's what happened last night. And they had a way last night, fellas, of basically overwhelming the Minnesota Wild. You could see it as it went on. They're like, God, I mean, the level you have to maintain and sustain to win in the Stanley Cup playoffs is almost, it's almost incomprehensible. It's not superhuman, but it's like, golly, you can't let up even this much because you're going to get burned. But you stay with it, and you stay with it, and you stay with it. And I had a great conversation with Jack Ashon after the game, actually, because that was his first National Hockey League playoff game. And I said, okay, you're down 1-0, but you played good first. He goes, what happens in the room? Mm-hmm. He said, well, Landy talked to all of us. This is where Gabe Landeskog
That's where his value is supreme.
Gabe Landeskog had a lot to say, and he's like, look, guys, the good period. He's like, just stay with our game. This is the reiteration. Stay with what we do best. We're going to be just fine. And there's got to be, for a young guy like Ashon or other young guys, there's got to be just a tremendous calming effect when you have 92 stand up in that room, Vic and Brett, and tell you, hey, play your game. You're good. Hey, kid, you're good. You're going to be just fine. Can I raise my hand?
I think that kid was wonderful last night. There was an instance where he was on the ground blocking shots 2 or 3 times there in front of Blackwood. He made quite the impression. Who is he? Where did this come from?
He's a player.
No, but did he play with them at all this season?
Yeah, he was up and down a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, he was with the Eagles, but they called him up. You remember when Cale got injured in Game 1, right, and left the game? And whatnot?
Yeah.
They called Jack Ashon up because they wanted to make sure that they had a guy, because Manson was still out, that they had a guy that that could come in and and play, and a guy who knows the system and that sort of thing. He made his debut with the Bruins some years ago.
Gotcha.
Signed a free agent contract with the Avs back in 23. He's been playing a lot with the Eagles. He's kind of that tweener type of dude between the NHL and the AHL.
So they had Blankenburg in there before. So why did they?
I think Blankenburg was himself a bit overwhelmed in Game 3. I thought they picked on him a little bit. I thought Ashon is a smaller guy too, no doubt. But the ability to have fresh legs and to be able to skate your way out of problems, and so here's the thing. What do I say about Jared Bednar? He loves predictability. I thought that maybe Nick's game in Game 3 was a little bit more unpredictable than Jared Bednar would like. He knows exactly what he's getting out of Ashon. He doesn't try to overcomplicate things. He's not going to try to do too much in that situation. He's going to get the puck on his stick. He's going to find his D partner in Manson. That puck is out of the zone.
Well, he made 2 blocks in the second period in the span of 4 seconds that were huge.
Huge blocks.
But I want to spend some time here, because I'll be the first to admit, I like to do my hand raise. I was wrong about something. Didn't even say it on the air. It's just I'm letting you know a thought that I had. When I listened to Raj and Coach talking to McGahee, and they said that Blackwood was in the starter's net during morning skate, I didn't like it. I thought it was the wrong move. I thought you stick with Wedgwood, and I know that we had those discussions with Bednar leading into the playoffs about he still thinks that both guys are going to play because that was what was the quote, the rhythm of the team thing and all that. I was a little bit nervous about Blackwood getting the start, to be honest with you, and he was phenomenal. Kept you in the game multiple times. Huge saves to keep Minnesota off the board. He didn't face a lot of shots, but when he did face shots, they were pretty prime opportunities. And for him to make those saves in that moment when it's almost, we've talked about this with goalies before, Moj. Sometimes you get those goalies that it's easier when more pucks are on them because that's how they get into a rhythm, rather than you went 17 and a half minutes of game time and over an hour of real time between shots on net. That can be difficult because when you're just kind of standing there waiting for something to happen and nothing happens, then it's like, oh no, it's go time now. That can 100%. Be almost harder sometimes.
Yeah, I think you want to stay relevant. You want to stay in the game. You want to touch a puck, right? I've seen goalies sometimes, guys, Vic, you know this. Man, there's not a lot of shots coming at them, so every time the puck is in their zone, they're skating around like they're a damn forward. Like they're out there, they want to touch the puck, man. They gotta touch the puck. They gotta stay invested in this game, and that's a real thing. But listen, Mackenzie Blackwood is a very good goalie. Story for you. I get in with my final hit with Johnny Lyles yesterday. We're on the concourse. And I'm walking back to the elevator to go upstairs, and I see the pizza place. I'm like, I got to get me some pizza. So I'm in the pizza line. Wild fan right here. And we start playing. He sees my Avs pin. Oh, Avs, blah, blah, blah. He goes, we're going to light up Blackwood tonight, man. That's a big mistake. We're going to blow him up, man. I'm like, well, you realize he was the number one and that they did win the Jennings trophy this year. Yeah, man, but that's a total mistake, man. We're going to blow him up, man. Okay, well.
Look, I didn't think he'd get blown up, but I just told you I didn't like it, and I was wrong. I'm glad I was wrong.
No. It's just it was hella good, dude. Two big slices of pepperoni, and the pepperoni where it curves up on the outside and it gets crunchy.
Not have asked.
Oh, those are my yeah. You probably shouldn't have. Anyway, but look, you knew that both guys were going to play at some point. It would not surprise me if the Avs are fortunate enough to advance on that. We're going to see Wedgwood again too. I mean, Coach Bednar knows his team. He knows how guys react with different guys in the net and so on. I mean, he's pulling the right strings right now, fellas. He really is. The lineup changes he made last night, partly out of necessity, but partly to kind of get guys going, worked perfectly.
Moj, tell me about the injuries because we're not aware. At least I wasn't. I didn't know Lecky had some issues. I didn't know Malinsky wasn't. I mean, did you guys have any idea?
When Lecky was not part of power play, he was on the ice yesterday morning, but when he was not taking reps with the second power play unit, I'm like, that's a little odd. Malinsky was running the top unit in place of Makar, who did not skate. And I had no clue that either of them could possibly miss the contest. I didn't find out till everybody else found out. I was very surprised because I saw them both in the room afterwards, and they seemed, okay. I don't know specifically what it is, but hopefully it's nothing major or nothing prolonged. You get Manson back in. I thought Sean played pretty darn well, but you got Kivi Ronta back in. Was he noticeable last night? Was Kivi noticeable with his legs last night?
Yeah.
I thought he was. I thought he was moving very well, and he was aggressive. And he's not a big hitter. He's not going to, light you up, but he is going to just be there all the time, pesky all the time.
Moj, one more hockey question, because I can't ever understand. They called the Avs for too many men on the ice there, and it's happened a few times. What's going on? Why is that a consistent issue? Because it's been an issue, and they could have been called twice for it last night.
Yeah, sometimes a beaver gets eager. Eager beaver. You want to get out there, man. You want to get out there, and you want to contribute. Which is, I also thought the Avs had a lot of hot passes last night. In the early going, I'm like, these guys are jacked because they're like, Brett. Whenever we play, let's say we throw the football around the studio. Mm-hmm. And like Vic will just across the studio, he'll burn one at your head, right? Burn one at you. You're like, dude, what do you? I thought last night they're like the guy's right there. You can float him a pass, and you're pounding it off his stick. And I'm like, these guys are jacked. Same kind of story with the too many men. It's a little bit brain damage, and it's mostly eager beaver. You just want to get on quickly.
Moj, that pass.
What's great about today is that it's not yesterday.
That pass from Nick Waugh to Ross Colton. Does he know he's there? Or is he just making that and thinking he's there?
Well, he did. The defenseman. It's kind of funny. That was a panic move by the defenseman. The shot comes in, and he just wants to just clear it. I just want to clear it. And he gives it right to Nick Waugh, who knocks it down, finds Colton. Bam. Great play. Those guys had not played together before. Colton and Waugh had not played, like that, right? With that line. How about that, man? Boom, boom. I mean, it should make you feel good that the depth has come through.
Set up with some hard work by Brock Nelson before that, too. Who, again, he's somebody that, at the beginning of the game, I thought Brock was just kind of okay, and then it feels like his game picked up as the game went on. These are all guys that you need to play well, though, and especially to win a series against a really good team like Minnesota. So a lot more to get to with this. 303-504-0925.
I'm going to get on somebody's bacon here. I love all of our people on the text threads and Twitch feed and all that kind of stuff and YouTubing and altituding. There's this guy, Guru. Says, how long is Malinsky out for, Moser? Ugh, why even bother asking you? Hey, Dillhole. I don't know because I thought he was going to play last night. I bet if you asked Jared Bednar this morning, How long is Malinsky out for? You know what he'd tell you, Brett?
I'm not disclosing that information.
He probably doesn't even know. Malinsky participated in morning skate and then didn't go for the game. I don't know what to tell you, Guru.
Maybe he had
Why
some of
don't
that
you calm
pregame.
down?
He had some of that pregame pizza that you imbibed in. Got a little ugly.
It's an Avs playoff ticket Tuesday. Keywords on the 20s all day today. Each show having a pair of tickets to get you in the building for Game 5 and a chance to see the Avs close out the Minnesota Wild tomorrow night. Another keyword next. Happy Avs playoff ticket Tuesday all day, every show. Giving away tickets to Game 5 tomorrow night as the Avs look to close out the series. Text the keyword BUM right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered. Limited tickets are still available, and if you want more info on that in Avs Alley, head over to coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. But again, this hour's keyword is BUM.
Hey, you know what I'm doing tomorrow, Brett?
What's that?
Before the game, I'm going to be a judge in a Cale Makar lookalike contest. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how you. I don't know how you do that.
What does the winner get?
A high five? I don't know. I was just asked to participate out in front of the arena.
So is somebody going to put on, what do they call it that makes you look like you're blushing? Is it rouge? Is that what it's called? They're going to put rouge on their cheeks? Do that sort of thing?
Like Lady Gaga stuff, that kind of thing? Yeah, I don't know. Vic would know. He knows all about that.
I mean, you can look like Cale by just looking like you're 15 years old. I mean, Cale's an assassin, but he looks like he's like a mid-teen.
Yeah.
So if you got
we'll
a 15-year-old, maybe he can pass for Cale Makar, and you can win whatever the prize is.
Let's see how it goes tomorrow.
Hey,
should be fun.
Rookie camp. I got some audio from Sean Payton I want you guys to hear. First of all, it's an update on Bo Nix's ankle.
Before we get into that, let me do this because I think this will help everyone. Let me go through clearly with Bo Nix where he's at. He's doing great. He'll be well ahead of time for training camp. I think there's a good chance we see him in this off-season program in June. We're going to be the ones kind of holding him back, if you will. The follow-up procedure was not a surprise. I was just talking to Bo. We had 5 other players that staged surgeries where there's a step, they evaluate, and then a second step. We had 5. He was the 6th that actually went through that. No surprises. We feel real good about where he's at. Full speed by training camp. We just want to be smart relative to holding him back a little.
I don't know what it is about Bo Nix's ankle that gets everybody wearing tinfoil hats and coming up with conspiracy theories. He seems fine.
Yeah, but this is weird. And here's the only thing that's weird about it. I've broken both ankles. You know, if you break your ankle, it's like any other body part. You clearly need more time. It's been 4 months by the time he gets back on the field. 5 months.
Yeah.
That's a long time. That's a longer than normal time.
But he's not doing nothing.
I understand. But why does it necessitate so much more time is the question.
Well, here's I guess it's if you believe what Sean Payton just said or not. If you think that Sean Payton is basically covering for like, hey, we're going to be the ones that slow him down. It's not anything wrong with him. Unless you don't believe him, I think they're like, we don't need to push him in May. He's going to be a full go by camp. I don't know. I guess I don't see why everybody is very nervous about this.
I'll tell you why, Brett, because and maybe people are overly nervous. And when I listen to Sean Payton talk about it or I read the stories, nothing to me seems out of the ordinary. It seems like, okay. I mean, Sean Payton is very believable when he says he's fine. He's going to be fine. We're ready to go. He's going to be ready. Okay, great. It's the nagging situation. It's the history of the ankle, right? It's the perpetuation of things that make people nervous. If he had gone and ran Brett and got crushed by, 3 defensive linemen and broke his ankle, whatever, okay. But we had to go back and try to find out when the hell it happened because it was a non-contact thing. So the propensity of the ankle perhaps to flare up or re-break or whatever makes people a little bit nervous when you're ready to hand out a contract to a guy that's going to be north of $40 million per year.
I'll go back to something that I take some solace in, which is I get the, I guess, repeated nature of this specific ankle injury stuff. He plays. He plays every week. Dating back to his freshman year of college. He's missed like 6 games in his entire life since then.
Understand.
So it's not something that physically keeps him off the field, first of all. Second of all, I don't ever notice him with something that seems to be bothering and affecting his play.
Okay, why don't we make...
Sean, just quickly here, Sean Payton said something else about this.
Let's discuss the process of staging. Sometimes after the initial surgery, there doesn't require a second one. I mentioned that we had 5 other players that had A and B. I think back in February, the anticipation was, because we're starting in June, I think I'm probably going to be a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks off. And I think you guys will get a chance to see it. Now, if we're up to him, it'd be earlier, but we're going to be smart.
I'm not concerned about the surgery. I'm not concerned about the rehab. I'm not. I'm only concerned about how it happened. He wasn't crunched under a tackle.
Yeah. That's
he
true.
just ran and made a turn.
Not even, it wasn't even really running. It was jogging to a spot to get the field goal in the right position.
So, no, it happened when he ran to the left side. You're correct. You're misremembering. He planted, trying to turn upfield.
That's right.
Sprinting to his left.
Yep.
So the concern for me is not the rehab. He's going to be fine. He's a warrior. It's what? How does that happen when you're running?
Agreed. Brett, I'll tell you what. I'll make a pact with you. You ever been part of a pact before? Make a pact with you. I won't bring up the ankle, and I won't worry about the ankle, and I won't talk about the ankle. I won't study it. I won't look at pictures. I won't do any of that until something happens again. Let me knock on my wood. Hold on. Okay, if something happens again, then we'll talk about it, because then it's going to be a real problem.
I'm not. Hang on.
I'm going to take everybody's word for it for now, that he's going to be fine, that his wheels are going to be good, that he's going to be the same old Bo Nix, because we love to watch him run. I love to watch him run. He's a hell of a runner, man. So until he can't do that, I'm going to pretend like everything is A-OK, perfect, ready to go.
I'm not even saying, stop talking about it. I'm just curious as to why there seems to be a panic meter with some behind the ankle injury. Because it's
not a one-off. That's why it's perfectly natural to have a little bit of concern. I'm not as heavily concerned as others. I don't care about, the rehab process.
Yeah.
That I care about why it happened, how it happened, and as if every time he runs now, am I concerned about if it happens again? That's all. Sort of like the Aaron Gordon thing. Tell me you don't.
Yeah.
You don't.
I do.
When Aaron Gordon is on the court, you're watching closely, right?
Yes.
And do you know how long it took me to get over Landy? How long did it take me to get over Landy? Like, is the leg okay? Is he get a hold? Like, big hits in the corner, sprawling out on the ice, gets, knocked over, tumbleweed, that kind of thing. And I'm like, and then finally I'm like, nah, it's great, man. Couldn't give her. It's good as new. Dead guy is as good as new.
Difference between those two, again, though, is Aaron Gordon has missed serious time and missed games due to injuries that he suffered. Landy obviously was out for 3 years. Bo missed.
Well, if this happened in week 4, Brett, he would have missed the rest of the season. I mean,
understood.
I mean, I guess there was no luck involved in it because he missed the AFC title game, but it happened in the postseason.
Yeah, I get it. One other thing here from Sean Payton, he pointed out somebody. This is not a rookie, but they asked this guy to come to rookie camp to get some extra work. And who stood out?
I'll tell you who stood out, Caleb. He looks entirely different in this camp. Now, he was here in this camp a year ago as a draft pick, but he stood out. Everything. It's entirely noticeable, and he's in great shape. You see his athleticism. Good to see him, in year 2, and you knew there was going to be a developmental upside, but that was encouraging.
If you remember,
Caleb Lohner, he's moved his way. Yeah, he's made his way up. You got 7 tight ends. He's part of the mix now. He's in.
Well, here's the thing, though. If you remember, Caleb Lohner was a guy they took a flyer on in the 7th round of last year's draft because he was, I don't know if you'd call it new to football, but he was. I mean, he was a basketball guy that made the transition. He had 4 catches in 1 year at Utah. That's his entire NCAA statistics. But he's 6'7", 250 pounds, and he's like, man, I remember Jimmy Graham was a guy that was kind of like that, big dude that we turned into something in New Orleans. Here's my thing, Moj. I don't care who it is. Throw a dart at any one of the 7 tight ends. Can somebody be impactful? And I'll tell you this. If you're telling me a dude who's 6'7", 250 pounds has made a little bit of a leap in that room, I like to hear it because he's huge. And there's no defending somebody who's 6'7".
How many tight ends will they keep overall, including practice squad? That's a question.
I don't know with practice squad, but I mean probably 4. That's what they did last year.
I can only envision, a kid who's a basketball player. I'm sure he knows the rules of football. In the year that he's been with the Broncos, I mean, are we gathering steps? Oh, wait, so when you catch it over this line, that's a touchdown now.
So I've thought about this.
Like it's not like he was playing Australian rules football or something.
What progress? I mean, I got it now.
Hey, the kid was
touchdown.
The kid was playing polo in England, and all of a sudden he's catching passes.
Touchdown. Stop it.
I hate to put it this way, but this is a genuine question. And I don't mean this as any disrespect. But considering what we've seen in the past, which is guys who have never played football can come into the NFL and play tight end at a level that is deemed worthy of a roster spot in playing time. Is tight end the easiest position in professional sports just to pick up and play?
I guess you just go to a spot, turn around. It's funny you say that.
And I don't mean that disrespectfully,
no, it's not
but I'm like,
disrespectful.
you
It's
can't
the
just
truth.
walk into the MLB and be a baseball player. That doesn't happen.
And it's not just tight end. I could take a very large body, and football players are going to be very offended by this. I played football a little bit, but you're going to be offended. I can fashion a football player. You cannot fashion a baseball player. You cannot do it to a hockey player. Hockey's the toughest. I mean, how many athletes don't even know how to skate? You cannot fashion a basketball player. You can't.
You can't just become a professional golfer.
You can't. You can't do it. But you know what? If I take a large, muscular human, I can make that person into a football player.
Dude, the Philadelphia Eagles, remember the last, was it the 7th round? Draft day. They took that Adonis body out of Nigeria who's never played football.
Yes.
And they're like, who cares? You're
Brett,
huge.
I'll take it a step further. Ronaldo Nehemiah effect. I could take a track athlete, say you're returning kicks, or you're going to play receiver, I'm going to line you up on the outside and run as fast as you can.
So again, I don't mean that disrespectfully, but I'm just asking, out of all professional sports, is that the easiest thing to just kind of wade into?
I don't think you need to, your default shouldn't be respect. It's the truth. It has nothing to do with respect. I mean, football's a violent, savage game. It's the truth. You could take a body type and turn that body, teach a few rules into a football player. You cannot do that with any other sport. You can't.
Who was the guy, the former pro athlete who became a professional fisherman, a bass fisherman or something? Who was that?
Doesn't count.
Moser,
Fishing doesn't count.
Fishing
Fishing doesn't count. Curling doesn't count. I'm talking about the major sports that we do in this country.
Curling doesn't count. Hey,
hockey's
what's
the
her
toughest.
face?
Hockey. There's not a single athlete out there, unless you have the basics and you could skate. Hockey is on a level of its own. It's a specialized sport.
Okay, last thing on this for me, Vic, and I'm not trying to wear you out.
Don't bring up fishing or any of this crap.
Who was the actress that almost became an Olympic archer?
You weren't participating in the same conversation.
I mean, come on, Moser. We're just stop it.
Texter says, you are so freaking wrong. Somebody turn him off. Tight end is arguably the hardest position to learn. You have to know every single position on the field, the pass scheme, run scheme, pass and run blocking.
You're wrong.
Look, hang on. To that point, I'm not saying playing tight end is an easy thing, okay? I'm not saying that because obviously if it were so easy, the Broncos would have had one in the last decade, and they don't. But here's the point. But hang on. Here's the point of the question I'm asking. I don't think you can find any other spot in any other sport where somebody who has never participated in the sport can walk in at a professional level and over the course of a year be somebody that Sean Payton talked about like Caleb Lohner.
Agreed.
That's
I would
all
totally
I'm saying.
agree with that. I would totally agree with that.
Or play like Antonio Gates or Jimmy Graham.
I'm looking at the history of Antonio Gates, who played basketball, became a football player, learned the football game, and then became a Hall of Fame football player. Give me another example.
But that's also rare, Vic. I mean,
give me another example.
A billion basketball players not become Hall of Famers.
I'm sorry, Moj.
Tournament tight ends, what?
Rare is one thing. Never there's never been somebody who hadn't played baseball and at 24 said, I'm going to play for the Orioles.
Find me a hockey player who never played hockey till he was 18 and became a Hall of Fame. It doesn't happen. In football, It can happen. It's not a knock on football. It's just an easier sport to pick up. Hit the man. Run. Be muscular. Be big. Be tough. Yeah, you got to learn the nuances of the sport. But I think a lot of that, for a lot of reasons, is vastly overplayed. Now, the quarterback position, I get it. I totally get it. But just run to that point, make a tackle.
Also, what are these little videos you're doing? What is that? What is this little video? What is this thing? These are now popping up on your feed. What is that, Vic?
HIPAA.
Yeah, but I see these little videos of you just, you're clearly this morning, you're doing our show, but during a break, you're like, let me tell you what I call professionalism about hockey. I'm like, where are you making these?
You want me to do a video on maybe the art of going into archery? You want me to do that?
I'm not a big archer,
or maybe
man.
the pro athlete who became a pro fisherman. You want me to do a video on that?
I wouldn't mind.
Texter said Michael Jordan played baseball. Michael Jordan would not have played baseball if his name wasn't Michael Jordan.
Stop it.
If his name was Tim Smith, that guy ain't getting a shot anywhere, okay? That's the truth.
Someone says you can't make anyone into a football player. That's ridiculous. I'm not saying you can make anyone. Nobody says you're going to take Steve Nelson and make him a football player.
But I'm going to
tell you right now, if Steve Nelson were 6'8", if Steve Nelson's 6'8" and runs a 4.4 40, you're damn right I could turn him into a tight end.
Hang on, listen.
Whoa.
This is what I'm getting at. You can't take anybody and make them a football player. But football is the only sport where somebody could jump in and do it. That's all I'm saying. There is not a single human being in the world that at 22 years old, if they've never played hockey, could jump into hockey and be an NHL player. There's not a single person in the world that's never played baseball that could jump into the MLB and be a professional baseball player.
8121 says, how about soccer? I don't want to hear you people say that soccer's easy to get in. I don't want to hear it because you sound stupid when you say that. I could take the greatest athlete in the world at the age of 20 and said, go play soccer, and they'd get used.
Reminder to you guys, keyword for this hour is bum. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Get one more keyword at 920. Chance to get you in the building. And all day today on Altitude Sports Radio, every show with a pair of tickets. So stay tuned to those keywords on the 20s of every hour. Oh, by the way, next. Oh, by the way, stories around sports in the world we feel like you should be aware of. How's this for an oh, by the way? Oh, by the way. Did LeBron play his last game last night?
No. I don't think he has. He's too productive.
Okay.
I don't think you walk out when you throw 28 and 12 on the board.
LeBron seems to
He's
really
the kind
like
of guy, Brett.
He seems to really like his golf now.
Basketball.
Yeah, but he's the kind of guy. He's going to have a farewell tour. I mean, he's going to have to announce it and then let everybody love him.
He said he didn't want it.
Really?
That's
okay,
what he
we'll
said.
see, I guess.
I don't know. Look, if he could keep, I kind of agree with you, Moj. Even if he doesn't want one, I think it's going to be really hard for him to keep that under wraps.
Yeah.
Unless he just disappears one day. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. Hey, we didn't talk about this at all yet, but I think it's important to mention, Vic, back me up on this. The great Craig Morton passed away at the age of 83. And for those youngins out there, they don't know how important he was to actually putting the Denver Broncos on the map as a football team. But they were, from the time they were the AFL, then into the NFL, they were kicked around a lot. And Craig Morton did a great job with the Denver Broncos, and he put them on the map. And then, of course, Elway took the mantle from there. But he's a terrific player. 18 years in the National Football League, but passed away at the age of 83. So our condolences go out to his family and friends, and obviously all those within the Denver Broncos. But good dude, super good dude.
Man, you do a great job of stealing my oh by the ways. But you're right,
I'm
Moshe.
sorry.
You're right. He was the first great championship quarterback here in Denver. He was the first great quarterback hero in Denver because he did something that other quarterbacks couldn't do. You know what he did? He beat the Raiders, and he beat them in the AFC title game. And he did so with a swollen leg that most people wouldn't even get out and play. So Craig Morton's always going to live a legendary status for those who grew up watching the Broncos of the 70s, the first great Broncos team. Craig Morton, the M&M connection, man.
Let me blow your mind, Brett.
Go ahead.
He played at Cal, where his head coach was whom? Marv Levy.
Was it really?
Wow.
I did not know that.
Assistant coach, Bill Walsh.
I can't believe Marv Levy's. Think about how old Marv Levy had to have been to be around that long. Wow.
Yeah, that's
long
nuts. Oh, by the way, as these NFL games are starting to trickle in, the pre-schedule releases, I suppose. One game that has been announced is that the Bills will play the Lions in Week 2 on Thursday Night Football, which will open their brand new stadium. And I saw a video of this stadium. And I got to tell you, maybe I'm just, I don't know what the word is, spoiled. We've been spoiled now. For a brand new football stadium, which is typically state-of-the-art, looks beautiful, all that stuff, it kind of just looks like another stadium. I'll be honest. Have you guys seen it?
Yeah, it looks like a pan.
Yeah. I'm not, I always figure if you're going to do a new stadium, it's got to be like SoFi. It's got to be like all the bells and whistles and...
Did you say bedpan?
It does look like a bedpan. He's right. He's right about that. But
Wow.
Nelly, see if you can pull up. I think they released a video.
I saw a video and it looked pretty plain to me.
That's what I'm saying.
But dude, it's hard to compare to SoFi because SoFi is an absolute cathedral. It's exquisite. I think Jerry World's great, but I think that a lot of other stadiums are going to look pedestrian by comparison.
Well, here's the other thing, and this is I know Vic's going to be with me on this. If you're building a stadium in the cold Northeast, give me an option to not freeze my ass off, please. But
they made the decision. Dude, they made the decision in Buffalo. They did not want a dome. They wanted they want to use that as an advantage up there.
So this is just if you're watching on Altitude Television or Twitch or YouTube, this is a little video that they put out of the stadium. It's just lights that I see for right now, but yeah, it's
flashing lights, yeah.
It looks like a normal whatever stadium. And I'm just like, if you're building a new one, make it cool.
But you see that semi-roof? That's supposed to save people from all the snow and sleet there underneath it in that club section.
No, it's not going to do jack.
Yeah, until it starts snowing sideways. then you're in for a rude awakening.
Oh, by the way, the gloves are off now in the SEC in college football. You know how I cannot, in football, the term student-athlete has gone by the wayside. We've had this argument before. I don't want to hear it anymore. I don't want to hear student-athlete playing football. I just don't. because it's a business now. By and large, it's a business. It's not about student athletes. Steve Sarkisian, head coach of the University of Texas, says, quote, he's referring to the transfer portal now, quote, "At Texas, we only take 50% of a player's academic credit hours. You may be a semester from graduating, but you got to go all the way back to 50% if you play here and you want a degree. But at Ole Miss, they can take all of it. All you have to do is take basket weaving, and you can get an Ole Miss degree."
Yeah. I mean, I wish I could do it.
That's funny.
I don't want to hear. And are you guys with me on this, or am I overblowing it? This whole student athlete, our student athletes are ready for this game. If I hear that, I just automatically vomit.
Vic, you are an overblower sometimes, that's for sure. But I don't think in this regard you are. I think that these are pros now, man. Let's call them what they are. They're getting paid. They're pros.
And most of them, when it comes to academics, listen, I will argue that there are a ton of them that aren't going to play at the next level. That college degree means something. It means a hell of a lot to them. And they have to go get it. But to those who are select few that are going to the National Football League that are there to major in football, how about we just make it a major? What's your major? Marketing. What's your major? Engineering. What's your major? Football.
Speaking of major, oh, by the way, what's this week, Brett?
PGA Championship.
PGA Championship.
Yay. The PGA Championship?
Championship.
Who's the favorite?
Scotty.
Yep. Who's second?
Rory.
Yep, the usual. But guess who's third?
Cam Young.
Cam Young is third in the betting odds right now, and I like his chances. He's playing in some really good golf. You know where they're playing? Say it.
Something like a Amerenak outside of Philly. Some weird name. How do you pronounce it?
Aronimink. Aronimink. Magnon. Like mink coat. Aronimink.
Oh, by the way, Adrian Peterson, he's getting honored in the Ring of Fame for the Vikings. And just out of curiosity, AP, his last year in the NFL was 2021. When did he enter the league? Take a guess.
Oh, wow. 2005?
7.
Wow.
I'm just curious how many running backs are going to have 15-year careers or 14-year careers anymore. I mean, how often is that going to happen?
I mean, who's the guy? Frank, the guy with the kid.
Gore.
Yeah, Frank Gore. He was still in the NFL and he had a kid like in college, right?
Yeah. I think this is like anybody that has been drafted beyond 2012, you got about 10 years max as a running back. Nobody's going that long. Nelly, you got one more for us?
Oh, by the way, Moj, you can save this word for your next Avalanche broadcast next season, or you can work it into your pregame or postgame coverage if you want. But the point is, I have a word that you need to incorporate into your lexicon that was used by the great Gary Cohen calling a Mets game on SNY. Take a listen here.
Grissom pokes one down the right field line, and Bench dives and makes a fantastic catch. Oh, wow. Carson Bench with a pulchritudinous play, and there are 2 men down in the 9th.
What?
Pulchritudinous.
What?
Pulchritudinous meaning physically beautiful or breathtakingly attractive.
Pulchritudinous.
That guy's going out of his way. Who was the guy that always used the big... Mark Jones. Mark Jones always uses the big words when he's calling a game. Like Moj, you never have to worry about Moj using big words. He does shooty shoot and all that stuff.
Pulchritudinous play.
But Moj, you never... consider that a compliment, Moj. Nobody has to go to the dictionary for you.
Yeah.
Sometimes...
Yeah, you guys broadcast to us dumbs.
Hey, you're an idiot. You're a dummy. Consider that a compliment. Okay.
A little shooty shoot.
So it's a shooty shoot for a goal, and then Riker goes, ho, top cheddar where mama keeps the biscuits. Or whatever, I don't know.
Pulchritudinous play.
It's always where mom keeps something.
Oh, I got to spell it. Is it pork?
I've never heard of the word.
What is it?
Pulchritudinous.
Spell it.
Pulchritudinous.
Oh, it's a CH.
INOUS.
Got a CH in there, man.
Yeah, I call personal foul on that.
Yeah. Dude just had that one sitting in his holster, ready to pull it out and shoot his
right
shot.
to jail, right away.
You know what I would say if I came across that word and I had to use it in a sentence? It's very simple. I would say, hey,
I can't read.
no chance I'm saying that word right.
I can't read.
No chance. All right. Back after this.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game.
6 o'clock tonight, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Game 4, Avs and Wild Moj.
What's pretty simple. The Avs were an incredibly talented team. What was Jean-Luc Picard's command? Engage. Engage. Right? Or drive. Engage.
Is this your key?
That's it.
Engage.
Face-off is won. Rebound, they score! Right off the hop, the Kadri man can. It's a power play goal.
Engage.
Brought down by Wall. Backdoor feed, they score! That was Rossum. It's his first goal of the postseason.
Engage.
Brewery works it loose. One-timer. Score! Go ahead and Sally. Parker Kelly.
Engage.
Natchez, stick handling at center ice. Links up with McKinnon, empty net, you betcha! The Mac attack is back, Jack! Goals in 5 straight games.
One of, if not the worst key to a game I've heard in the history of radio.
1/4 impulse. Engage.
Well, it worked. Avs win. Take a 3-1 series lead, come back to Denver tomorrow, well, today, but Denver, Game 5 tomorrow, with a chance to close things out.
Vic. That should be a lesson to all of you, everybody. Brett, you included, flute blower, you too. Don't doubt my keys, man. Just don't. The dumbest key I ever heard.
No, in
Don't
hindsight,
doubt
you were
my
right.
keys.
You were 100% right. Everybody engaged in that game.
Engage.
Everybody moved forward, aggressive. Josh Manson engaged with the butt end of his stick. There's engagement everywhere. It was awesome.
I'll give you both full credit. Moj, good job. You crushed it. Vic, you were still absolutely right. Dumbest keys I've ever heard.
You know, I did offer an alternate key after he said that. I remember saying to you guys, I said, if the Avs can hit with the Wild, if the hits are somewhere even, they will win the game. And the Avs ended up with more hits, 32-29. They're aggressive. And I guess that also applies to engaging, right, Moshe? They engaged.
That's it. And I said in the pregame show that one goes to the other. If you're hitting, that means you're engaged in the contest. Yeah. When you get physically involved like that, everything flows with that. Your legs move, your head's going, you know, your brain's popping, you're thinking, your hands are. It's so when you're physically involved in it, you're not avoiding anything, you're not shirking from anything. It's not like you're trying to hide, but you know, Game 3, it's just blasé the entire game. But when you're at it early, you're on it.
Did you see the video? And I don't know which of the Foligno brothers it was. Did you see the Foligno? Totally whiff on a Kulak hit against the boards, and his brother actually moved Kulak out of the way.
Yes,
it was
I did
so
see that.
Good. He got Charlie Brown.
I did see that. Yeah, the ability of some of these guys to avoid big hits and checks like that, it's like eyes in the back of their head type of thing.
My favorite.
You know, and I'm watching. Yeah, go ahead.
My favorite is Makar did that in the game where he was against the boards. He knew a hit was coming, and he did the old pirouette right around the hit. Well, here you go. This is what Vic's talking about. Whoop! Just face plants right into the glass.
Yep. You know, and I like that stuff, though. I mean, that's their job. They're out there to try and smoke fools. That's what they do.
And this is where I lean on those who played hockey. I need your expertise here because in most sports, like I've been hit really hard in football. It hurts. I've been concussed. It hurts. You knock your breath knocked out. It hurts. In baseball, you get hit by the ball. It hurts. In basketball, I've broken my nose. It hurts. Soccer, ankle, hurts. I've never gone into the boards. Like, I don't know what that feels like. I mean, even if you're not hitting somebody, what does that feel like? Some of those boards give.
And the glass, yeah. Well, the boards don't give. You have
the glass
that will a little bit, yeah. Some do and some don't. It's still incredibly painful. You know, and I was thinking about getting hit. We were talking about McKinnon getting hit in the mouth with the puck, and we'll get to more of that. Brett, have you ever been running from second to third or third to home and have somebody drill you right in the back?
Oh yeah,
like they're. And, like, right in the numbers, you're not ready for it. You're not expecting it. And you get drilled like,
got the wind knocked out of me.
You get drilled. That's happened to me a billion times. And I'm like, at least if I'm at the plate, I can try to avoid it or I can tense up or something like that. You just think you're going to score. You're going to get to the bag, and then somebody drills you right square in the back. Man, it's painful, but nothing like McKinnon's face and the blood that went everywhere.
Well, the best example I heard, Vic, is if you want to know what it feels like to take a hit in hockey or a hit in football, run in your house as fast as you can and just fall down and tell me how you feel. Now imagine doing that over and over and over and over and over again.
In football, you're getting hit by another human being, and you can brace yourself for some of that. Some you cannot. A human being hits you. But in hockey, it's the only sport where sometimes you're not hit by a human. You're hit by a board and a window.
Yeah.
So I believe the only way we could do our jobs, and I've said this, you've heard me say this before, you have to experience it. I think we take a day, the three of us, heck, the four of us, Nelly, if you want to participate. We take a day, we go over to maybe family sports, and we just take complete sprints and run at the boards, get hit in the. We got to feel it. You got to know what it's like.
Put skates on, go as fast as you can. Run through your house as fast as you can, depending on the size, and just run full speed into your refrigerator. See, I mean that's.
Yeah, but I don't want to break my refrigerator. I want to do the. I want to hit the window. I want the glass. I want to feel all of that. I want to know what it's. I'm not joking. I want to know what that's like.
When you see some of these guys get blasted into the boards. It's painful, man. It's a tough game. I mean, but last night, it's everything that we talked about. It's a team that is a professional and a team that they're really focused. They needed a reset. They got it in game number 3. And I don't know how you could even remotely complain about what you saw last night out of the Colorado Avalanche, except keep out of the dang box.
Yeah.
Stay out of the box because 5-on-5 Minnesota ain't doing jack.
So, Moj, the big question tomorrow, and Coach Bednar will join us tomorrow, correct? We're still slated for that? What time?
8 a.m.
Okay. So a lot of people were critical of Coach Bedsy's decision to switch goalies. Very suspicious on many fronts.
I was one of them.
Okay. It worked. Now what?
He was great. Yeah, he went in the net and did exactly what I was hoping he would do. And like I said before, he had some like really strong practices in the last week. He's had some time to prepare. He's in tune with what's going on in the series and done his homework. And I thought that he went in and played a great game for us.
All right, Moj, now what?
I don't know, Vic. I really don't know. I thought that Mackenzie Blackwood played very well. I'm not surprised. Coach Bednar said on these very airwaves, Brett, what did he tell you? Now, again, he has not deployed his guys the way he did, that's his word, the way he did really during the regular season where they kind of went back and forth at times. You know, he's with Wedgie for, the first 7 games, essentially, 6.5 games of this postseason. But there's tremendous confidence in both goaltenders. The players in front of them are confident in both goalies. That's why you win at Jennings. That's why you're such a good team. He's not afraid to go to another goalie. And again, people were like, "Oh, I don't know about this," and I get it. I was listening to Dave Reed talk about it yesterday on the NHL Network. He said, "Look, in my time, we were a one goalie team in the postseason. That's just the way that's the way the game was. You're a one goalie team." And Jameson Coyle goes, "Hey, things are changing now. Teams are using, more than one goalie in the postseason. So I trust Coach Bednar to have the pulse of his team, have a good sniffer as to what would be best for his squad. He's not going to do anything rash or silly, so I'm going to trust his judgment."
Well, when I think he's going to zig, he zags. And in this situation, I mean, my intuition tells me he stays with Blackwood, right? Got to, right?
Yeah. I would think so, yeah. I would think so.
I think that they'll ride the hot hand. I mean, I don't think there's anything about Game 3 that was on Wedgwood solely. I think a lot of it had to do with what was happening in front of him. But you make that change, and now you go to, Mackenzie Blackwood, and he played at a really high level. He kept you in the game. He made huge saves, especially at the beginning of the third, to keep that game knotted up. It's just, without him last night, maybe there's a different result, and so I'd ride the hot hand.
You also saw up front, you saw some different looks out of the Avs. Landeskog was with McKinnon and Natchez, okay, because the captain can play up there, go hard to the front of the net, and just, be a rumbler with that line. But how about the Nelson line? You had Val, sure, but at one point, Logan O'Connor went up there.
Yeah.
Because he was flying.
Because he was
last
awesome.
night. Ross Colton plays with Kadri and Waugh. How did that go? Pretty damn good. And then Waugh, of course, was up with Nelson for a while, too. You had things shift as the game went along, and you're keeping the Wild off balance because they didn't change anything, right? And now the best part about this is, and I was watching last night because you could see some of the predictability in terms of what Hines was doing, who he wanted. He had the last change at home, so who he wanted against whom. Well, the mixing up of the lines changes that dynamic ever so slightly, and now you're coming home if you're the Avalanche, and you have the last change in a 3-1 series lead. That means you're going to get the matchups that you want on the home ice, and that is going to be, I think specifically in this series, it's a huge advantage because Hines loves that Kaprizov line out against the Nelson line for whatever reason.
Do you know how much Quinn Hughes played last night?
God, like 32 minutes?
34-13.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, they are working him to death. And look, Hughes, he doesn't look fatigued at the end of the game, nothing like that. He's still making big-time plays. He's a hell of a player. Got his set up for, was it the second goal for Minnesota? Or was it the first?
Second.
Made a hell of a play.
I can tell you what he didn't do. He didn't go home and go for a 5-mile run last night. I can promise you that, dude. That's a lot of hockey that guy's playing. And they got back to hitting him as well. And, again, it was a terrific play along the end boards. Who was it that got him early in the game? I think it was either Kadri or LOC. He was behind the Minnesota net, and he's making a play, and I think it was LOC. O'Connor just mashes him into the glass, right? And Hughes does one of these, and he pulls away, but I'm like, I was telling somebody, it's the accumulation over time that wears you down. It's the accumulation effect that happens to these guys.
Moshe, for a man who missed most of the season with a hip issue, this LOC guy, and we've talked, he is everywhere.
He's mine.
When he's on the ice, 25 is everywhere. He's everywhere.
I put claim on LOC like 6 years ago. You can back off.
Like how many times in the PK, like you're sitting there going, "Oh, he almost got that one," and it's off to the races.
My periodic reminder whenever I see Logan O'Connor on the ice and he's playing at that kind of level. I'm not kidding. I sometimes, because 25 looks a little bit like 29, he kind of looks like McKinnon when he's out there.
Well, the speed is really impressive. And again, Quinn Hughes, excellent skater. And last night I saw LOC chase him down all the way deep into the zone, and I'm like, and Hughes is doing that. He's looking over his shoulder like, is this guy, is he really there? I mean, really? It wears on you, man. And if you're playing 34 minutes a night and you're taking that kind of physicality on a nightly basis, that will eventually wear you out.
One thing real quick, Moshe. You can see, if you're watching on YouTube, Twitch, Altitude Television, I have Kaner here as my name because that is my nickname. What was up with the Kaner on the back of Natchez' practice jersey? What's the joke there?
Big fan of the show.
I don't like how everybody's laughing at him because
everybody's a big fan of Brett Kane.
Well, I did tweet out cease and desist. I will be talking to my lawyers soon about this. What's the joke, though? What is it? Inside joke?
Inside joke.
Well, give us some insight.
I don't know.
Well, a reporter on the scene would probably look into that.
I didn't notice it at the time. And I'm at morning skate. I didn't really notice it.
Don't worry about it, Moshe. I'll ask Connor.
Just ask Connor.
Ask him. He's probably. Hey, by the way, he's probably listening right now. I mean, they're at the airport getting ready to come home.
I don't like how somebody used
I can't believe you all are still listening.
Somebody used my nickname and made a big jokey joke about it. I don't like this.
So let me tell you how committed Moser is to this radio show. I'm going to give him props. The team is flying home as we speak. Moser stayed behind, and he's going to do something very un-Moser-like. He's taking one for the team, and he's flying
hold on.
coach.
No, Vic. No. Don't give Moser undue
He's not
credit.
on the charter,
No,
not
no,
on the team
no, no,
charter.
no, no,
He's
no,
not
hang on.
going to be.
No, stop.
He's not
Just stop
basking in
everything.
all
Stop
that.
everything you're doing. Because I'm telling you, Vic, this is misplaced compliments.
Well, I'm going to give my man all the compliments worth. It's not an easy transition going from first-class service, charter to, whoa, now.
Hang on. You are saying this as if Moj, through the
window seat next to smelly Mrs. Smith,
through the goodness of his heart and with the admirable work ethic, said, guys, you take the plane back. I'll jump on a different flight later. Moser was told to do this.
What?
Moser was told by the boss to stick around.
I had to agree to it. It wasn't just like you're fired if you don't stay and do the show. It wasn't like that.
Most, just so you know, if it's me in that position and I'm being totally out in the open,
you're on the charter.
I'm on the charter.
Yeah. You're not staying behind and flying home.
No, I'm on the charter, and I'm going to say, you get me for as long as you get me, but I'm on that charter. This is the job.
Engage.
303-504-0925. Keep that number handy.
But here's the thing, too. Here's what I'm going to do. Today's an expense day. I hope the boss understands. It's an expense day.
Dude, go out and buy a fur coat.
So yeah, I'm gonna go to the airport. Oh, I need those new AirPods. Yeah. Oh, steak sandwich for lunch. Yeah. And a little brewski.
Couple
Daddy
brewskis.
like it.
Can you bring me a couple treasures from the mini airport?
Give me a trinket from the airport, Moj. Put that on the account.
100%. I'm expensive, dude. I'm expensive. Uber.
Your final
everything.
keyword of the day and a chance to get in the building for Game 5 tomorrow next.
Yeah, I'm glad Moser just did that commercial because the more I think about it, Mile High Aeration is like the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic of lawn care. You need to take care of your lawn. You want a green lawn? You want to spruce it up? You want to be the best in the business? You got to get that sucker aerated, and you got to do it right. Mile High Aeration, family owned and operated since 1987. The reason they work is they got the best machines in the business, heavy machines, deep plugs, so that fertilizer and that moisture that gets down into the roots of your lawn. I got it done, and I got the greenest lawn in the hood. You can get yours done. 303-778-1000. That's 303-778-1000.
I haven't heard this in a minute. Just let it roll. Get it right. Get it right. Get it tight. Happy Avs Playoff Ticket Tuesday. All day, every show, giving away tickets to see Game 5 tomorrow night as the Avs look to close out the series. Text the keyword BOOTY right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered. Limited tickets are still available. And if you want more info on that in Avs Alley, head over to coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. But again, the keyword for this hour is booty. I think
that much but.
I think, given these keywords today, this is all in reference to the butt end of Josh Manson's stick, would be my assumption. All of them rear end references. And it led to Michael McCarron during the first intermission saying this.
Yeah, I mean, you played against Josh. He's a dirty player. He's always been. Surprised he got away with only a 4-minute. I'm happy he's still in the game.
He doubles down in the post game.
Well, I blew him up, and he grabs me and pulls me on top of him, and then, I mean, he's a dirty player. He took his butt end and clearly butt ended me in the face. I don't know how it's not a 5-minute. I think the rule book says it's a 5-minute if you butt at someone in the face. He's a dirty player. He's always been. Not very well respected.
All right, I'll be the first to tell you. Number one, don't think he's a dirty player. We'll play the response from Manson in a second, and he gives a pretty good explanation as to why. But this is very clearly a penalty on Josh Manson. I actually think that the refs did take it a little bit easy because it's the postseason. If that's a regular season game, I think he's run off. But they said, you know what? Let's make this as punitive as possible and give him a double minor. The Wild end up scoring on that. And look, they had trouble. They had 4 shots 30 minutes into the game. It gave them a big advantage early because they got a goal off of it. Now, to Manson's part of this, do I think you got to be a little bit smarter? Yeah, probably. First game back, you about got, ejected from the game when the team needed you. Do I think you should be smarter? Yes. I also will say this. I love that Josh Manson's willing to do stuff like that.
It's good to have that guy in the lineup, man. It is good to have a guy like that on your side. I mean, he's as tough as they come, but he's a competitor, dudes. Vic, he competes hard. I thought he skated really, really well last night. But you love that. I mean, I think the Avs are probably fortunate he didn't get a major and get booted. Maybe he'll get fined. I don't know what the league will do today, but either way, they scored on the power play. And if you truly are mad about it, and these guys have played against each other for quite a while now. I mean, McCarron, of course, was in Nashville, also inside the division, so they know each other very well. And I love Manson's response. I'm sure we'll get to that. But, if you truly want to do something about it, you know where he's at. He's not hard to find. He's literally in front of you on the ice. You can find him. And what I saw for the rest of the game, they had a couple more engagements, and one time McCarron slashed. The last thing is he slashed Manson on the back of the legs pretty hard, and Manson just didn't even turn around. He whatever, just if you want me, you know where to find me. I'm right here. So whatever. They got more things to worry about than retribution on Josh Manson.
So both teams, in my opinion, got what they wanted out of that incident. Number one, the penalty, 4 minutes. They got a goal out of it, Minnesota. They got a goal. All right, they got a goal, and that's all you can expect. They served the penalty, the Avs did, and the Wild got a goal. Here's what the Avs got out of it. Energy. Did you know that after that goal to make it 1-0 Minnesota, that they went 19 minutes without a shot on goal? 19 minutes after a 1-0 lead. That tells me that whatever Manson did, the energy, the second period was all Avalanche, by the way. All Avalanche. 19 minutes in a playoff game without a shot on goal? I don't even know what to say about that.
The Wild.
Avs played keep away and did a really good job, man. Really good job.
In real time, forget game time, real time, the Minnesota Wild went 1 hour, 2 minutes, and 44 seconds in between shots on goal in that game. An hour of your life was spent watching a hockey game in which they did not put a shot on goal. That is what happened closely after that first goal and Manson's penalty. Now, Manson responded by saying this.
That's fine. If he wants to call me a dirty player, he can just look at my history. I mean, it's been 13 years and I haven't been suspended yet, so obviously I'm not that dirty. You know what I mean? I think there are other guys in the league that are doing more, but was that the cleanest play? No. I mean, was it purposeful? No, and it wasn't purposeful either. But like I said, served my time. They scored on it, so I mean, benefited them. That's his perspective.
I love when Manson, first of all, he brings up a great point. The great point is, I've never been suspended. Kind of hard to be a dirty player when I've never been booted from games before.
Well, McCarron's been suspended. He's been suspended before.
But when he said he hits me, then he lands on me, I didn't like that. I butt-ended him. Was that on purpose? Was that my intention? Absolutely not. Did I want to punch him in the head? I did want to punch him in the head.
But what's with the
Yes, I did. I did want to punch him in the head. Yes, I did.
What's with the mix in Minnesota? When I say mix, McDaniels and McCarron, both publicly just going crazy. McDaniels calling out the Nuggets, McCarron calling out Manson, call-outs that you rarely hear. I mean, when McDaniels said what he said, we had the conversation. When's the last time you heard something like that? Right. And then McCarron, when's the last time during an intermission interview in a playoff run after the first period, it's not even the end of the game, it's in the middle of the game. When's the last time you heard a player call out another player like that?
I can't recall, Vic. I mean, I know it's happened. I know that, when there's bad blood or whatever, guys will get a little bit mouthy, that sort of thing. But I can't really remember this kind of situation recently, no.
Moj,
I can't.
Because I've done those intermission reports and those interviews before,
Right.
and normally it's just, here's how it goes. Man, it's been tough out there. Yeah, it's just time and space. That's all it is. Very rarely do you get something of substance like that.
I got to say something else about this guy. First of all, hate his face. That face that he's got, don't like it at all. Secondly, hey, buddy, you're 6'6", 235 pounds. If you don't like what somebody did to you on the ice, then do something about it, okay? Instead of going, well, he did this to me, and then he did it. You're 6'6". You're the biggest guy on the ice. If you don't like it, do something. And as you said, Moj, to quote Coach Prime, he's not hard to find. Manson's a big guy, too. You know exactly what he looks like.
But I don't think he's dumb either. And if you're going to go with Josh Manson, we've seen this on numerous occasions. Brett, if you're going to go with Josh Manson, what do you have to be?
You got to be brave, first of all.
Okay, brave, and you've got to be committed.
Yeah.
Because he's not going to stop, okay? Josh Manson is the kind. He doesn't fight nearly as much as his old man did, and his dad played in a totally different era. But he can, and he can well.
But this is the
and
beautiful thing about
he's fully. If you're engaged with him, dude, he is fully committed. So you better be.
This is the beautiful thing about hockey. If you don't like what somebody's doing out there, then you can do something about it.
But not in the playoffs.
You can't do that in other sports.
Yeah, but in the playoffs, it's a different deal. But here's what
Vic, I guess you're afraid to get an instigator.
Yeah.
But I think if McCarron had politely asked Josh Manson, "Hello, would you like to go? Would you like to dance with me?" I'm sure he would have had a very willing partner.
And Josh Manson would have peeled off each finger of his glove like Bugs Bunny before he gets into a duel with Elmer Fudd and just started smacking him over the head with it.
Just a polite request. I do say this, though, and we hope that the Avs finish it up tomorrow night, right? Just get it over with.
I hope.
Take some time to rest and await the winner of Anaheim and Vegas. And I think tomorrow night's going to be tough. Those closeout games, we know how tough they are.
Yeah, but that building is going to be rocking, bro.
I know. Let's just say, but I'm going to go there tomorrow night. I got to see what it's like. Hey, let's just say that the Avs take care of business, and it becomes a laugher. Let's say it's something crazy late in the third. Can you imagine what it's going to feel and look like when these? Because then all bets are off. All gloves. When you know the game's already done and the series is done, what do you think happens then?
Yeah, it can get silly. I don't know that John Hines would employ his team that way, but emotions take over. I sat there last night, guys, and I told you I paced a little bit. I don't have one of those Apple Watches. It's got a regular old watch, but if I had one, I don't know how many steps I took last night, but I was pacing. I did a lot.
Where were you
last night? Up in the press box. and it's a huge, gigantic, long. I mean, it's you can have a drag race in that press box. It's so big. But I was pacing a lot, and I said to myself, you know what? Playoff hockey, it's the toughest trophy to win. That's my opinion on it. But it's that all those emotions that come out, I don't want it to end. I don't want it to end. I want it just to be perpetual. I want to keep going and keep going. I hate it when it ends, whenever it does end. I want to keep going, man. And last night, the Avs kept going. 3-1 series lead over what may be the second best team left in the West, third best team in the National Hockey League, because I'm going to throw Carolina in there. They're pounding fools, but it's a Minnesota, guys. I don't know how to tell you, they're a really, really good hockey club. And the Avs, they sucked it up.
What's that trophy, that cup that I misidentified on the show?
Clarence Jug?
Yeah.
Clarence
I think
Jug.
The Clarence Jug is the toughest trophy to win.
Yeah, Clarence Jug, because you get in a bunker, it's almost like having, I don't know, a slap shot in your teeth.
No, I only think it's the toughest because it doesn't exist. That's why.
I'm sure there's somebody in Alabama named Clarence who sits on his front porch and spits chew in a jug.
Hey, what happened to Matt Boldy in this series? We talked so much about Boldy, and he was one of their heroes in the Dallas series, and the Avs have erased him. They've erased him.
You know, I think the Avs have the best D pair in the league in McCarr and Taves. And, again, you're going to be able to put those guys out against that top line at home. You get the last change, so they're going to be able to match if they want to do that. But you know, honestly, Hughes and Faber may be the second best pair in this entire league. The Avs have done a good job on him, Vic, and to be honest with you, I want to let a sleeping dog lie. I don't want to talk about him. I don't want to talk about number 12. I don't want to look like number 12. I want to just chill out on that for sure.
So you're one of these hockey types that you can't talk about anybody for fear that they're going to turn their game around?
Okay.
So you cannot provide any input.
You must be
player.
really scared of Mikko Rantanen then.
Ooh, that hurt him.
Oh, it's so funny. I'm Brett Kane.
Hey, Brett, that dug deep.
Can I tell you something, Moshe? That's a horrible impression of me. Terrible. Not your best.
I don't want to.
Better.
Dude, dunk hoop. We should be playing dunk hoops. To be honest with you, tomorrow we should play some dunk hoops and get
Put you
back
down.
Oh, dude, my brother just got a brand new sport court with all the lines on it. God, I wish you guys
really.
Okay, you and your brothers. You guys are like Michael Jackson. You've just turned into adults, and you just want to create fun houses in your backyard. It's like a pickleball
Pretty
court,
much.
a basketball court.
When you grow up with very little in terms of basketball equipment, and you're shooting literally on a planter as a child, and you get the opportunity to build a court, by God, you're going to build a court.
I get it.
Naismith shooting on a peach basket. Now look at him.
It is just funny. It's like every other week you're like, so my brother, he put in a giant putt-putt course in his backyard. Like, all right.
Here's what he's got. Yeah. He's got rickets, but he's got a sport court,
exactly.
which is really good. Rickets and sport court. Does he have a chip named Bubbles too? That's great.
You know what's good for when you're down in the dumps with the shingles vaccine? Building a racquetball court in your basement. Is what
you think I'm joking? When I was like 10 years old, we had this balcony, and my dad literally put a planter out there as our hoop. A planter.
Was that the one? Was it off the roof that fell in? The one that caved in?
Yes.
Yeah, right there around the side.
I think the roof caved in when I came in and did a thunder dunk one day.
Probably, yeah. Full Shaquille O'Neal on that thing, yeah.
Did you guys have friends? I had friends in Wheat Ridge, part of my Cub Scouts pack, that had not a full ice rink, but a mini ice rink, and it was the coolest thing in the world. It was so badass.
It does sound cool. I don't like how you said your Cub Scout pack like you guys were a gang.
Yeah.
You were the Cub Scouts. Okay.
Pack 69.
Yeah. Hey, I ran with a tough crowd. Pack 69 out of Wheat Ridge. Yeah, we were known as the Blue Bombers back in the day.
Did you guys do Cub Scouts?
Oh, dude, no. I had an actual. I was in an actual gang. We were a doo-wop group, actually.
Yeah.
So Cub
No,
Scouts.
Vic.
They give
No,
you this
Vic,
thick book.
I had a real life, Vic. I didn't do Cub Scouts.
I did it all. They give you this thick book where you're supposed to do all these things like build a transistor radio. And then your mom and dad are supposed to sign off on it. I remember going in and my mom and dad said, yeah, sign like pages 1 to 150. And they didn't even know what the hell they were signing.
Vic, tie a knot right now. Just give me
I have
one
no
knot.
idea how to do that.
Didn't think so.
But got through Cub Scouts.
All right. Reminder to you guys, keyword for this hour is booty. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll announce a winner of a pair of tickets to Game 5 tomorrow next. This is Brett Kane, Fanatic Sportsbook, America's fastest online growing sportsbook. And that's because other sportsbooks, they have the same old rewards that you've seen before, but Fan Cash, that's the ultimate sports currency. Betting with Fanatics lets you stack that Fan Cash up to 10% back on your wagers, win or lose. And unlike points that expire, you can spend your Fan Cash on official team gear across every team in the league, collectibles, exclusive experiences, all of that on Fanatics.com. Fan Cash unlocks value you just can't get at other sports books. You can convert it to profit boosts and bet with it too. Fan Cash, you're getting the world or access to the world of sports every time you bet with the Fanatic Sportsbook. So switch to the sportsbook that always gives you more to play with. Download the Fanatic Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app. All right, you hear these stories, and we'll announce the winner of this pair of tickets in about 10 minutes, so stay tuned. These stories of, like stalkers and stuff like that. If you're a really famous person, like Vic, I'm sure you've seen this, like Taylor Swift probably has like put restraining orders on really creepy fan people that like follow her around, right?
My family placed one on Moser. I'm sure yours did too.
Reasonable.
Yeah.
I think the Broncos got to call the cops on Von Miller. It's getting a little much. He posted on Instagram yesterday again a picture of him in a Broncos uniform saying, "Can you feel it coming in the air tonight?" to that Phil Collins song. I think it's time to get the authorities involved.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll get you an answer straight from the horse's mouth because on May 28th, I am emceeing Von's Vision, his charitable endeavor, and Von will be there. And we'll ask him then.
Oh, ask him what? Do you want to be a Bronco? I think we know that answer.
We'll ask him then, are you a stalker?
Yeah, I'm not one to get the cops involved every time somebody's doing online stalking, but this has got to stop. I've told you he's John Cusack and say anything. He's just outside the Broncos facility with a boombox and a trench coat every day.
Pretty much. Yep. By the way, I just showered. As soon as this show is over, I've got to get an Uber and get my butt to the airport.
Great. By the way, I've got.
See, this is what I do. This is what separates the wheat from the chaff. I'm the wheat. The wheat stays around while the team goes home, and the wheat stays and does his program because he loves his audience and he appreciates them very, very much. I'm unlike you two. I really appreciate it. So that's why I'm doing this.
Yeah, the wheat stayed there because the boss insisted on it. But let me provide some reporting, some actual reporting that Moser could not. Kane, remember earlier in the show you wondered why Marty Natchez during morning skate was wearing a piece of tape on the back of his jersey.
It's because Patrick Kane wears 88 as well. It's just whatever.
All right. Do you care to follow up on the story then?
Go ahead.
No, I mean, it's your story. You said you know it. You know all the details.
Go ahead.
Kaner is in reference to what Landeskog said to him during a game of poker where he had pocket eights and said something about Patrick Kane, and so then he joked around and put Kaner on the back of his jersey.
Okay. So it wasn't a dig at me. That's all I wanted to know.
It had nothing to do with you.
I'm not sure they know you exist.
Yeah, they don't even know who you are.
Landeskog said hi to me. He said hi to me once.
Did he?
We were at the golf thing. I don't know if he knew my name.
Translucent fella.
I think he knows. I think they know who you are, Brett. Trust me.
Oh. Well, buenos dias.
Brian said, "Does this guy see the sun, or what the hell's going on?"
It's a birth defect. You want to make fun of my birth defect?
Hey, look at my thumbs.
Hang on a second.
Yeah, you guys make fun of every body part I have.
Yeah, but yours are funny. Hang on. I want to bring this up. This has nothing to do with anything here in town, but it is like crazy. Last year, we got a rarity in baseball, which was an actual discussion and sort of like back and forth on who should win the MVP. And it's between the guy who rightfully should have won it, which was Aaron Judge. But there was an argument to be made that Cal Raleigh, who was a catcher that just out of nowhere dropped 60 bombs last year while hitting 250 as a catcher. Like, man, that's just a wild story. Do you know what Cal Raleigh's doing this year?
He's 0 for his last 34.
He's hitting a $157.
What is going on? How do you get a hole in your swing that bad that you can't? You go from can't miss all-star to I can't see the ball.
I have no idea. And there are slumps that last, but for a guy who was just in the MVP discussion last year to being like a huge net negative to his team is nuts.
It's crazy. He's got 7 bombs, and that's it.
Naughty,
I don't know,
naughty
man.
Cal, naughty Cal.
Sometimes guys just lose it, man. Sometimes guys just they Brady Anderson was one. He just lost it. Who was the guy? Was it Davis? Who's the guy for Baltimore that just simply couldn't put the bat on the ball anymore?
Yeah, he blamed that though on they made Adderall a banned substance, and he said he needed it for some reason.
Well,
I don't know. Whatever.
It doesn't mean you can't put the bat on the ball.
Speaking of the story, just quickly, I need to bring something up. So Nelly sent us a text in our group chat last night at 8:50 in regards to this story. And I need to know how Nelly's brain operates. So, Nelly, turn on your mic.
It's on. Check.
8:50. There's about a minute and a half left in the Avs game. They're up by a single goal. It's time to pull the goalie. And my phone goes off, and it's Steve Nelson texting me about Cal Raleigh being 0 for his last 34. And I just got to ask you, how the hell are you coming across Cal Raleigh stats when the game's on the line?
Some of the crap
what are
he
you doing?
sent, I don't like. I wouldn't even have the urge to push send. You're watching the game.
It's not just you're watching the game. It's the most intense moment of the game, and he sends that with the follow-up text, "Naughty Cal," as I'm trying to figure out if the Wild are going to tie this game up with 2 minutes left.
I thought that was after they had an empty netter or two and the game was basically on ice. I thought at that point we were done. I don't know. Sometimes when I get nervous, man, I got a doom scroll. The nerves get too much of me. I can't watch.
I want to show you. Hang on. I want to show you my reaction when I saw this. As I'm watching the game, I get a text from you. I'm like, oh gosh, what is this? And when I saw it was this Cal Raleigh thing, here was my reaction. Watch. Threw my phone back on the desk. I was like, what are we doing? Stop.
Nelly also sent this banger of a tweet to everybody on a Sunday afternoon with nothing going on, and I remember sitting there going, why is he sending me this? This tweet features LaMelo Ball and his mate Anna Montana welcoming their new son, whose name is LaOne.
Wait a minute. Nope. I thought this was the fake NBA
No, this
Central
is not
thing.
NBA Central. This is NBA Central. This is a real one.
So wait a minute. There's two pieces to this story. He's married to a woman whose name is Anna Montana?
Yeah, not Hannah Montana. Anna Montana.
Anna Montana.
Yes.
And
I don't know if they're married. I don't know if they're married. I have no idea if they're married.
And he named his son LaOne?
LaOne. L, small A, big one, capital O, L,
Big
A,
one.
capital
Big one.
O, LaOne.
Big one.
That would have been better.
Big one.
I like how you described that, Vic. Capital L, lowercase a, big one. If it was just a giant number one after that, I think that'd be awesome. I got to be honest, and people have this with names. I get it. I ain't dating nobody named Anna Montana. Okay? Don't care. You guys remember Madison Bumgarner dated a girl named Madison Bumgarner?
Madison Bumgarner, yeah. Weird.
Well, wait a minute. Isn't our own Andy Lindahl, isn't he married to an Andy
Yes, he's
Lindahl?
married to somebody named Andy, yes. Yes, that is correct.
Is your wife's name Brett?
Yeah. The only Brett that I knew was the chick who smoked the cigarettes on the match game. That's
Brett,
a woman.
Yeah, she was on a Love Boat too one time. What's her, the big glasses, the old lady?
Yeah, the big Coke bottle glasses, cigarette.
Kind of talked like this.
My husband went in the pantry and pulled out a blank.
Blank.
I said underwear, Steve. I don't know, whatever she sounded like.
Nelly, do you have the match game theme? Come on, give me some match game theme, Nelly. Come on.
No, it's fine. There's one.
I'll have to find it on my own then.
Can I ask you a question? There is a game show, and a lot of these game shows, you can bring them back, revive them. They're game shows. They're fine. There's one that's on the Game Show Network constantly at night that I cannot stand because I do like the show. They have those trivia ones, like Cash Cab's on there. I love Cash Cab. Who's watching Whammy anymore?
I don't know.
And
I don't think it's called Whammy.
No whammies. No whammies. Yeah, it's not called whammy.
It's not
Press
called
Your
Whammy.
Luck, I think is what
Press
it's
Your
called
Luck,
now.
right.
No whammies.
Right.
I
Those
get
fucking
maybe
whammies
back.
are evil.
I get back in the day why people might have watched
what'd you
that
just
because
say?
there wasn't a lot on TV. But what's up with that game where no skills involved? Well, no
I know, but
whammies, no
pure
whammies.
luck.
Stop.
I know. Pure luck where you hit a button. There's no strategy.
Like, you don't have to answer a trivia question to get a roll at it. It's just kind of like, all right, your turn.
Dude, the title's right there. It's right there in the title.
The dumb guys.
Press your luck. It's all about luck, bro. You're pressing it.
It's a horrible show now. I don't know why it's on TV. That's the point.
You know, I'm sort of in between. I'm not smart enough for Jeopardy. I don't know artists from the 18th century and all that.
Suck at Family Feud. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, so I'm right. I'm sort of in between. Give me a good. What was that one? The Newlywed Game. Give me a good Newlywed Game, and I'm ready.
Terrible
for
at that too. Yeah, I can see you and Terry on the Newlywed Game.
There's about
divorced by the final credits.
2 categories each time they have a round on Jeopardy that I can kind of pull off. All the rest of them, like, I love when they go to 18th century poets, and I'm like, well,
shut up.
Tip my cap. I'm not.
If I were on the show and they did that, I'd be like, no, we're not doing that category. Switch it up.
I want to be on the $25,000 pyramid.
We're doing 21st century Doug Hoop. That's a category.
You know, I've thought about this, Vic. If you were on Jeopardy and you get a sports category and you're probably like, yes, I'll crush these fools in this. Mm-hmm. But if you miss one, the amount of embarrassment you would suffer to lose to the nerds. Like if you said Clarence Jug and Trebek's like,
dude,
oh, sorry.
We were on vacation. We were on vacation in Mexico once, a little family outing. And we were in the pool, and you know how they do those little games in the pool. They decided to do trivia, and they did sports trivia. And I answered like 8 of them in a row, and they was like, what the hell's going on? And I have free drinks for everybody. I mean, like, really easy questions.
I would almost be more embarrassed if I'm the overly knowledgeable sports guy. You kind of want to be in between. Anyway, let's get to the winner of the pair of tickets for tomorrow's game, and that is Jeremy Leba. Leba.
What?
It's Leba.
Leba?
It's a good North Denver name. Leba. I know a lot of Lebas.
Sounds like the way Kennedy would say labor. Is that right? Leba?
No, Bernie Sanders would say it. I'm here to represent the Leba.
I remember this joke from Brian Regan where he talks about Dora the Explorer. You know that show? Because did they think that rhymed? What are they, one of the Kennedys? Dora the Explorer. It's like the only way you'd make that work.
Moser, I hope you survive your commercial flight home.
I hope.
Hey, all I know is everything's on the boss today. I'm getting a steak, brewski. It's all on the boss.
Dude, show up on your flip-flops. See how that goes.
I hope you get a
actually
kid that just rocks
I showered
the back
that
of your
last
seat.
break. You know that, right? I put shoes on. Look.
No,
Stop with your feet. Get your feet off the screen. I don't even care if they're covered. Get them off. And now I just see a bouncing midsection.
Moser, you had the ADHD on 10 this morning, brother.
I love it. You know why? Because they won, Vic. Because we're one victory away from the Western Conference Final, brother. Get with it, man. Get pumped.
iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Have
Get
a
yourself
great
pumped.
Tuesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. See you.
Engage.
McKinnon, pressure on Boldy, leaves it. Natchez reads it. Natchez, stick handling at center ice. Links up with McKinnon, empty net. You betcha! The Mac attack is back, Jack. Goals in 5 straight games. Minnesota gets there. Boldy out in front. Brock Nelson will take it. He bounces it down ice, and he scores. His second goal in an empty net in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And it's all but over in St. Paul. Face off at center ice as Kiviranta is cross-checked from behind by Marcus Foligno. And then Foligno punches Kiviranta. We go to blows, but we also go back to Denver, Colorado, and game number 5. Colorado will try and close out the Wild. They have a 3-1 series lead as they win here in Minnesota by a final score in game 4 of 5-2.
5-2 is the final. You heard it last night right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with Connor McGahee and John Michael Lyles on the call. The Colorado Avalanche push the Minnesota Wild to the brink. They have a chance to clinch their first series on home ice in front of the Ball Arena faithful since 2008. And the last team that they did that against, well, these same Minnesota Wild. 5-2 is the final. 5 different goal scorers. Parker Kelly gets his first of the postseason. Ross Colton, a beautiful backdoor tap in. Couple of empty netters from Nathan McKinnon and Brock Nelson. And Mackenzie Blackwood proves all the naysayers wrong yesterday. He didn't really get tested all that much in the second period, but we will hear a bunch of highlights from Mackenzie Blackwood, particularly in the third. He was excellent. The team was excellent. And now they're just one win away from the Western Conference Final.
Yeah, I just thought it was a couple lucky goals yesterday for the Colorado Avalanche. 3 lucky goals against Jesper Wallstedt, per what he's been saying. He's actually seen, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Jesper Wallstedt in just 3 starts has seen 11 lucky goals go by him. Am I right in saying that? Or would that be? No, it'd actually be 12. 12 lucky goals have gone by Jesper Wallstedt. So what the storyline that I'm looking forward to tomorrow night, the cocky, smug Jesper Wallstedt, is does John Hines just throw him back to the Wolves? The scene of the crime at Ball Arena where he saw 8 go by his young, tender-minded netminder? Or are we going to see Philip Gustafsson again?
No. Wallstedt was one of the best players on the ice last night.
I'm wondering if
without a doubt, one of the best players on the ice. There's a reason why that game was in doubt all the way to the halfway point of that third period and even deeper into it before Colorado scores. There are 2 empty netters with under a minute to go. Wallstedt was phenomenal last night. He was excellent. There's a reason, like Mark Springer thinks he's going to be a Hall of Famer one day. And I think he is an all-star level goaltender. Wallstedt rocks.
No.
He is an excellent netminder.
I can't wait for him to give up 5 or 6 in Ball Arena to get closed out 4-1 in this series.
He kept Minnesota in the game over a stretch of time where there was nearly 20 minutes of game time where Minnesota didn't register a shot on goal. Grade A save after grade A save. And no, I do not expect John Hines to go to a different netminder. Now, his team needed a spark, and I suppose that's what Jared Bednar tried to do with Mackenzie Blackwood, obviously bringing him in relief in Game 3.
Blackwood was fantastic.
And then trusting him in Game 4. He was very good. Very good.
And I know he didn't see a lot of volume, but he was in
saw
great position.
He saw enough.
And he was really good in the third period. And you want to tell me that that's not potentially like the volume that you're going to see of a Minnesota Wild team that is absolutely desperate to try to tie this thing up, knowing full well that, Ball Arena hasn't been too kind to them, and nor do I think that they should feel very good about their chances to extend this series. And frankly, the Colorado Avalanche, with all the Josh Manson conversation.
Oh, we'll get into that.
Colorado Avalanche are going to come out on fire wanting to put a stranglehold on this thing. And
yeah, you don't want to go back to Minnesota.
Hell no.
You want to find a way to kill this.
Hell no.
Sit down, rest your bumps and bruises. Like, we didn't know that Sam Malinsky wasn't playing last night. We didn't know that Arturi Lehkonen is dealing with an upper body injury as well.
Can you call a sickness a UBI or no? Would you, like, if you had a chest, like, you, Rush?
Yes, I am playing through a UBI right now.
Are you a UBI guy?
I'm playing through a UBI.
Okay. So is there a chance that there's illness? Because I didn't. Did you see anything from game 3 that would let you know that Arturi Lehkonen and or Sam Malinsky are injured?
Now, they were set as upper body injuries, and typically when you have illness, the NHL lets you know that it's an illness.
Yeah.
Although, like the women's pro hockey team had a decisive game 5 that they had to postpone because there were illnesses going through both of those teams. So I don't know. I have no idea. Jack Ashawn stepped in wonderfully for Sam Malinsky, like 2 monster blocks in the third period.
That dude was eating the puck. Almost ate as much puck as Nathan McKinnon did. Jeez.
McKinnon gets hit in the schnoz. Going to look like Ian LePerriere and Adam Foote had a baby at the end of this thing. Comes back, scores an empty netter. I thought McKinnon was very good last night. I really enjoyed the Nelson line, even though they don't score. Nelson has been unbelievable on the faceoff dot in his last 3 games. Unbelievable. And I know he's not scoring, and he only had an empty netter, right? He's only scored 2 goals as an Avalanche in the postseason.
Okay.
And they're both empty
I'm glad
netters.
he got his empty netter, though. I'm glad he got it. It's just good. It's good to open up the
Sure.
Why not?
I guess.
I mean,
you need him to score an actual
he damn near
hockey
launched. He damn near launched it from the freaking opposite crease.
goal. He's yet to score an actual hockey goal as a member of the Avalanche in the postseason. That needs to change. Needs to change. He hit a post. He missed the net. Nichushkin had a 2-on-1 that Volstedt made a very good left pad save on, but Nichushkin probably could have waited him out just a little bit more. Those 2 guys need to start finding the score sheet.
How about Blackwood's save in the third period? I think it was in the final 5 minutes. The save where there's a strange angle puck coming back in, and he was able to use his left skate and left pad to kick it out at like the perfect angle, and it was risky. Because if he doesn't kick that and ricochet that out, it's probably just going to bounce off either his skate and go in for a goal. I thought Mackenzie Blackwood was really good. And, man, I just love it when, some of our competitors in the market are actively rooting for the downfall of teams that call Ball Arena their home. It was fun to watch a lot of their disgustingly off takes melt before our very eyes. People here in the Denver area, not Minnesotans. I like a little good sports hate with Minnesotans, but Jared Bednar, you know what he did? He pushed the right buttons. And he has done that in this postseason thus far. He was right in starting Scott Wedgwood all 4 games against the LA Kings, and in game 1 and game 2 and in game 3 of this series. And he was also right. And it's proving out, hindsight is, it's 2020, that it was a smart move to put Mackenzie Blackwood between the pipes. Why? Because he's going to be in good position at all times. And against the Minnesota Wild that are very, very explosive and dynamic offensively, you need to be in the right position.
The only thing that really beats him last night is a tip. Like, he had no chance on the Marco Sturm goal. I think it was Brock Nelson who took his sweet time getting up after he and Sturm crashed into the boards. And Sturm just had a heads-up play, got to the net. And
I thought that was Mance.
It was a larger body. I can't remember who it was. I thought it was Brock Nelson. I can double-check as to who it actually was. But Sturm simply beats his check to the net.
Kind of lost him.
And, well, no, I don't think he lost him. He just, whoever it was, took way too damn long to get off the ice. Get up. I'm almost positive it was Brock Nelson. It was Brock Nelson.
It was Brock.
And Brock just laid on the ice after he and Sturm crashed into the corner boards. Sturm goes to the net. Beautiful backhand pass from Quinn Hughes. Blackwood had no chance on that. He had no chance on the tip goal from the power play after Manson takes the butt ending double minor. Outside of that, man, he was excellent. That third period saves that he makes when Brock Faber misses the net and the puck starts to jump off the glass and then go back toward the crease.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right. And Blackwood pushes back with his left foot. That puck goes in all the time.
It was terrifying. Like watching that.
I was like, yep, that's it.
Yeah, here we go. We're going to overtime.
And he knew what was happening.
Right? Did you not say
yep,
overtime in Minnesota is probably, I don't know if this bodes well for the Avs.
Well, it was funny, right? Because what have I said about this series? Why I wanted Minnesota. It's my no-nonsense series. It is the better hockey team will win the game that night. And we're now 4-for-4.
Yep.
Colorado was far and away the better hockey team last night. And we almost got some shenanigans. My no-nonsense series almost went away with that one bounce. And Blackwood thankfully didn't kick it into his own net. And he knew what was going on. It was good spatial awareness. There's something that like Semyon Varlamov used to do with the Avs, that when the puck goes over him or like hit him in the shoulders, then went up into the air, he would like scarecrow up. Like he'd throw his traps to his ears and kind of hold his arms like he's doing I don't know. What is this?
Yeah, kind of like a T, like a hanging T.
Like a hanging T. And I was livid at Varlamov every single time he did it because I was like, you're just like frozen. Go find the puck.
Yeah.
Get your head to the puck. And Blackwood didn't do that last night when the puck went past him.
Is that something that Blackwood struggled with at times?
I've seen him do it a few times.
Yeah.
Where he doesn't know where a puck is and he kind of like shrinks.
And you know what else he did a good job is covering up some rebounds. I thought he stopped the hemorrhaging a little bit there, where there were some that went off his chest plate and he just dropped down.
Blackie
and found a way.
rocked.
He was
He
good.
rocked.
Really solid. He was solid. He looked stable. Did he not? Like looked stable, looked steady, was in position as we always say. But there was not a moment that you felt like, man, he's fighting it, or the moment itself is gonna get strained. No, Blackie was great. You know what it felt like last night? The guy that you signed for more money is now delivering the goods in a big moment in the postseason. That's what it was, right? Like at the end of the day, you brought in Mackenzie Blackwood and Scott Wedgwood. One of them you invested in more significantly on a financial standpoint, and he is turning out to be what you paid for.
Both goaltenders have been a revelation for this team. As to what it was almost 2 years ago, man, an amazing job from Chris McFarland.
Are you still going to ham and egg throughout this postseason? Either way,
it's worked.
I think you do.
It's worked.
I think
you throw Blackwood again tomorrow night because right now he's the hot hand. And if he doesn't look good, you know who you throw game 6 in Minnesota if you lose? You go back to Wedgie.
What about Wedgie
You're
at home?
comfortable
What about
with
Wedgie at home? Wedgie at home and Blackwood on the road.
No, you look at what Mackenzie Blackwood has done in the 4 periods that he's played, or sorry, is it now 5 periods that he's played? And you go, you're hot, you stay.
You throw a wedgie out there,
stay.
though. You throw a wedgie out there in Game 5.
It would be a mistake.
Okay,
it would be a mistake. Don't do that.
The chance would be.
Don't throw that out there.
Yeah,
the chants are going to be fine from Ball Arena on Wednesday night when Mackenzie Blackwood leads the team out of the tunnel. They're going to be fine. Don't do that. Don't do this. Don't make waves where we don't need to have waves.
Don't be pissy with me because your throat hurts. My chest hurts.
My chest does hurt.
Your chest sounds like
Michael McCarron.
It sounds like Michael McCarron and frankly all of Minnesota sports fans. They suck.
Yeah, I mean, you played against Josh. He's a dirty player. He's always been. Surprised he got away with only a 4 minute. I'm happy he's still in the game.
Your big play replay is next. It is an Avs playoff ticket Tuesday. All day, every one of your favorite shows here on Altitude Sports Radio is giving away tickets to Game 5 tomorrow night as the Avs look to close out the series at home. All you guys got to do is text the keyword caboose. Caboose. C-A-B-O-O-S-E. Caboose.
Kind of like that caboose that Gabriel Landeskog has in front of net.
Text it right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name, and you'll be entered. Limited tickets are still available, and if you want more info on that in Avs Alley, head on over to coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. Again, this hour's keyword is caboose, C-A-B-O-O-S-E, caboose, much like the butt end that Josh Manson threw into Michael McCarron's face. We will get into that, but after every single playoff game, we do this. There's our Avalanche big play replay. Mr. Granderson, hit it. Just one win away from the Western Conference Final. The Avalanche have a chance to close out Minnesota coming up on Wednesday evening. The first time that they could clinch a series at home since 2008. It didn't start off great for the Avalanche. Josh Manson, as we mentioned, a double minor for an attempted butt ending of Michael McCarron in the face. They kill off the first 2.5 minutes of this, but Daniil Yurov tips one home.
I have no idea.
I would call that an overreaction from Michael McCarron.
Plays under review for a major penalty.
For what? Now it's Tarasenko at the far side hash marks. Faber lets it go. They score. Manson will come out. 10:14 to go in the first period. Yurov will get the tip. It's his first career playoff goal, and it's 1-0 Wild.
The former 2022 first-round pick of Minnesota scores his first career postseason goal, tips one home past Mackenzie Blackwood, and Colorado trails halfway through the first period.
Power play goal, right? Power play goal is a long power play. And what do you think about the butt end? I mean, should that have been a major? Letter of the law, yes.
Letter of the law, probably, but there was no distinct evidence that the butt end actually hit McCarron in the face. Like, you couldn't see it happen on video. Now, there was a mark on McCarron's face, which makes me think, just using logic, Manson probably connected.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Letter of the law, it's a 5-minute major in a game misconduct. Also, it's the postseason. I think the referees got this right. It should have been more than 2 minutes, which it was.
Yep.
It should have been less than a 5 in a game. I think the 5 in a game would have completely changed what happened last night.
I think we'll be able to really know if there was a contact made with the caboose, the butt end of Josh Manson with McCarron, if on Wednesday night he's got pink eye. If he's got pink eye, then I think it was full.
Just rubbing it up in his corneas.
It was full flush, butt end in face. Gotta stay away from that.
Minnesota takes a 1-0 lead thanks to Danila Yurov's power play goal. And then Jesper Wallstedt in the second period. Val Nichushkin's been snake bitten, and he continues to be so. A massive save on the 2-on-1.
Val Nichushkin will pick it up and push it to the corner. Leaves it for Waugh. To the point now, and Brent Burns, he settles it down. Throws it towards the net. Blocked. Rebound is there. Pad save made by Wallstedt. He had no idea where the puck was. Just stayed in his cage as Brent Burns sends it ahead. 3-on-1 for the Avalanche. Nichushkin holding, shooting, save made by Wallstedt. Overskated by the Avalanche. They can't get to the rebound, and Minnesota will come the other way.
Solid save on the 2-on-1 for Wallstedt. Kicks it off to the corner. Looks like it may have been a pads pass opportunity from Nichushkin there on the 2-on-1, but Wallstedt continues to shine for Minnesota. They have a 1-0 lead until Colorado goes on the power play, and Naz Kadri buries it.
One rebound, they score! Right off the hop, the Kadri man can. It's a power play goal. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, this is a tie hockey game for Kadri. He has a 5-game point streak, and he's tied it here in the second period at 1.
We missed that on the ESPN broadcast because EJ was too busy interviewing Quinn Hughes.
It was so awkward.
Awkward.
But I think the Quinn Hughes interview was like tape delayed because there was no reaction to the goal score.
Oh, yeah, like Quinn didn't snap his
There
head
was nothing
back.
like, oh, really? Like I like that in Major League Baseball when they're doing like an actual real live interview, and like Clayton Kershaw's like, oh shit, it gives like the old shoot. I caught myself. I didn't hard tee that. It was an SHIH. I'm a man of the cloth, Raj.
Kadri, a power play goal, ties up the game, and then Mackenzie Blackwood didn't need to be great early, but makes 2 big-time saves at the end of the second period.
Boldy picks up the loose puck below his own goal line. Hartman ahead. Avs are deep. Minnesota has numbers. Hartman leaves it for Hughes. Hughes dangling down Broadway. Save made by Mackenzie Blackwood. Now Hughes up top. Room to shoot. Lets it go. Blackwood the save. Rebound was behind him. And it was tracked beautifully by Val Nichushkin on Matt Boldy. Period 2 is through. Nichushkin almost surely saves a goal there at the end for the Avalanche.
2 big saves from Blackwood, a block from Nichushkin on the goal line that keeps the score 1-1 going into the third period rather than Colorado down 2-1 after a period that they completely dominated.
Yeah, that line does not score goals, as we know, but that line did a lot of the dirty work, a lot of the yeoman's effort that leads to, well, keeping the crease pretty clear. I mean, a really long stretch of no shots on goal. And a lot of that was deflections. It wasn't solely, the forecheck and, just being super active defensively. There's some really, really good performances in front of net, in front of Mackenzie Blackwood.
Nearly 20 minutes of game time go by without Minnesota recording a shot on goal before that flurry at the end of the second period. Then the start of the third happens, and Minnesota came out with their hair on fire. Mackenzie Blackwood in his first start in this postseason, and Jack Ashawn filling in for Sam Malinsky in his first career playoff game. 2 big-time blocks on the doorstep.
Face-off win by Minnesota. Foligno knocks it down for Foligno, and Nick will send it in. Sturm with it, plays it in the trapezoid, and now Nick for Marcus out in front. Save made by Blackwood. He made a second one. Holy Mackenzie. Go gadget leg as the fourth line creates the scoring chance for the Wild, but Mackenzie Blackwood would have none of it.
Cousin of Travis Achon and Devin Achan, we have our very own Jack Ashan. That kind of pronunciation of the last name, they all look dramatically different in terms of how they...
Oh, yeah, they sure do.
Yeah, but yeah, he was really good. Do you think we'll see more Jack Ashan, or do you think that once Sam Malinsky's back and healthy, you're going to be pretty settled in your deep pairings?
Oh, if Malinsky's healthy and can play, he's in. Malinsky couldn't play, and they made a decision between Blankenberg and Ashawn. And Blankenberg was only playing 7.5 minutes a game, so I understood why.
How many minutes did Ashawn get?
Ashawn played 7:07.
Okay.
So when Malinsky's not in the game, you're going to have heavy minutes from Makar and Taves, heavy minutes from Kulak and Manson and Burns.
Dude, how good is Kulak?
He's fantastic.
He's so good.
What a trade. By the way, Chris McFarland just got nominated as a finalist for the GM of the Year award.
About dang time, man.
That
man's been cooking.
Yeah, give that man his flowers. He brings in a guy like Brett Kulak for Sam Girard. Fantastic trade thus far. Ashawn, 2 big blocks, and Blackwood on the saves. And then Ross Colton, an unbelievable slide from Nick Waugh to the back door.
So good.
Nicholas Waugh now, all the way through for Devon Taves. Changed the direction of the puck just enough. Now he gets it back to the point, kicks it to his stick shot, tipped. Glove down by Waugh. Backdoor feed, they score! That was Rossum. It's his first goal of the postseason. And Ross Colton on a beautiful feed from Nicholas Waugh has the Avalanche's first lead in this building in this series. It's 2-1 Colorado with 13:04 to go.
The patience from Nick Waugh to not just fire that rebound back at crazy traffic in front of the net creates that goal. It gives the time for Damon Hunt to lose Ross Colton on the back door. It was just a little bit of a wait. He goes forehand to backhand, slides it across that golden line in the middle of the ice, and there was nothing that Jesper Wallstedt could do on the one-time opportunity.
Nick Waugh, baby.
He's so good.
Nick Waugh.
Another guy that Chris McFarland traded for in the middle of the season.
It was a trade deadline. It feels like Nick Waugh's been a part of this roster longer than that because he's made such an impression. He's the perfect addition for playoff hockey as a non-top 6 forward that just does enough of the grunt work, of the physical labor, but then he's class too. I mean, the way that he's had 2 assists in this postseason. I'm trying to remember, was it game 1 of the Wild series, or was there one late in the King series? It was very similar. He went like forehand to backhand.
Well, he had the relocate on a goal that he scored where he went backhand to forehand.
That's what I'm thinking of.
That was probably the one that you're thinking of.
Similar stick work. Obviously, this one it was stick work down the pass, but just he's class, man. The dude is class.
Fantastic goal from Ross Colton at the 6:56 mark. Again, it is an Avs playoff ticket Tuesday all day today on Altitude Sports Radio. We're giving away tickets to Game 5, which is tomorrow night. Your keyword right now is caboose. CABOOSE. Text caboose to 303-504-0925. Put your first and your last name on that text message, and you'll be entered to win. Moving on, our old friend. He's got his name engraved on the cup in 21-22. Nico Sturm finds himself open on the back door.
Foligno, Marcus. Down to the ice. Sturm wants to wrap around through the crease. And nobody is at the back door. Picked up near side for Hughes. After down a man. Backdoor feed, and they score. It's Sturm. Somebody fell down in the corner. The Wild had numbers, and they tie it with 10:45 to go in the third period.
Got to pop up off the ice, man. And you can't get lost. You can't spend too much time on the ice because you just give up that wide open opportunity, and all of a sudden here we are back to being tied.
It's on Brock Nelson. Doesn't get up quick enough after crashing into the boards with Sturm. Sturm beats him to the net.
I also felt like his path once he did get up was almost negligent. It was like he didn't go like, it wasn't like I need to go mark the man.
Oh yeah, it was slow.
It was drifty.
And there wasn't much. Yeah, there wasn't a piece of urgency in getting up off the ice there and then getting back to his checked man. It's a really good play from Quinn Hughes on the backhand, dude.
Beautiful.
I don't want to be the guy that like glazes Minnesota,
Dude,
and I
Quinn
feel like
Hughes
I have.
is freaking awesome.
They're up 3-1 in this series. I have grown to appreciate the Minnesota Wild and like how they play hockey and how good their players are over the course of these 4 games, and no more than Quinn Hughes. He's just mesmerizing when he has the puck on his stick.
Outside of healthy Edmonton with Leon Draisaitl in the mix, there isn't a roster in the top line and in your top D pairing in the NHL that can match skill with the top line and top D pairing of the Colorado Avalanche.
I agree. And
other than the Wild.
And they can't even match. That's
no,
the thing.
I
like
know. But
that's
there's
the
moments
crazy
that you're
thing.
like, oh, Quinn Hughes, oh my, holy. Like he is a breathtaking hockey player to watch.
It's the difference between a great hockey team, and I think Minnesota is a great hockey team, and a championship hockey team. And that's who the Avalanche are. Like I'm sitting here I'm gushing about Volstead, and I gush about Hughes, and I gush about Kaprizov, and I go, and they're not even close. Like it is a different level of skill and speed and physicality and commitment to defensive checking that Colorado has at this point.
You know what kind of feels like the key for the Minnesota Wild, almost as he goes, confidence-wise, presence, impact in the game, so do the Minnesota Wild. It feels like Matt Boldy. It's like if he, like you think about game 2, and it just felt like he was in a spin cycle on the boards, just not good. But then game 3, you're like, oh, Matt Boldy.
Yeah, there's
really
the gold
good.
medalist.
And I feel like yesterday was not one of his better performances either.
They're shutting him down.
Yeah.
Boldy's a very good player. Sneaky 40-goal season this year, and Colorado is just simply shutting him down. They're too good. They're too suffocating, and the Avs are going to find a way to win this series. And it's because they get goals from up and down the lineup, including a guy who scored 21 in the regular season this year. It's Parker Kelly.
Drury down low for Parker Kelly. Kibby Ronta knocks it away from Middleton. Drury works it loose. One-timer. Score! Go ahead and Sally! Parker Kelly! A one-timer from Edina beats Volstead, and the Avalanche have the lead back. It's 3-2 Colorado.
I heard that one.
Go Hornets!
I heard that one live. And I'm like, Parker Kelly's, he didn't go to Edina High School, did he? He didn't. He's a Canadian, right? Like he's born and raised in Canada.
I think he's a Canadian.
But
kid,
I think the pun there was that the one-timer was far enough from goal that it might as well have been in Edina, Minnesota. What a call there from Connor McGahey.
They got contributions from guys who were coming into the lineup cold. Yoel Kiviranta is the player that forces the original play where they go back. I believe it was Middleton who forces the play up the boards to Nico Sturm, and then there's Jack Drury, Johnny on the spot. Kiviranta was really good on the forecheck. Parker Kelly grabs every piece of that puck. It was a little bit in front of him too. Like, for him to get that much on that one time when the puck is that far in front of his front skate is a thing of beauty.
Did you get a goal contribution from all 4 lines?
The Kelly line, the Colton line, the Kadri line,
And then
and
McKinnon.
then an empty net from McKinnon. Yeah.
Pretty sweet.
Bonus goals are wonderful. And
then-
bonus goals from Parker Kelly and Ross Colton.
And then obviously Nelson.
Nelson
which
had an
is-
empty netter
is
as
that
well.
which and
Your
he's
second line.
Kadri's.
Yeah, I mean, well, Kadri is a power play goal.
Yep.
So I suppose you can go. You got goals from every single 5-on-5 line and another power play goal. Remember when the power play was like, oh no, this is going to cost them a Stanley Cup championship this year. Remember that?
Yep. Now I do say that special teams for Minnesota have definitely increased since game 2. Like the games 3 and games 4 in Grand Casino Arena have been the power play has been really good for Minnesota.
Finishes off with a Nathan McKinnon empty net goal after Brock Faber misses the net.
Face off won by Hartman, kicks it backwards. McKinnon will apply pressure. Rimmed around by Minnesota. Natchez try to get it out. That's blocked. Now Taves knocks it down. Hughes. Faber a shot. That whistles wide. McKinnon, pressure on Boldy, leaves it. Natchez reads it. Natchez, stick handling at center ice. Links up with McKinnon, empty net. You betcha! The Mac attack is back, Jack. Goals in 5 straight games.
That is your Avalanche big play replay after a Game 4 victory as they head back home on Wednesday evening, 6 p.m. puck drop, and a 5:30 p.m. pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We are getting you inside the building for Game 5 all day long. Your next keyword comes up at 11:20 today, and we'll give away those tickets at 11:55. Former Av and Altitude TV Avalanche analyst John Mitchell will join us at 11. Coming off a 5-2 Avalanche victory last night in Game 4. Did you guys know that Altitude Sports Radio is on YouTube? You can watch all of our regular shows live every weekday, as well as live digital-only shows in the evening, live post-game shows, fun shorts, and a lot more. We even give away a pair of Avs playoff tickets exclusively on YouTube. I think we did that like a week ago, so make sure that you guys are subscribed today. Just hit that red free subscribe button. Don't miss any of the notifications and your chances to win playoff tickets coming up for Game 5 later on today. 11:20 is going to be our next keyword. If you don't win with us, you can win with every single show here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. In other playoff news, we saw the Cavaliers get a 112-103 win over the Pistons to even that series at 2 apiece. Donovan Mitchell had like 39 points in the second half, which tied a NBA record. Spotter was unbelievable in that second half for Cleveland. And then
great series.
Yeah. And then the Thunder dispatch of the Lakers in 4 games. That was as easy as it got.
Yeah, 8 straight. 8 straight for OKC. It feels like Carolina, but I think that I don't think they're going to go 16-0, but either the Timberwolves or the San Antonio Spurs are going to lose the series without question to OKC.
You don't think there's any chance that either one of those two teams on the opposite side of the West can beat them?
Dude, I think there might not be esophaguses remaining after that series.
Just attrition.
That thing is assholes and elbows everywhere now. I mean, you want to talk about some butt ending going on? I thought after the Denver Nuggets were eliminated, I would be so repulsed by the thought and vision and sight of NBA basketball. I've actually really enjoyed watching that Timberwolves Spurs series, man. It's a lot of fun. It's appointment viewing because of how physical the Timberwolves are, how freakishly talented Victor Wembanyama is. Like, it is a really good series. I think that thing's going 7.
I hope it goes 7. See that thing in San Antonio with Ant and Naz Reid and Jaden McDaniels on the road trying to stun on them like they did here in Denver? Yeah, I can't wait for that.
They're a tough basketball team.
Couple of games tonight, Buffalo and Montreal, Anaheim and Vegas on the ice. Montreal is looking to take a 3-1 series lead at home against Buffalo. Vegas and Anaheim are deadlocked at 2. As an Av fan, you are hoping that thing goes 7. Like, you want so much time off, man. Let Manson get completely right. Let Malinsky get right. Let Lehkonen get right. It probably has 7 written all over it, that series. But, dude, like, I look at both of those teams, Anaheim and Vegas, and then I compare them to Minnesota, and I go, they're not half the team that the Wild are.
No.
Not half the team.
The only thing you'd say is that Anaheim has the ability to score.
Yeah,
at will.
They can outscore their problems. But they can't keep the puck out of their own
net. And then Vegas is going to, I think they would attempt in the series, if you do get Vegas, they would attempt to replay 2025 Dallas Stars hockey against you and just clump it up and get nasty. Try to be a better version of what the LA Kings did to you and just hope and pray that you get 2 or 3 potential goals.
I prefer to see Anaheim than Vegas, assuming Colorado gets through to the Western Conference Final. Again, just 1 win away. I think their winning percentage or their probability is something close to like 91 or 92% at this time.
Yeah, I like the series against Anaheim. I think that would be
it's an easier one.
Yeah. Easy. Like, I don't feel like that franchise is anywhere in, like, could you imagine if the Anaheim Ducks are in the Western Conference Final? Like, with the amount of good teams that are no longer playing hockey. Like, the Edmonton Oilers were, an afterthought, obviously Leon Draisaitl. But Connor McDavid in all of his glory, gone.
Dallas booted in the first round.
Gone.
Utah booted.
Who was pretty plucky.
Utah's plucky.
Yeah. And then you got...
There's the NHL's playoff bracket for you, man.
So crazy, man.
It pays to be the best team in the NHL. Pays to be the 1 seed.
It does, but then in the second round, you get arguably the best current hockey team in the NHL outside of Carolina.
I mean, it hurts that you're in the Central Division, right? Like, if you were a Pacific Division team and Colorado still won the President's Trophy, your first and second round would have been, there's no really cakewalks, but it would have been significantly easier than this series has been against Minnesota so far.
Is Carolina deeper than the Minnesota Wild are? Like, do you look at them as having more more quality in their bottom six and in their bottom pairings on D.
They certainly have more. They certainly have more depth at center.
That's always been the concern.
Like Jordan Stahl, their captain, is their third line center. Mark Jankowski is their fourth line center, and he should be a fourth line center. Like Michael McCarron is playing third line. So by the way, we haven't talked about this. Crybaby. Michael McCarron, you're 6'6" and 235 pounds. For you to go cry to PK Subban is like the softest thing I've ever heard.
What was softer? Michael McCarron crying to PK Subban or PK Subban's wardrobe choices on a nightly basis? Those are unique.
They are unique.
They are at times a little awkward, uncomfortable. I mean, it's hockey, man. This is a physical sport where you get spit and blood and guts and butt ends.
Here's
pink eye.
Here's McCarron after the game.
Well, I blew him up, and he grabs me and pulls me on top of him, and then, I mean, he's a dirty player. He took his butt end and clearly butt ended me in the face. I don't know how it's not a 5-minute. I think the rule book says it's a 5-minute if you butt at someone in the face. He's a dirty player. He's always been not very well respected.
For him to say that not only in the intermission, but then to double down on it after the game, and especially when he said to PK Subban after the first period, I'm glad he's still in the game. And then he did nothing.
You know what Michael McCarron just sounded like right there? He sounded like the last part of his last name. Karen. He sounds like the guy that is a Yelp
good.
He's a Yelp review guy. Like that, hearing him talk, he's like, yeah, that guy's not respected very well. You know, he's just like, dude, nobody cares about your opinion about Josh Manson. I liked what Josh Manson had to say.
That's fine. If he wants to call me a dirty player, he can just look at my history. I mean, it's been 13 years and I haven't been suspended yet, so obviously I'm not that dirty. You know what I mean? I think there are other guys in the league that are doing more, but was that the cleanest play? No. I mean, was it purposeful? No, and it wasn't purposeful either. But like I said, served my time. They scored on it, so I mean, benefited them. That's his perspective.
Again, for McCarron to double down on it after the game and say that he's not respected around the league is crazy to me. You're going to see him. He's not going to be headhunting Josh Manson, but he's going to be tailing him the whole game.
Cool.
And if Colorado gets out to a lead and they blow up Game 5, Michael McCarron will do everything in his power to try and fight Josh Manson. He's going to try and make it happen. And I think the reason why it didn't happen last night, Michael McCarron is not worth taking yourself off the ice for 5 minutes. Saying yes to a fight with Michael McCarron hurts your team because McCarron off the ice for 5 minutes doesn't really kill Minnesota. He's not really a good hockey player. He is a bottom six. He's playing third line center right now. He should be playing fourth line center.
He's big.
He's big.
Yep.
He hits people. That's fine. He's a former first-round pick who hasn't put up more than like 30 points in the league, if I'm correct. I'd have to double-check his numbers.
Pred for a while?
He's a Predator for a while. I believe he was originally drafted by Montreal. But Josh Manson going off the ice for 5 minutes is a worse trade-off for Colorado than McCarron going off the ice for 5 minutes for Minnesota. There's a reason why they didn't fight last night, and Manson knows that.
Yeah, McCarron's career high in points is 22.
Yeah, it's fine. Like I think he plays the physical game well.
He's a 17-point guy, a 15, 12, 14. I mean, it is what it is, man.
He's a solid bottom six physical player, man. But for you to, basically call
American
Josh Manson, I think he played at Honey Baked.
It's a little America crime right there, huh?
For him to, and I wonder if they probably did not play against each other. I think
Grosse
McCarron's
Pointe,
4 or 5
Michigan.
years. Yeah, he played for Honey Baked for a couple of years, then moved on to the Ontario League. For him to call out Manson during the game and then not really do anything after that, I thought was a little soft.
Yeah, here's the thing. Just in and of itself of having Josh Manson back on the ice for the Colorado Avalanche, dude, like that we talked about it yesterday before the show. If you get him back, you got your teeth back. Is there a little controversy around it? Yeah. When you got a player that's gonna be your teeth for a team that otherwise is very skilled.
Yeah, you got to be a little dirty.
You got to have a bag. And That's one of the things that we've always asked from this team in the postseason. You've lacked that presence.
That
And I know
bite.
Josh has been here, but Josh is leaning in. Good. And his presence was felt. And it impacted the game. And there's a little something to be said for, even if it cost your team a goal, like, dude, we're here. We're in your head. We're in your kitchen. You're talking about me. That's exactly where the Avs want this thing to be. Get distracted with that kind of stuff. The Avs are going to be focused on winning a hockey game at Ball Arena and zinging pucks past Jesper Wallstedt's top shelf on his left shoulder. That's what I see happening.
John Mitchell will join us on the other side of the break. And Avs Ticket Tuesday, we're getting you guys inside the building for Game 5 tomorrow night, 6 p.m. puck drop and a 5:30 p.m. pregame show. Your next keyword comes up in about 15 minutes from right now. But before that, let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, a medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com, where we are joined by Altitude TV's own former Colorado Avalanche forward and head coach of the U16 Okanagan, Colorado hockey team that walked away with a national championship this year, John Mitchell. Mitchie, what's up, brother?
How we doing? Wow, what an intro. Thanks, Raj.
Hey, I do my best. I got to pump your tires a little bit. Big 5-2 win last night. You were on TV doing the pregame and the postgame show with Kiefer and Riker. Your favorite player in Game 4 was whom?
I loved Nicholas Waugh, and I was actually shocked when I looked at his total minutes played after the game was over, and it was 10.5. I felt like that guy was every time he was on the ice, I noticed him, and I thought he would have played at least 15 minutes, if not more, the amount of times I noticed him out on the ice. So again, he was my favorite player out there. He just made good plays. He won puck battles along the walls, which is, why he's there. He's a big body and he can hang on to pucks, but he has a sneaky amount of skill, and his poise and patience with the puck it's legit. That kid needs to have more ice time.
Mitchie, how impactful was it to have what I keep calling the teeth of the lineup, Josh Manson, back on the ice?
Well, I think he brings obviously a physical presence, right? So when he's out on the ice, let's be honest, the Kaprizovs, the Matt Boldies of the world, all their forwards, but specifically a little bit more their skilled forwards, the Zuccarellos, he's obviously a really good player, smaller dude. They might have their eyes, they're going to have their head on a swivel just that much more, being aware of where he might be out on the ice. And then obviously he gets tangled up in basically his first shift with that, the big McCarron kid. And we all know what kind of happened there. And, he's a feisty dude, man. He is afraid of nobody. He'll go after anybody. And sometimes the wires cross and he sees red, and those are the scary guys. Those are the scary players. So I think it was huge for the Avs to have him back in the lineup.
Mitchie, any firsthand experience with butt end?
Okay, so I was talking with Kiefer and Riker about this last night. So when I was playing in the Ontario Hockey League, we were playing the London Knights in the first round of the playoffs. So mind you, this was my very first year in the OHL. I was 16 or 17 years old at the time. And so Mark Hunter, we all know Mark Hunter, right? He played in the NHL for a long time. He's the one that buried Pierre Turgeon after Pierre Turgeon scored an overtime goal in the playoffs, separated his shoulder. I think Mark Hunter got the biggest suspension at the time in the NHL history. So we know that he's that kind of player. So Mark Hunter's son, Dylan Hunter, was playing on the team, and also his nephew, and I can't remember his name off the top of my head. His nephew was playing. Anyways, kind of getting long-winded here, but his Dylan's cousin, the other Hunter that was a player on the team, I'll never forget, we were playing in London, and he came to hit me, and all of a sudden I saw a stick whiz by, and it literally nicked my nose. And he was coming from my left to hit me, and he was left-handed, and he literally slung a butt end a good 2 feet, right across my face. I couldn't believe it. I'd never experienced that before in my entire life until that moment, and it was mind-boggling that someone actually tried to basically rip my face off with the butt end of their stick.
So for you, there's intent there, right, from the Hunter progeny. Was there intent from Josh Manson last night?
I don't know. That's tough to say because, he's got this giant dude laying on top of him, and he's getting pissed off, and the only arm that he had any possible way to punch or do anything with just happened to be his right arm. And so his top stick kind of his stick slid down, right? Kind of his hand, and so the butt end was sticking out. So was he trying to butt end him? I don't think so. I think he was more trying to punch him, and unfortunately the butt end was kind of just there. But who knows? Who knows?
I'm actually watching the Dale Hunter hit on Pierre Turgeon right now.
It's violent, dude. It's a violent hit.
You got a goal scored by Pierre Turgeon. He has a fist in the air and just out of nowhere just gets absolutely decleated. Unbelievable.
With Blackwood going in last night for Scott Wedgwood, obviously he comes in relief in Game 3. The Avs lose, and Bednar decides to go back to his higher paid netminder on the road. Do you expect Blackwood again Game 5 tomorrow night?
100%.
There's no reason to go back to Wedgwood. You play the hot hand until it's not hot.
Exactly. You have two goalies, and you've done this all season long. Just because it's playoffs, you're not going to change that kind of rotation. You know, Bedsy has the luxury of having two really good goaltenders that could play in the playoffs. It's not like a team where, you know, you have a stud, you know, maybe a little bit more veteran goalie and then a rookie backup, right? You have two veteran goaltenders that could easily step in and not have the rookie yips per se if they got in between the pipes and would be feeling that pressure. Bedsy doesn't have that. So again, that is a massive luxury to be able to have two goalies that are fully capable and fully confident to hop in the net and make big time saves.
Mitch, you just mentioned the rookie yips. Jesper Wallstedt most likely will be between the pipes, but returning to the scene of the crime where 8 went by him in Game 1. Do you think that would be potentially a storyline to just is Jesper Wallstedt going to be okay in that environment? Is it going to get too big again because he last time he was in that arena, it was as bad as it gets. He ends up getting the hook for Game 2. What do you think? What do you make of the net mining situation over there in Minnesota?
Well, that is a very interesting one because you have on the flip side of it, you have a rookie goaltender that is uber confident, borderlining on cocky to a certain extent. And then you've got your veteran goalie who's now kind of become the backup. And then, yeah, obviously they thrust him into Game 2. He hadn't played in a month or something like that. For any goaltender, that's going to be tough when you're not, you know, going back and forth kind of all the time. So I think, yes, without a doubt, for a rookie goaltender, knowing that you're coming back into the belly of the beast and you got shellacked for 8, that has to be in the back of your mind, especially as a rookie goaltender. I don't know his whereabouts. Sometimes I feel like he gets a little bit yappy just to you know, try and boost his own confidence, and it could be false confidence a little bit when he starts talking a little bit of trash about, you know, yeah, obviously when the Avs lost 5-1, he said it was a lucky goal that they got and blah blah blah. He's got a lot to learn, that kid.
We've really liked what Brock Nelson has done on the face-off. That, like, I think he was 82% in Game 2. He's been well north of 60% in Games 3 and 4, but still, like, held off the score sheet. He's only got 2 goals as an Av in the postseason, and both of them are empty netters. We also don't have a Valenchushkin goal at this point either. What's the key to unlocking scoring from that second line? They've been great defensively. How do they score?
Right. Well, obviously neither one of them are on the first power play unit, which takes up, you know, a minute and a half, right? When you're not getting power play time and you're a power play guy, it's tough. It's tough to produce. Like, I played in the league and I wasn't on the power play. You know, if you're not on the power play, it's really hard to get 40 points in a season if you're not on the power play. You know, that would be a stretch sort of thing. So for them, obviously taking away the power play and trying to get them going 5-on-5, I think it's just about getting to the front of the net, getting to those dirty areas of the ice. I mean, I think you'll hear most coaches say when you're a little snake bitten or you can't find the back of the net, just go to the net. Go to the net and good things happen. So if they can get around there, you know, specifically Val, because Val's such a, you know, and now, don't get me wrong, Nelson's a big presence too, but I think Val just he understands the net front, getting your heels on the top of the blue paint and getting in there and tipping pucks and maybe getting a garbage goal just to kind of get the juices flowing again. And then even for Nelly, he had a couple good chances last night, and I think he just missed the net. So for him, maybe it's not about going elbow in or bar down. It's, hey, get the puck on the net and give yourself a chance to score. Because if you don't hit the net, I mean, obviously, if you're not hitting the net, you're not scoring goals.
Mitchie, were you as concerned, surprised with the absence last night of both Arturi Lehkonen and Sam Malinsky? And is there any concern based off of just what you're hearing about their health moving forward?
I mean, there's always concern when regulars come out of the lineup due to injury, right? You're never going to not be concerned about that, especially when you've got, excuse me, a player of Lehkonen's caliber, especially what he does in the playoffs. He's a great regular season player, and he's a even better playoff competitor and player. That guy just finds a way to score big goals in big games all the time. So, it's that's concerning. And then with Sam Malinsky's, I mean, he's a poor man's Cale Makar, which is a very big compliment in the grand scheme of things, even though I'm saying poor man's, but if anybody's a poor man's Makar, that is a blessing. So he'll be missed just purely because of his skating ability. He scored a big goal. I can't remember if it was game 1 or game 2 of this series, but he's another guy that can log a lot of minutes. And then again, heaven forbid another defenseman goes down that's a little bit of a skilled defenseman, whether it's Taves or Makar. Malinsky was the guy that would always slot right into that situation, right? So just losing the depth of Malinsky, and then obviously just the dog on a bone work ethic and big time goal scorer and Lehkonen, that's going to hurt any team. But again, the Avs have a lot of depth, so they've got guys that can fill in very nicely.
That is Altitude TV's very own John Mitchell coming in with a report after Game 4. Mitchie, we appreciate your time, brother, and we can't wait to watch Game 5 pregame and postgame.
All right. Thanks, fellas. Appreciate
John
the time.
Mitchell, former Av and Altitude TV's very own. Don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, your chance to get inside Ball Arena for Game 5 of the Avalanche and the Wild. It's an Avs playoff ticket Tuesday, and your next keyword comes up in just 5 minutes. It's an Avs playoff ticket Tuesday and a 2K Tuesday. KJ Granderson on the ones and twos. All day, every show is giving away tickets to game number 5. And that is tomorrow night as the Avs look to close out the series against the Wild. And all you have to do is text the keyword backside. Backside. That is BACKSIDE. Backside. Right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name on that text message, and then you'll be entered to win. Limited tickets are still available for game number 5, but if you want more info on that and Avs Alley, you can head over to coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. Again, this hour's keyword coach is
backside, as in get your own personal backside to Ball Arena to watch the first closeout game since 2008 that has successfully been won by the Colorado Avalanche.
Yeah, they've had many chances to
That's crazy.
clinch a series on home ice. They just haven't done it.
That is one of the more unique superlatives for a franchise that has had so much playoff success since 2008.
Yeah, I was like a sophomore in high school the last time that happened.
That's insane. And it was against the Minnesota Wild. So
Text
text
decent
the
chance I was
keyword
at that game.
backside.
303-504-0925. Every day here at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL notes. We also add in NBA playoff notes and NHL playoff notes as well. So, Mr. Granderson, what do you got?
Well, the Denver Broncos and the Kansas City Chiefs will square off September 14th in the first Monday Night Football game of the upcoming season. Obviously, as everybody has celebrated here in Denver, the Broncos ended the Chiefs' 9-year streak atop the AFC West last year. So there's a lot riding on this game coming out of the gate. But where will they play is the question. We won't find that out exactly until Thursday, 6 p.m. Mountain Time. Obviously, the updates in regards to why this game could potentially have another level of magnitude. Mahomes is still recovering from his ACL and LCL repair from the offseason, but he is on track to potentially give it a shot. They'll continue to monitor as the offseason goes along. Bo Nix, he's progressing well, as Sean Payton gave us an update this past weekend during rookie minicamp. Would it benefit Denver to play the Chiefs here or in Kansas City week 1?
I think here, and I think that's deserved. You want to play as the team that won the AFC West, swept the series a year ago, won, I believe, 1 of 2 the year before. You are deserving of getting that to be a early season home environment. It's going to come down to my quarterback's ankle is healthier than your quarterback's knee. That's going to be the storyline, man.
Are you convinced that Mahomes plays in week 1?
I am.
9 months.
I am.
I don't know, man.
I am.
We asked for this. We wanted Kansas City early because of the possibility of Mahomes not being ready.
It was a gift.
That's the gift that you want. I think it would benefit Denver more to play this game on the road week 1. And that's me thinking that, like, I can't for sure say that Mahomes is going to be back week 1. So I'd rather see Justin Fields and the Chiefs at Arrowhead week 1. And then later on in the season for your second game against Kansas City, when Mahomes is healthy, I'd rather get Mahomes at home.
Are you ready for me to be
in Denver?
Ready for me to be tinfoil hat guy about Bo's ankle? And I hate being this guy, but to be really fair, this might be the first time that Bo Nix really tests his double surgically repaired ankle in this offseason.
So you're not going to see him in the training camp?
I'm saying really.
You're not going to see him in preseason?
I think there's going to be a lot of protecting Bo Nix because of how this thing is played out in the offseason, including we've been told, very scheduled maintenance cleanup. But I have my own personal questions about what kind of readiness he'd have and why would you even expose him to violent football movements in a preseason that benefits you none. You need Bo Nix healthy the entire football season and playoffs. You don't need him healthy for, like, training camp, he's going to be fine. I'm talking about escaping Chris Jones blowing through the A-gap and having to plant and, get on out of there. It's going to be an interesting I'm curious.
I want it to be in Kansas City because I'm not convinced Mahomes is coming back that early.
Dude, I heard Mahomes is back, like, fully functioning for these OTAs in, like, May. Minicamp, OTAs, like, he is rolling. Kermit's not, he's not human. It's made out of felt.
Denver does deserve to have that game at home, though.
They do definitely deserve it. Definitely deserve it. But we all know that, well, the NFL and NBC and Chris Collinsworth gets a little homoerotic when it comes to Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, they do love themselves some Arrowhead. And aren't there going to be World Cup games at Arrowhead, too? So they're going to come off the shine of seeing soccer at Arrowhead.
I know. I hate that we don't have that here.
It's going to be.
How do we not have World Cup
Arrowhead.
soccer here in
It
Colorado?
sucks, man.
It's gross. I'm mad at everybody.
KJ, what's next?
Well, that little riff you just heard there is exactly what Von Miller played on his Instagram story yesterday, along with him in a Broncos uniform with the lyrics saying, "I can feel it in the air tonight," which is obviously the song by Phil Collins. So I'm okay with the subliminal message, right? But let me ask you guys, at what point does this kind of start to get weird knowing that the Broncos aren't playing along anymore?
Feels a little thirsty. I don't know if it is thirsty, but it feels a little thirsty.
It's a little thirsty, but I love it.
You really want Von Miller at this stage of his career to be a Denver Bronco?
Absolutely.
Dude, you have too much depth already at edge. I mean,
absolutely.
Okay.
You don't want to have that knowledge.
So, essentially, Von Miller, as we've said, he's putting forth sports thirst traps. And you, Raj, are getting trapped by Von Miller's thirst traps. I don't know, man.
The dude had 9 sacks last year. As a 36-year-old on Washington, he had 9 sacks. You're going to kick 9 sacks out of bed? All he's going to be is a third down pass rush specialist.
Thirst trap, and you're thinking about being in bed with Von Miller?
Absolutely.
Come on, man.
Whoa. That wealth of knowledge from a pass rushing standpoint.
I know. I was on that last year.
The energy.
It's not going to happen, man. I don't.
It's probably not going to happen. But the question was, would I like to see him here?
Are we going to do the
Of course.
Would you?
Would I accept that he's on the Broncos roster? Yeah.
I mean, I'm talking.
I think it would be awesome if he was a depth rush piece for this team.
So
for the veteran minimum.
Riddle me this, Alex. Name extremely old veteran, old head, massive platform individual that Sean Payton has brought into the Broncos fold since he's been the head coach.
He hasn't.
I mean, the only thing that would be close is Mercedes Lewis, but that felt totally different. That was like an emergency, like, blocking tight end.
Right. He would be miles better than Mercedes Lewis was at that point.
Of course. Of course. Mercedes Lewis is my age. I played against him in high school. I can barely walk from here to the vending machines because my knees hurt so bad. I don't know, man. Like, I just don't think it's going to happen. It's fun playing the game. It's fun, falling for the thirst trap that Von Miller puts out there. But Sean's not bringing in massive personality veteran guy that has roots here in Colorado.
Vaughn doesn't feel like he is a distraction.
I don't think so.
When it comes to his personality and his energy anymore.
But I don't think Justin Simmons was
maybe
either.
6 years. No, Simmons certainly not.
But Sean didn't keep him around, and I think that there could have been value having Justin Simmons around the Broncos.
I agree
for the last 2 years.
I agree,
but it's not.
I don't think it's going to happen. But when the question is posed to me, I say yes.
It's interesting. Like, do we find it funny that Justin Simmons essentially said on I think it was a DNVR podcast, that the only team that he would even be remotely interested in taking a phone call from, and he threw it out there, Denver Broncos. Von Miller, thirst trap.
No, it was Kay Adams. He spoke to Kay Adams about that.
He was with Kay Adams. Von Miller does the thirst trap with the Denver Broncos jersey and sultry pipes of Phil Collins singing in the air tonight. Those two players, and probably others that have played here in Denver, they won a Super Bowl. And I think a lot of people see the Denver Broncos as a golden ticket to going out and getting yourself a Super Bowl late in your career.
303-504-0925 is where you guys can reach us today. Use that number to text the keyword backside. That is backside to 303-504-0925. KJ, what's next?
Well, OKC got the series win last night versus the LA Lakers 115-110 in an elimination game 4 versus the Lakers in LA. According to ESPN research, the Thunder became the 4th defending champion to begin the playoffs with at least 8 consecutive wins and the first since the LeBron James Cavaliers team in 2017. OKC is going 8-0 with an average margin of victory of 16.6 points per game, the 5th largest entering the conference finals since the playoffs expanded to the current 16-team format in 83-84. Besides injury, who or what can stop the Thunder from becoming the most dominant dynasty since Golden State?
Nobody.
Ain't nothing.
It feels so inevitable. They're really good. They have speed. They have athleticism. They have length. They have
cap
skill.
flexibility.
They've got toughness.
They have youth.
They now have the experience of playing in a championship and winning it. They're everybody is playing catch up.
Ain't nothing.
Everybody.
I wish I could tell you that something's standing in their way. Yeah. I think even if the San Antonio and Minnesota series doesn't go 7 and someone wins the next 2 and you don't have to go through the full length of a 7-game series and you get a little bit of rest, I still think OKC's taking out whoever comes up next in 5 games.
Yeah, I think it's very similar. If one of those two teams comes out without any type of injury, I think it would feel very similar to, I guess, hearing somebody talking in my ears. I think it would be similar to the Minnesota Wild versus the Colorado Avalanche, where it's probably a 4-1.
There's some close games.
Some fireworks. But at the end of the day, and I'm not going to say the Colorado Avalanche have won the series 4-1. I think you should, but that's kind of how I see that OKC versus San Antonio or OKC versus Minnesota series going.
KJ, keep it going.
I'm going to fix his computer in just a second because
it's all good.
This thing is having some issues. But anyway, LeBron James, he continues to do that thing that LeBron James does, and that is him queuing up everybody saying, I'm not sure, guys. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. He keeps stepping his foot in and out of retirement. But let's say that he does come back for next season. That would be season number 24.
Man.
Number 24, which is crazy to say out loud. Here is LeBron James talking about his future from last night after their loss.
And I've answered questions. Yeah, I don't think I've come out like, oh, retirement is coming. So, with my future, I don't know, obviously. This is obviously we're still fresh from, obviously losing, and I don't know. I don't know what the future holds for me, obviously, as it stands right now tonight. I got a lot of time. I'll sit back, like I think I said it last year after we lost, I think, to Minnesota, to go back and recalibrate with my family and talk with them and spend some time with them. And then when the time comes, I obviously, you guys know what I decide to do.
If he wants to play another year, man, he's still got it.
Yeah, he does. But let's just talk about the Los Angeles Lakers. Granted, you didn't have a healthy Luka Doncic or Austin Reeves to take on OKC. I don't think it, frankly, would have made that big of a difference. Let's just call it like it is. Second round exit this year, which is better than the Denver Nuggets. You have to tip your cap to LeBron James. LeBron James at 43?
At 41, single-handedly beat Kevin Durant and the Houston Rockets.
Yep, something that Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets were not able to do against the Minnesota Timberwolves, who were lacking 2 of their more potent players through 2 or 3 games. But the reality is this for the Los Angeles Lakers. Playoffs in the last 5 seasons since the 2020 asterisk NBA title. And yeah, I'll say it. It was an asterisk NBA title. First round exit, lost to Minnesota 4-1 was the series. 2024, first round exit, lost to the Denver Nuggets 4-1 in the first round. 2023, conference finals. Got swept by the Denver Nuggets 4-0. 2021, first round exit, lost to Phoenix. And then, of course, the fake title of 2020. It's time. It's time. It's time for LeBron James to either find a new home where he can be a nice contributor.
Yeah, LA can't win with him, especially if he's making $55 million a year. Now, if
feels
LeBron
crowded.
wants to make hardly anything and be like I'm not going to say he's going to play for the vet minimum, but if you want to slash that salary in half at 25, then the Lakers could probably put something around him.
Do you take LeBron James in Denver vet minimum?
100%. Absolutely. Absolutely you do. On a vet minimum contract? 100%, man. Dude, at 41, he averaged 21 points, 7 assists, and 6 rebounds. And he's still, I know he's not playing as many minutes and he's not playing as many games. When he's out there defensively, he is effective.
He's a good player, man.
They were a really good clutch team with him in the lineup in the middle of the season when they were healthy. Of course I would take him in Denver on a vet minimum. Now, he's not going to play for the vet minimum. That's not going to happen.
He doesn't need any more money.
Also, LeBron's not going to... He's not going to call it quits right now. Doesn't LeBron feel like a guy who's going to do the farewell tour?
Oh, yeah.
He's been around the league. He's been the face of the league for almost a quarter century. I know we don't love him here. He deserves the Derek Jeter send-off. It's going to be vomit-inducing, but he deserves the Jeter send-off, where he goes to every city one more time, and you get to take your kids and you get to say, this is one of the 3 best players to have ever laced up a set of basketball shoes. He deserves that.
Should he do that as a veteran minimum contract with Cleveland?
Cleveland could use him. Now they're in the second apron, so they actually can't.
That's right.
They'd have to get out of the second apron to bring him in as a
So
veteran
weird
contract.
to think about Cleveland as a second apron
The
team.
only second apron team in
So
the NBA.
crazy, man.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by MountainHighAppliance.com. That's Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They've got locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at MountainHighAppliance.com, Coach.
Get yourself in the closeout game that you've been looking for, well, it's been nearly 20 years. Happy Avs Playoff Ticket Tuesday. All day, every show is giving away tickets to Game 5 tomorrow night. The Avs are looking to close out the Minnesota Wild. So text the keyword backside. BACKSIDE, one word, backside, and text it right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered to be in the building for a pair of tickets. Limited tickets are still available, and if you want more info on that, as well as Avs Alley, head over to coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. Again, this hour's keyword is backside. Get your backside into that arena and watch the Avs close this puppy out. We'll announce our winner today at 11:55. Good luck.
It is a Ticket Tuesday and a 2K Tuesday. We're giving away tickets to game number 5 tomorrow night, thanks to Papa Murphy's. It's also $10 Tuesday. So if you're looking for dinner, head on over to papamurphys.com. Any large pizza is just $10 today. We're going to be giving away our winner in just about 10 minutes from right now. Avs a 5-2 victory over Minnesota. Mackenzie Blackwood was phenomenal. The power play continues to go well in the postseason. You know what's been concerning? We haven't talked about one thing that's it's a little concerning. The Avs are leaking power play goals against.
Yeah, the kill has been a little questionable. I did bring that up. I kind of it was a micro point that the Minnesota power play has been it's been going.
If there's one thing that they can clean up, it is I think the penalty kill has been good. It's just that the results haven't been perfect. I think the results for the penalty kill unit have been worse than what the eye test has showed me against Minnesota this series so far. Where the first 2.5 minutes of the 4-minute double minor to Josh Manson for the attempted butt ending of Michael McCarron's face.
Yeah, so through 4 games, I mean, I'll tell you what. They've successfully converted on 5 of 12 power plays in 4 games.
Yeah, it's pretty solid, man.
41.7.
Pretty good.
You are buzzing. What led the NHL in the regular season? Was it 30?
Probably 31.
Yeah, 31.
Is my guess.
It feels like Minnesota's only chance to hang with you is if they earn power play minutes.
30.6 was Edmonton. So yeah, 31.
And right now, so it's interesting because the Minnesota Wild, in their opening series against the Dallas Stars, their power play was, I think,
it was terrible.
Yes, because the stat right now on Minnesota is they were 22.73 today in the postseason. So, but they're 41.7 against the Avs. So yeah, you're right. You got to tighten some things up here.
That's the one thing I'm looking at right now is what's going on.
What about
how is that happening with the best penalty kill unit in the NHL that has been largely healthy? Now Josh Manson obviously
that's what I was
going to
say. So
might be a big thing.
Not only did Josh Manson miss the entirety of the first 3 games of the series, dude, he was also the reason that they had a 4-minute power play yesterday. So he was not going to be on the ice.
They took some bad penalties yesterday. That was a bad penalty. The Parker Kelly cross-check was a bad penalty. Another too many men call, and I know the too many men call was chintzy, but they got away with 6 guys actively playing on the ice during the game. That didn't get called.
Ready for about the softest thing that a football guy will ever say about hockey?
What's that?
Game 5, closeout game. First opportunity to close out a series that you've had at home, I should say, in the 2026 playoffs. And to be the first time that you have successfully closed out and had a handshake line with happy handshakes for the Colorado Avalanche and sad handshakes for the Minnesota Wild.
Happy tissues are sad tissues.
That's exactly right. Should you play?
What a movie.
Should you play Don't even concern yourself with anything other than just playing efficient hockey. And just pragmatic approach. And if you stay out of the penalty kill, I don't know if Minnesota has any chance.
If you stay out of the box, you win the series in 5.
Any chance. And it's is that something that you're capable of doing? With great focus and determination and having a concerted effort that we are going to just be about how we skate, how we pass, how we occupy various zones, clean zone entries, be so dialed into the skill of hockey that you get away from the dark arts altogether and just say, dude, Minnesota, you can't beat us on 5-on-5 hockey. Especially in our building, it's a 0% chance that you can.
We got to think of these goals against. The Hughes power play goal in the 4-on-3 in game number 3. The early one that made it 2-0. Burns is on the ice. Manson is not, obviously, because he's not playing. So
Was Kulak on?
I think Kulak was on the ice, but it was a 4-on-3, so I can kind of throw it away. Then there's another power play goal that Ryan Hartman scores on the net front, and that's that weird one that like goes off of Taves' stick.
Was this game 1?
This is game 3.
Oh.
Avs didn't give a power play goal in game 1 or game 2.
That's right.
And then Hartman like bats one out of midair after it hits Taves, but it was a net front thing, right? Which is typically where Josh Manson is. The next power play goal after that would have been last night. I think last night.
Last night, 2, right?
Last night there was one against. One power play goal against. That's it. Just the first goal of the game was on the power play. And Manson, again, not on the ice. And the reason why it goes in is because
the second goal felt like a power play goal because Brock Nelson was prone on the ice.
He sure was.
You were skating
he was
him
on his
down.
belly. The first power play goal yesterday from Minnesota was another net front, like someone didn't get moved out of the way. All of those power play goals that Minnesota has scored thus far, Josh Manson has either not been in the game or he's not been on the ice. That might just be the common denominator and the reason why the PK hasn't been great.
You need Mance. And Mance has to be on the ice. And you know what? Let Michael McCarron be Tough Guy Tuesday tomorrow night in Ball Arena. Who cares? Win the series.
Do you even fight him?
No.
Like, if it's a 4-1 lead in the 3rd period and he wants to drop the gloves, do you fight him? You probably... I don't at that point. Because, again, I went through this earlier. I don't think Manson fought McCarron last night because Manson realizes that taking himself off the ice for 5 minutes hurts the Avs more. It's a huge win for McCarron.
Big win.
Right?
Big win for the Wild.
I get to take you off the ice. And now you lose your teeth.
I take you off the ice. And, oh, by the way, Sam Alinsky's not on your roster right now either. So you're essentially...
Yeah, you're killing with Jack Ashawn.
Which is, I mean, he's definitely willing to throw his body in the way of a puck.
2 big blocks in 7 minutes.
However, it's not exactly the experience of having Josh Manson, who was a part of the best kill unit in the NHL during the regular season.
So you go from that reaction to what could happen. This is obviously all conjecture in possibly a series-defining game, or ending, rather, Game 5. Say Colorado's up by a few goals, under 10 minutes to go. And McCarron and the Wild realize they're toast. And he starts trying to stir crap up. I don't think I drop him then either.
Dude, I
don't want Josh Manson running the risk of breaking his hand.
I love RJ's text here from the Shot Mazda text line. 1 price, 1 person, 1 hour. Fight him next year.
Yes. Yeah, Game 7 next year in the middle of October.
Cool.
Be my guest.
Put on a show. Fireworks.
Be my guest.
We got bigger aspirations.
You want to punch each other's face in the middle of November? Sure, that's fine.
Josh Manson doesn't need any more injuries.
They got bigger fish to fry at this point, man.
They need Josh Manson to be on the ice. That's the bottom line. You need him on the ice for the entirety of this game as much as possible. Keep the penalty minutes down. Keep the power play minutes down. And go suffocate the Minnesota Wild.
So help me God, if this team takes another too many men penalty, I'm going to lose my mind.
Has it been twice in this series or once?
It's been, I think, twice in the series already. They had like 10 during the regular season. That has to be fixed. That is the easiest thing in the world, and it happens way too often for the best team on the planet. That can't happen again. I will launch my remote control through the television if I see that happen again. So there's 2 things. No! Quit taking penalties and quit taking penalties. Outside of that, nobody can beat. Who's beating this team in 4 games? Who's winning against the Avs 4 times?
I'm so glad.
Nobody.
Raj, I'm so glad we had Mitchie on today. You know why? Because you've been a little bit dismissive. You and Springer love Jesper Wallstedt. You're like, there's some.
I think he's very good.
I think he was a bag. I thought what he said after they won a game. They won a game against the Colorado Avalanche to say, yeah, that was a lucky goal that they got in.
I never said he wasn't a bag.
Dude.
I never said he wasn't douchey.
I loved having Mitchie on here to bring a little bit of semblance of like, hey, man, this guy's got a
settle down, young man.
Hey, you got a lot to learn. I think he said this guy's got a lot to learn. And I think he's got to learn the biggest lesson, which is you open your yapper, you got other things coming. Welcome back to Ball Arena there, Jesper.
Congratulations to our winner, Kevin McKibben. Kevin McKibben, you are going to see the Avs tomorrow night take on the Wild in Game 5. If you did not win with us, don't worry. You'll have chances to win with PhD and Kreckman and Lindahl throughout the rest of the day, but that's going to do it for us For KJ Granderson and Coach Mike Sanford, I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. Special thanks to former Av and Altitude TV's own John Mitchell for joining us at 11. If you missed any of it, just search at Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube and watch it there. Subscribe today. PhD is coming up next. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10.
Yeah, I mean, you played against Josh. He's a dirty player. He's always been. Surprised he got away with only a 4 minute. I'm happy he's still in the game.
Was it a dirty play?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Dirty play, but he wanted to punch in the head, so he did punch him in the head with a butt end. Did you guys have to do a little Google searting on that one, or was that just me?
Oh, no. I had never heard of that specific penalty in my life.
Me either. So did a little grokking on what is a butt ending, DMac? How would you like to describe a butt ending?
Well, I'll tell you this. I'm not an expert.
Okay. Well, Grok is an expert. But
as it turns out, you take the end of your stick, the butt end of your stick, and you jam it in a dude. But depending on the severity and intention determines whether or not you get kicked out of the game.
Well, the way you said that, you jam it into the dude.
Yeah.
You take the end of the stick and jam it into the dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's very similar to the way that Grok describes it, as butt ending is when a player uses the butt end of their hockey stick, the hard knob or shaft above their top hand to jab, poke, check, or stab an opponent.
Yeah, the double entendres, the jokes write themselves, obviously, with butt ending.
As opposed to butt hurting, which, they're feeling a little butt hurt.
Listen, when you get butt ended, you feel it more.
Yep.
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
But it is funny how they differentiate whether it's 2 minors, 4 minutes, or it's 5 minutes and you're out of the game. And nobody really knew where it was going to be. I got to admit, I did not understand there was a differentiation. So I just assumed Manson was going to be thrown out of the game as soon as I saw it. I'm like, there's no way you're going to be allowed to do that. But I guess there is.
Well, to go NBA lines, there was no extension or pullback, swing down or whatever. I mean, he was just right there and just jabbed him. So
maybe, if it's a little butt.
Maybe they looked at it, the severity of it. It's worth the penalty, but you're not kicking out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like McCarron was
out
of the game.
And then he sold it like he just got crushed.
There was a little probably. I mean, he did get hit in the face with the butt end of the stick. There's no doubt. But I think there was probably a little exaggeration of it at the same time. Both things could be true.
I mean, Nasreed and.
You got to be in a very unique position to take advantage of a butt ending penalty.
There ain't no doubt about it.
Not very many spots on the ice that you get to use the butt end.
That being said, it really did not work to the Avalanche advantage whatsoever.
No.
I mean, that's how the Wild took the lead. You gave up a power play goal, and it was like, it's great having Manson back.
Wild should be happy it happened.
Well, the response was classic. I've never seen it before. I've never seen somebody in between periods basically call out another dude, threaten him. I'm glad he's still in the game. If that's not like, hey, I'm coming after you, I don't know what is. But that being said, you really can't, not against the Avalanche, because that's going to give them a power play. It's just too risky to do. So to think there's going to be some other kind of repercussions against Josh Manson, you're going to have to wait till next year. Now, when the Avalanche face the Wild next year, okay, Josh Manson may want to keep his head on a swivel for that game.
Or you got about 6 minutes to go in the game and you're down 4-1.
If it's something like that, I probably wouldn't put Manson on the ice. Although you could certainly come after somebody else. I mean, that could be repercussions as well. But it was an amazing moment. And then afterwards, this guy doubled down in the locker room.
Well, I blew him up, and he grabs me and pulls me on top of him, and then, I mean, he's a dirty player. He took his butt end and clearly butt ended me in the face. I don't know how it's not a 5 minute. I think the rule book says it's a 5 minute if you butt at someone in the face. He's a dirty player. He's always been. Not very well respected.
Now, of course, Manson's never been suspended in his life, and McCarron has.
That's fine. If he wants to call me a dirty player, he can just look at my history. I mean, it's been 13 years and I haven't been suspended yet, so obviously I'm not that dirty. You know what I mean? I think there are other guys in the league that are doing more, but was that the cleanest play? No. I mean, was it purposeful? No, and it wasn't purposeful either. But like I said, served my time. They scored on it, so I mean, benefited them. That's his perspective.
We need the best part, though. I mean, that doesn't include the best part.
The best part is that he talked to Peter Baugh. Now, Peter Baugh is a writer, and he wasn't rolling.
Used to be here, right?
Yes, he is. Peter's a great journalist, great guy.
So he got Josh Manson for a quote on his own that nobody captured on film or audio. But the quote is great. He hits me, but then he lands on me. I didn't really like that. I butt-ended him. Was that on purpose? Was that my intention? Absolutely not. Did I want to punch him in the head?
Sure.
I did want to punch him in the head.
I love that. Oh God, that's so good.
It's fantastic.
It's just so good. It's so
That's
perfect,
hockey.
is it not?
To this day, that's like hockey right there.
And this is what the Avalanche have that the Nuggets don't.
Yep.
And it doesn't come from your best player. Doesn't have to. It comes from a role player who understands a very important role, whose role is to look out for the best players and be there.
McDaniel, Naz Reid. There you go.
You don't need Nathan McKinnon to do this. Gabe Landeskog, Josh Manson, Ross Colton will mix it up with you. Parker Kelly. Should I go on? Jack Drury. I mean, I can list 10 dudes that will pick up that mantle for the Avalanche where you can't name anybody, sadly, for the Nuggets to do the same. And that's the difference.
Welcome back, Josh Manson, by the way.
All honesty, in championship teams and teams that want to be championship teams.
It's always good, unless I know I grew up and played another era, but it's always good to have a guy that when he enters the ice or enters the field, I know they've softened how you can plow defensive players in football, but still, you want a guy that plays for you that heads are on a swivel when he's in the game. And that's, if we're just sticking with one, that's Josh Manson.
By the way, I'm glad he's still in the game. Didn't look like it. Didn't see anything else. Pretty brave talk to PK Subban on TV. That was between the first and second period. Where was it, my friend?
Yeah, he went viral. Got to go viral.
It got viral. It also got your ass kicked in the last two periods, and you lose the game.
Speaking of PK and Messier, and again, ESPN, so as soon as the game's over, let's go to the studio with a guy that doesn't even know how to pronounce the guy's name, so he's not even a hockey guy, and do some post-react. But God dang, I thought Messier and PK were like pro-Minnesota. I didn't know the Avalanche even did anything well in those first two intermissions.
Yeah. I think that sometimes that happens just because they want series, but you're right. Yeah, it did feel that way.
Yeah, you're like, well, come on, that was a good goal. No, it was a bad excuse. The even on the power play goal. Well, listen, look, and what's the little dude, 15? Akon or
Ashawn.
Ashawn,
who played in his first NHL playoff game.
Who was
another little dude.
Absolutely horrible. 5'8". I mean, horrible. He was a guy that they're showing on the first goal where he just leaves the field.
Not a lot of experience.
The pain, right? Yeah. But why is he in there?
We'll get to that. You know what? I do have an update. Jared Bednar has landed at the airport. He has just given a press briefing on the injuries. So I do have an update, and I'll bring that to you coming up next. We got lots to talk about here. It's a fantastic night.
He talked about Acorn?
I don't think he talked about Acorn in particular, but he did talk about Sam Malinsky, and that's why Acorn's playing, because Sam Malinsky wasn't. We'll get to that coming up next.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, go check out the best dealership in Colorado. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to love your experience, and you're probably going to become a customer for life. Guys, I think that relationships matter. That's why I buy all my vehicles from Phil Long Ford. I've been doing it for a very long time, and I bought multiple vehicles from them. I know them, love them, trust them, And if you're anything like me, you'll become a customer for life because it's a different dealership. They're going to respect you. They're going to respect your time, get you in, get you out, give you the best price, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Don't drive all over the state. There's over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford. They've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. They also have an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
I mean, I think it's just belief in this room, confidence in this room, determination. I mean, those three things, and you add in sprinkle in the skill that we have and the depth that we have. I mean, it's a powerful combination, and guys knew what was at stake tonight, how important this game was to not give them any more life than they already got in Game 3, and yeah, I thought we did a good job.
It's a Ticket Tuesday, and we're giving away tickets to Game 2 Wait, not game. Wait, is this wrong, Dan? This is the wrong coffee. My bad. I got you. Little Anchorman moment there. Little Anchorman moment. It's a Ticket Tuesday. We're giving away tickets to Game 5 thanks to Papa Murphy's. It's also a $10 Tuesday. If you're looking for dinner, head over to papamurphys.com. Any large pizzas, just $10. So here we go. We're giving away Game 5 tickets for tomorrow night. The keyword is Cedar. C-E-D-A-R. Cedar. Text that right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. And you're entered. Limited tickets are available. If you want more info on that, Avs Alley should be rocking tomorrow night. 6 p.m. puck drop, which is awesome. Head on over to coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. Again, this hour's keyword is Cedar. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. All right, here is the update. By the way, Colorado, the Avs have a 14-2 record in their lifetimes when they lead a series 3-1. So the odds seem tremendously in their favor.
What's that record?
14-2.
One of those times were against Minnesota.
You could be right. I'm not exactly sure what the two losses were, but you could be right.
0-3, I believe.
So, I'm sorry. I'm a little slow and dumb. Hit my head for a living. 14-2 win what?
Leading a series 3-1.
Got it.
So whether it's tomorrow night or Friday night or Sunday, one way or the other, the Avalanche are certain, historically, to wrap this series up against the Wild. Big game last night. Huge win by them. Here is the update from our guy, Jesse Montano, who gave me the information that Minnesota was playing Don't Stop Believing when they were losing near the end of the game. And as soon as you play Don't Stop Believing, you have lost the game. It's the worst song to play for your fans because it shows completed utter desperation and that it will take a miracle for you to win. So don't stop believing.
Just a reminder.
It is one of the worst songs ever. I challenge anybody to ever show me any case where a team was trailing, they played that song in the stadium, and the team actually won the game.
When you say a worst song ever, you mean for that scenario?
It's just played when you have no hope. It's dumb in-arena DJs thinking this will get everybody fired up, this is what we need. But it's really a sign that you've got nothing left. When they played Don't Stop Believing in Tampa for Game 6 with about 5 minutes to go, in a one-goal game, I was like, holy cow, we just won the Stanley Cup. Like, this is pretty awesome. And I got a note from Jesse. They were playing it with around that same amount of time to go yesterday in a one-goal game.
Right before the first open netter.
And it was like, I don't need to hear anything else. So that's going on. And thank God, I have never, ever, ever heard that at Ball Arena. I've never heard them do that. Thank God. I've never heard it for the Nuggets. I've never heard it for the Avs. Good on them. Here's the update with Sam Malinsky and Lehkonen. By the way, how surprised were you guys that those dudes weren't playing?
Yeah.
Like, whoa. And so you talk about Ashawn? That's where I'm just rolling with.
Acorn.
That's why he played, but he did play in place of Blankenberg. So whatever Blankenberg put out there, it wasn't good enough.
Gave up 5'9" for 5'8".
Now, Ashawn, he was on the ice the least amount of minutes of any Avs player, and he did block 3 shots, which was the most of any Avs player. So it's not like he wasn't willing to sacrifice himself out there.
No,
but
that's good.
Obviously you'd rather have, Sam Malinsky and Josh Manson and everybody back there. And then with Lehkonen out, you got Kivi Ranta back, and you got Colton on the ice at the same time. So the Avalanche are kind of dancing through this thing without some, pretty good players, not at full strength. Bednar said just about 25 minutes ago, Malinsky and Lehkonen got dinged up in Game 3. Both are upper body injuries. Both are considered day-to-day, and they're not worried about these being long-term injuries.
Okay. Well, listen, when you get hurt in the postseason, and they say, well, we're not worried about long-term injuries. Well, guess what? Playoffs ain't a long time. You lose some games.
We just got to get through.
Right? Lose Wednesday, lose Friday. Guess what? Playoffs ain't a long time, is it?
I just literally don't know what the heck an injury is that keeps the hockey player out. So when I see guys get hurt, It's probably like wrong. It's probably like evil of me that I'm just like, yeah, you're not normal, so you're going to be fine. You're going to bounce back. We'll be ready to rock and roll. I mean, okay, so Nate, you took one to the face, potentially lost a couple teeth, blood's going everywhere. He'll be back in 3 minutes.
I have not heard any kind of updates about Nate. I haven't heard about dental issues.
They said in the post
broken bone issues.
that it was just the nose and that he did not lose any teeth.
Okay, let's think about this for a second. That puck, by the way, friendly fire.
Yep.
Again. And I'm happy about Blackwood. I am. But on that particular play, it happened because Blackwood did not secure the puck. And Taves was trying to, just get it the hell out of there and tie it up, and we don't have to do that. But how does Bednar miss a handful of days with the puck he got hit to the face, and Nathan McKinnon doesn't?
Because he hit him in his nose, and that hurt his boo-boo nose, and Bednar broke his entire face.
How does this moment right here not break
God.
your entire face?
I don't know. And how does that not
he
get the
didn't get any
teeth?
break. He hit him right on that nose.
Every time I see it, I've got a verbal like straight to the. That's got to be teeth. That's got to be orbital.
That's
got to be all of it.
Direct shot.
Hit him right on the nose.
All right.
Well, at least he's got a nice cushiony nose for him.
It's definitely a nose that's had some traction.
He may have lost a little cartilage up in that nose after that one.
Dude. But of course you knew he was going to come back.
I know. I literally thought to myself, like, somebody put a stopwatch on this thing and see how long it takes him to get back out on ice.
What, with like 4 minutes to go in the second period?
There was a lot of time. Yeah, because I think even a little bit less. I think it was about a minute to go in the second because they did have the intermission. But of course he came out, and then he scored his specialty.
And he was still bleeding, though, in the third quarter.
He might be still bleeding today. But it's Nathan McKinnon, the king of the empty netters.
King of the empty netters.
The king of the empty netters struck again.
But what a pass, though.
Yes.
By Natchez.
Natchez was, I'd say, a very unselfish on that particular play. I mean, nobody would have blamed Natchez for at least giving it a shot. But he just, passed it behind him, made it
took
way
a little
easier.
more time off the clock.
No problem. And then Brock Nelson, who's been snake bit, he got on the board with an empty netter as well. And his line scored the first goal, so they were productive. And boy, oh boy, did anybody else have a hard time figuring out who was on what line? It was like kind of all over the place for a while. It was kind of tricky to figure it out.
It was a little different.
I was like, who is doing what with who?
Which is a good feeling that you got two important key players on your team didn't play.
You're down 1-0. You go ahead 2-1, and sure enough, they tie it up. Not in seconds, but quickly, relatively quickly. And then you just have the gumption to go up, and you have the defense and the ability to hang in there. And Volstead can shut up about, the Avalanche just score lucky goals on him. That's a cocky little guy right there.
Yeah, it's a cocky little town, ain't it? It was a cocky little basketball team, cocky little hockey team, talking trash in the middle of the game. Okay, cool. And you know what I will say, like, the last couple games, I'm glad they went down the way they did. I'm glad they lost one. I'm glad that they had to fight really hard here. It's not always going to be easy. It almost just got fake, for all of us, for everybody. We're like, how could the Wild possibly beat the Avs? Well, even in the last game, there's probably ways they could beat the Avs, So I'm glad that it went down the way that it did because it's just a reminder for this team of how locked in they got to stay.
That being said, there is some sort of analytic. Please don't ask me the stuff behind it, like what goes into the metrics of it, but it's called the Winometer.
Huh?
Again, there's metrics that go into it. Don't ask me. But it's on ESPN, the Winometer, meaning whether you deserve to win. Not your probability of winning, what you're doing against your opponent that would cause you to deserve to win.
This is some fan with Cheetos stains all over his fingers, trying to have fun.
Perhaps, but the Winometer was over 93% for the Avalanche. So I'm just rolling with that, and I don't care what metrics the nerd uses, because that is how I felt representative of the game. The Avs dominated. They really did.
Especially after the first period.
They earned that win.
Yeah.
They came up with more fire, more of everything.
At the start of the second period, I'm sitting there looking at him going, I'm thinking, how's Minnesota not down 3-1 or 4-1 already?
They easily could have.
I mean, they spent
They wouldn't
65, 70% of the time down in their zone.
What was the stat of how long they went without in real time?
19 minutes.
No, I'm talking in real time. It was like an hour and a half without getting a shot on goal.
It was 19 minutes in the game, I believe, 19 something.
I mean, I'm probably exaggerating. I'm just saying it was an absurd amount of time.
And forever it felt like they only had 4 shots on goal for more than half.
Well, I'm telling you, listen, I'm not sure, and I'm not cocky. You got to win game 4, but I'm not sure if you took the second period. And I'd love someone to ask Bednar this. I guess he'll be on with the boys in the morning, right? Or was he on today?
Well, he's usually on Wednesdays.
Yeah, so he should be on tomorrow.
Was he on today? I don't know. They were flying. There's no way he was on today. He should be on tomorrow.
That second period, the energy they play with that second period, I don't know if they lose many games at all the rest of the way. If you can string 3 periods, multiple games in a row. Because I'm telling you, that second period, they came out, especially kind of go on the first intermission. You got to listen to ESPN kissing up to Minnesota the whole freaking time. And then all of a sudden you come out the second period, and I think it even surprised the announcers. They were like, well, because it was all Avs. Then you tied it up fairly quickly, I think, in the second period. But they dominated that second period.
At the end of the day, the real special sauce with the Colorado Avalanche is they wear you down. They are, when their game's on, and their game wasn't on in game 3, but when their game's on, which is most nights, they just wear you down. And the game could be close, but when they wear you down at the end, if you're in a 12-round boxing match, right, like, who's got the legs after round 10?
And listen, one of their guys that bust you up, too, is a physical guy. Lehkonen didn't play.
He didn't play. Malinsky, who's been great, didn't play. Lehkonen's been an unbelievable clutch performer in the playoffs on every level for every team that he's been on, and he wasn't available to you. Brock Nelson's line, I felt great for their line that they got an early goal and Brock got an empty netter. It's like that's been it's been hanging on him a little bit. So I'm glad you got that monkey off your back. And now, fellas, Tyler, you were funny on social media.
What'd I do?
Oh, of course you play Blackwood. Like, well, who would ever question,
Yeah, I've been saying that the whole time.
Blackwood.
I mean, obviously. Look, man, I mean, when coaches make decisions like this, and yes, I did disagree with it. Yes, I did think it was a quick trigger that was potentially going to cause long-term drama for the rest of the playoffs, making the change of goaltender. And yet, you always got to say, when coaches make decisions like this and they end up on the right side of it, like Nick Saban did in the national championship game when he benched Jalen and he went to Tua. You look at these guys like you are literal geniuses that understand your team on a level that nobody else ever could. And who are we morons to ever challenge you?
Well, we always have fun with it in the beginning.
It doesn't make it not crazy. I still think it was crazy.
There is a point when the coaches and teams that you root for, they do undoubtedly know better than you.
Yeah, of course.
So at this point, Jared Bednar, without a shadow of a doubt, not that he really had it before, but without a shadow of the doubt, in my mind, can remain unquestioned for whatever decision he makes moving forward. And I'll just be like, okay.
And I'll say this. I saw Niraj in between shows, and I wouldn't say the Blackwood was great. Like you said a while ago, I thought there was a couple that he could have held on to his stomach. And
the one that McKinnon got shelled at is a good. Go back and look at it.
Couple rebounds, I thought he could have, cleared up.
And early in the game, there was a puck that just was right past the skate that easily could have gone in.
Well, he was sprawled out, and one went right behind him across the crease. But I'll say this: I don't know if he was great, but dog, he grinded. I mean, I mean he. That was like a blue collar goalie performance. That kick save he had late. I mean, he was scrambled. One time he got a stick knocked down. He was down there to stop the shot, and I just thought maybe he was great. Maybe I want the glove catch all the time. I want the glove catch all the time.
Yes, of course.
But dude, I thought that dude grinded his butt off for that win.
Who do you play tomorrow night? And whatever decision Bednar makes will be fine, and we'll say, fine, way to go. But who do you think they go to tomorrow night?
Might get Blackwood another one, but I think it goes back to what you see on the tape also. And listen, I mean, I thought he was sprawled 2 or 3 times that I'm like, this is dangerous. That
Yeah.
third period, there was 2 or 3 times he's on his belly, kicked one out luckily and all that.
And when he came in relief in the last game, obviously he had the big bounce off his chest that didn't look great. So there's been moments, but I don't know, to answer DMac's question, I'm just a moron. I'm just another moron over here that isn't looking at all the nuances, I suppose. But I look at it like, how do you not go back to Blackwood? I didn't want to go to Blackwood. I wanted it to be Wedgwood, but how do you not keep going with Blackwood?
What's clear is the team at this level at this is not the regular season. So whoever you put back there, the team is going to fight really, really hard. And I'll be surprised if they get caught as being as complacent as they were in Game 3 ever again in the rest of this playoffs. Maybe they need it. You need a little kick in the pants. You need a little, wake up sort of moment.
Right.
But I think you only need one of those moments. And losing one game ain't no big deal. Frankly, losing 2 games ain't a big deal. You lost 2 games to the Blues and 2 games to the Lightning on the way to the Cup championship, okay?
Listen, but still saying that, win Wednesday, because you got Vegas down there. They're tied at 2-2.
They are. They played tonight.
So maybe that series goes 6 or 7. You can get 2 or 3 days off in between.
They're kind of ahead of the Avs, sort of. They're going for Game 5 tonight. So, yeah, you're going to get a couple of days, but it's not going to be anything like you just got.
No,
that was ridiculous.
Here we go.
Yeah, you'll be good. I hope, health-wise, I hope you'll be ready for it. And I do not think the Ducks or Vegas are as good as Minnesota.
Well, listen.
Carolina, that might be another story. But those 2 teams, nah.
Minnesota, unless people forget, was the 3rd best team in the Western Conference. It had over 100 points this year.
Excellent team.
They're a very, very good team.
They may be the 2nd best team in the NHL. That is tough break for them, right? And tough challenge for the Avs too. I feel like we'll look at the Western Conference final a lot different than this series, because I think either the Ducks or Vegas presents a different challenge. Not quite as, I don't want to jinx anything, but
listen,
whatever.
Here's another thing also for just Colorado sports fans. The Wild and the Avalanche are playing each other after you feel like the Nuggets got embarrassed by the Wolves.
Yes.
And so there's still this
Agreed.
little animosity of sports feelings going out there that, we can't stand Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, you want this,
It would feel nice.
And listen, hey, putting all my love over there.
It would feel nice, and it would feel nice just to finish it off tomorrow night. Avs Alley will be rocking outside. The weather's supposed to be unbelievable.
What's Kit Kat doing?
Oh, she's going. We got a whole plan.
6 o'clock start?
Yeah, I gotta.
I just gotta say this, Scott. When you say Kit Kat, it just sounds creepy. It just doesn't sound right when you say that.
Really?
Break me off a piece of that.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Dad.
He's literally the only person that says it, though.
I know.
Okay,
so
her name is
I'm
Cat
going to be
Cave.
honest. So,
Cat Cave. How'd you come up with Cat Cave?
She came up with it. Unbelievable.
So
out there on YouTube, if you really want to look for something, it's her and a friend of hers talking about cats.
But DMac, if he calls her Cat Cave, it's also going to sound creepy.
Well,
it's also going to be
that's
borderline.
what he always calls her. So
that's what she calls herself.
But DMac can say that. But if I'm like, what's Cat Cave up to tonight?
I wouldn't take offense to Cat. What's wrong with Cat Cave?
So if I say what's Cat Cave up to tonight?
It's got enough.
No, if you said what's Kit Kat?
Listen, I'm not naive.
Whoa!
I'm not naive. I understand.
What's Kit Kat wearing to the game?
I understand both have some sexual innuendo. Okay, I get it. And again, everybody can make their own little jokes, what they want. But I'm happy with that double innuendo. In fact, I think most 56-year-old
Proud
women,
of her for it.
56-year-old women would love some sort of double innuendo.
Okay.
Maybe even a single.
I'm not going to do it, but if you're giving Scott permission, swing away, pal.
If Moser can call his wife Bear, I can call my wife Cat Cave.
But that doesn't sound
you
creepy.
Call your wife
if
Warden.
I say what's the bear up to tonight, that doesn't sound creepy.
Think about that. We've all got nicknames. You got Queen of Chicken with
Queen of Chicken.
We got Bear, Cat Cave,
Warden,
and X.
It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, you ever wonder why Fanatic Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Other sportsbooks, their rewards, they're just the same old, same old. But Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack Fan Cash. With Fanatic Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, win or lose. And unlike points that expire, you can spend your Fan Cash on official team gear across every team and league, collectibles, exclusive experiences, all on Fanatics.com. Fan Cash unlocks value you can't get at other sports books. Convert your Fan Cash to profit boost, and you can even bet with it too. With Fan Cash, you're getting access to the world of sports every time you bet with Fanatic Sportsbook. So switch to a sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Download the Fanatic Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatic Sportsbook app.
not sure exactly what their options are when they make that call, to look at it. If I was just hoping that that it didn't have to be a major, because I didn't think like he definitely hits him with his stick and a little undisciplined there, but didn't look to me like it was vicious enough to be like a 5-minute major in a game misconduct. So at that point, I was just kind of hoping for the best and the Mans would be able to stay in the game. I think they probably made the right call, and he was able to do that. And, they got the power play goal out of it, and then we had to go to work and try to even the game up.
Connor McGahee's just sent us a note, and it's out there. So if you've seen it, don't answer, but just tell me you've seen it. But we now know what it costs somebody to take the end of their stick, their butt end, and jam it in a dude's face. Do you know what the fine is, Tyler? Just be honest. Do you know what it is or not?
I don't, but I do know that hockey fines are insanely low.
Okay.
They're like capped at like $5,000.
Okay, Scott, do you know?
$5,000.
So you're going to say $5,000?
Yeah.
You're going to say $5,000?
2,500.
2,500. Dan, do you know what the answer is?
I saw
you know the
Connor's
answer.
text.
It is $5,000.
Okay.
It's official. $5,000.
Yeah. Hockey's got a great CBA.
Are you kidding me?
Fantastic CBA.
Are you kidding me? You can take your stick, jam it in a dude's face, not even get kicked out of the game, and you got to write a check for $5,000?
I know.
Are you kidding me?
As the Bass Brothers would say, Dan? Dan? As the Bass Brothers would say?
What would they say? I don't know.
$5,000, well worth it.
By the way, that is the maximum amount so he did get fined the max.
Right.
But it's $5,000? Didn't Von Miller get fined $15,000 for like fake shaking an opponent's hand?
Well, didn't Nikola Jokic just run up to a guy and get in his chili and get fined $50,000?
He just got 50 for that, right?
50.
Hold on.
Didn't Wemby just hit a dude right in the throat with an elbow? And
What'd he get?
0.
Oh, that is fantastic.
Didn't Dre Greenlaw get like a $50,000 fine plus a full game suspension, which was probably like another $100,000?
For what? What did he do?
He spoke meanly to a ref after the game.
But yet in hockey, not only can you just fight, which is fine, you can smash a dude with the end of your stick, not get thrown out of the game, and get fined $5,000.
But if you criticize officiating in the NBA, it's $50,000.
Holy cow. That is unbelievable. What a sport. What a freaking sport.
I wonder, do you think, I mean, I guess it's not the same because you can say the same about basketball or any other sport, baseball, but the amount of games, does that factor into it? Like, because it's more likely for you to have infractions?
I have no idea.
Oh.
I'll tell you this, what I love about the playoffs.
How about LaMelo Ball got $35,000 for tripping?
Did he really?
Yeah, for tripping. What's his name?
I remember that.
Oh,
Adebayo in the first round.
He got $35,000 for that.
For tripping.
Yeah, that was near the end of the game. He made up for it. He was almost the super heel. Actually, came out the hero in that one, but he almost cost his team the game. Okay, I don't even know what to say. I think that's absolutely hysterical. I'm getting from our guy Jesse Montano a text. The deserve to win-o-meter takes the analytics from that game and runs 1,000 simulations and says, quote, if this game was played the exact same way, the Avs win X percentage amount of time. If that makes any sense.
Somebody with a whole lot of time on their
I'm
hands.
just telling you.
That's a dude that seriously has got a bong and an unlimited supply of weed sitting with a computer. That's who came up with that, yeah.
It's just a note. For the old win-o-meter, the Avs did dominate and very much so deserved to win that game. Nice bounce back from game 3 on every single level. So there you go. Craig Morton. We'll get back to the Avs here in a second. Craig Morton is one of my favorite Denver Broncos of all time. And this was I just had a moment with Craig Morton's passing that I actually said to myself, oh, I got to talk to my dad about this. And I was like, oh, can't do that. Because my dad passed recently too. But Craig Morton, when I was a little kid in 3rd grade, was the reason I love sports. He's the athlete. Him and Haven Moses. And I like the Orange Crush defense too. But in 3rd grade, we moved out to Steamboat Springs from the east. So my dad could be the next Hunter Thompson, write a book.
M&M connection.
Didn't get published, the whole thing. M&M connection. My dad was out in San Francisco when Morton was in college out there. Then he went to the Cowboys and then the Broncos. But for those Broncos fans that don't know Craig Morton, it's hard to think of a quarterback before John Elway. But he really was the leader of the team that went to the first Super Bowl. And he just passed away yesterday.
First guy to start in a Super Bowl game with two different franchises.
You got to start with the Cowboys?
He got start in their first Super Bowl.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I didn't know
he was the starter in Dallas's first Super Bowl. He's also the starter in the Broncos' first Super Bowl. After Dallas, he actually spent 2 seasons in New York with the Giants. Didn't really do anything, just a backup, and then came here in '77. I think the year that they went to the Super Bowl was his first year as a full-time quarterback.
I've been here since '99. You guys obviously longer, but there are not many Broncos or ex-Broncos I would get like tongue-tied and nervous around. Craig Morton was one of them. And I ended up in his vicinity, but never brave enough to really ever talk to Craig Morton. Did you have a relationship with Craig?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I got to host the alumni dinners for 10 years. So.
All right.
I met Craig every year.
You want to say anything about Craig?
No, he's one of the legendary. The Ring of Fame, played 5 seasons for here. His last year, I think in '82, was his best season as a starter. Which is kind of funny because you compare numbers back to 1982 compared to numbers of 2022, and they pale, right? I mean, I think his best year, I think he had 22 touchdowns and 3,100 yards, and I was like, wow.
Yeah. The numbers were a lot
less.
less.
Whole different football game now, but he was. Listen, the Orange Crush got all the publicity, but he was that veteran quarterback that came in and kind of put that offense together.
You, how's your Broncos Craig Morton stuff? That's a little bit before your time, obviously,
yeah, it's pretty
right?
light. I mean, I know more than a name, but not much.
Yeah.
And that's unfortunately the way I'm with a lot of Broncos legends.
Sure, of course.
Yeah.
But it's interesting because he was the guy before Elway.
Yeah.
It really is hard to think of a quarterback before Elway. It really is. But, he was that guy for the Denver Broncos. It was exciting, man, being here in Colorado
if you think
when they went to the Super Bowl for the first time.
Quarterback history, and I know, and I'm not going to mention everybody, but Marlon Briscoe, which is kind of officially the first black quarterback in the NFL, quarterbacked in Denver 1 year. Then Frank Tripucka was actually retired for 3 years. They start the franchise here, and they go, we got to have somebody. Oh, hey, Frank, you want to come out of retirement? He's in the Ring of Fame. And then Craig Morton, obviously, and then John Elway and Peyton Manning, and now hopefully Bo Nix.
All right, well, best wishes to his family and the Broncos community. Rest in peace to Craig Morton. When we come back, the Avs do what they need to do, and now what? Especially what do they do in goal? We'll have that for you coming up next right here on PhD. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel like it. If your energy is low, sleep is off, weight won't budge, your mind feels a little foggy, sex drive. It's time to switch things up. Low T is something men younger and younger sort of, find themselves with, and you don't realize it at first, but just it doesn't feel right. Well, at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, their advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more can get you going. Treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more. Don't be older. Take control. Be stronger in the gym, sharper at work, better in the bedroom, and be more confident in every part of your life with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take the low T quiz. Take it from there. Your first appointment is only $99. You get the consult, a T, and a PSA test. If you sign up for T treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. So call today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Future therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
All right, we're going to hear from some of the players and Bedsy and Dan. Anything else from earlier today when they got back from the airport? Anything that?
No, I just saw the Malinsky, Lekanen stuff. Keep you guys updated if
day-to-day
anything rolls out.
We're live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. All right, here's let's talk about McKinnon. Bednar on McKinnon's puck to the face.
Yeah, no, if he was going to be able to get out there, he was going to be out there. I don't think that was ever in doubt. I just felt for him because I just went through that. It doesn't feel very good. So you're just hoping that your guy's okay. You know, that's the main thing, and then you feel for him because it sucks.
Well, he would know. It was one of those moments. You see it, it's like, oh. I do wonder if Nate, now the adrenaline's all gone, it's the next day, you know.
Well, I bet he hurts.
Yeah, I guess I'd be surprised if he doesn't play tomorrow night, but
I mean, outside
I bet
of
it hurts, yeah.
The only
I bet
thing,
it really hurts.
The only thing that would stop him from playing, and I don't even think he got impacted, but the only thing that would stop him from playing is if it affected his vision. And it would appear that is not the case. It was not near his eyes.
Well, it was funny because it went in between.
Yes, but like bleh,
in between periods, somebody asked Subban, he goes, "Oh yeah, I've seen dudes. Sometimes you're on your bench, you don't even know how severe it is. Then they come over and they got their teeth in their hands, and you're like, the hockey players are just different dudes, man.
I believe McKinnon.
They're not real people.
I do believe McKinnon does have all of his original chiclets, or at least he did.
No way.
I believe
Really?
he does. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, you know, most of the guys have all their teeth. Most do, but you know, obviously there's more guys that are missing teeth in an NHL locker room than any other locker room.
The guys that aren't are defensemen and the dudes that stand in front of the crease when the pucks are flying in.
Yeah.
Ask Landeskog, who's got his teeth, but he lost a testicle.
I do. Wait.
I'm sorry?
He didn't lose it, but
well, he lost it in a butt ending.
Yeah. I do wonder why the guys just don't wear a full clear shield that they have to wear at every single level, you know, up and down hockey, except for the NHL. But
or just a cage. What's wrong with the cage?
I don't know. I do not know. I mean, it would have saved McKinnon there for sure, 100%. He'd have been fine. No big deal. I do not know. I think it's just the ethos of hockey, the tough guyness of sports at that sort of level. You know, they all wear the shield, the clear shield in front of their eyes. They used to not wear that.
Because that's a requirement now, right?
Oh, it's a requirement. Yeah. You have to wear it, which is, again, why doesn't the NHL just require you to wear a full face shield?
Because it's never as simple as that. It's got to be in the CBA. Players have to agree to it. The NHL is going to have to give up on something to get players to protect themselves because players don't want to protect themselves.
It's remarkable.
It's all one gigantic negotiation. But, of course, you're right. At this point, to not have a full face shield seems insane.
Hey, man, it's their sport.
At the very least, just do a full-sized clear one.
It's funny, like, it's clear that the NFL is going to have to require Guardian caps, or some players do, though. Some NFL guys have taken to wearing the Guardian caps.
Did you see they actually made those look better?
Yeah, well, they got you put on the thing, the bib around it.
No. Now it's built in. So now.
To the helmet itself?
No, like. Whereas before it would be just like a black canvas, right? And then each team would have like a logo with a canvas that they would put on top of it.
Yes.
Now they're making it built for each team. So it's already built in. It looks good. It looks clean.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's still, don't get me wrong, it still looks goofy, but it looks 100 times better than it used to.
I'm with you, though. Why can't you put that technology in the helmet, just make the helmets a little thicker?
Here's my question. Why can't that just go on the inside?
I don't have any idea.
No clue. And I don't know. Listen, whatever. It's sports. It's the macho-ness of sports. It is what it is. Blackwood. Here is Bedsy on Blackwood.
He was great. Yeah, I think he went in the net and did exactly what I was hoping he would do. And he's had, like I said before, he had some like really strong practices in the last week. He's had some time to prepare. He's in tune with what's going on in the series and done his homework. And I thought that, he went in and played a great game for us.
All right. What's your take on Blackwood? What do you guys think?
You got to keep going, and it's the opposite of what I said just yesterday. I mean, yesterday I didn't like the move. Yesterday I thought you were creating potential drama and storylines on a team that there was no storylines. Now all of a sudden there was a potential storyline with this goaltender deal. It worked. Bednar was the genius. I was the moron. And now you're here, and now moron me looks at things simply. You guys do that for me? I am a moron.
You're close
right?
enough.
I'm a moron.
Well, that's the first stage of healing.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to kill you.
Well, I look at things very simply, and it looks simple to me. He had a good game. Keep rolling.
I can see you do it again. Like I said, we talked about it the last couple of days. I think there was some analytics or something they saw in film that he was struggling just a little, not seeing it clean.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say Blackwood played a clean, perfect game, but. Dude, I thought he competed, and he gave you a chance to win a game on the road and had some fabulous, fabulous saves in that third period. I thought he sprawled a couple of times, got lucky a couple of times. That's fine. But, man, I thought he competed. And one more guy that hadn't played since game 2 of the first round, right?
He hasn't played at all. No, he played game. No, he went in for Wedgwood when it was 3-0.
That was the first time he played.
That was the first time he played in a long time.
Yeah. So I thought he was solid. If you can go with him again, go with him.
Oh, what a turn, man! I just can't believe we've had the success we've had with Wedgwood, and now you're going with Blackwood. It really is remarkable.
Well,
that my first question to Bednar would be that. Were there some sort of advanced analytics that you look at that told you really should give Blackwood a shot out here, that for whatever reason Wedgwood was just not playing the way he should have been playing? Because there's no reason Wedgwood couldn't have started last night. No reason at all. Not hurt. Plenty of time between games. Like, if he's your guy and he gives you the best chance to win, there was no reason you couldn't have played him. So what was it? I mean, what made you look like the genius that you look like now?
Give them a different look. Give them a different look. Kind of like a relief pitcher. Third game of a series, you brought the same guy in the 8th inning and finally go,
okay,
let's bring in so-and-so, see if we give him a different look.
All right, so they've had a different look, so you stick with that?
You could. Listen, I think the organization wants Blackwood to be the main guy. He's a bigger guy. He signed a big deal, right? So I think this is kind of who they want to be successful. I just think he lost a little confidence in the middle of the year.
We're just getting this update right now. Eriksson Ek and Brodin will not travel for Game 5. Wow. Holy cow. They couldn't get those guys ready to go. You know, if there was any possible way for those guys to play, they would be playing. That's wow. And they've both been on the ice. So whatever's been bugging them just has not healed up sufficient. And they would try. I have no doubts. They're tough dudes. They're hockey guys. Yeah, I mean, that's wild. Yeah. Well, I don't know, man. I'm not sure. I mean, anything can happen. I mean, we had a game against, the Blues where Nathan McKinnon's scoring hat tricks and you lose 6-5. I mean, anything can happen in a Game 5. So who knows? But holy cow, I would, if you can get some tickets to Game 5, I would go because I think that's going to clinch it up. We'll see. Anything can happen. There's no guarantees, but it's looking good.
Well, you and Kitty Litter will be there.
Well, she'll be out at the Avs Alley.
Cat Cave, Kitty Litter.
Yeah. She's all into Avs Alley, man. I'm telling you. She's all fired up for it. She does have to work to 5 o'clock. So I got to be like at the door, 5 o'clock. We're going downtown, and you know what a mess that can be driving downtown.
Well,
but
drive to the drive somewhere and just take the light rail.
We got parking's fine. We got that. I'm good.
Oh, you're going to your son's house?
No, we have the magic parking pass, my friends.
Ooh.
So we have some advantages, and that's one of them. So that's good. So as long as I can get there, we're good. Now the question is, do I hang out with Cat Cave or do I go inside?
Well, I think you do like you do Game 1. You hang out with Cat Cave first period.
I can do that.
If it's 4-0, then maybe stay out there.
But I get a free dinner inside. Yeah.
They have hot dogs out there.
We got a Hawaiian pizza last time. It took like 30 minutes waiting for it. It was delicious, but it was,
It's not what you're looking for.
I mean, I'm not saying it's the Four Seasons or the Ivy or something inside, but there's a variety of things you can choose from. You're getting a hot dog or a slice of truck pizza.
We build up the alley there.
Well, here's what I could do, which would be slightly slimy. And I probably won't do it, but I could certainly take a couple of plates and
Yeah, you could sneak in and come on back.
I actually could do that. I could do that. That would be jerky, though. Can you imagine me walking out of the building with two plates full of food? Nobody would care. They don't know the difference. Yeah.
Just act like you belong. Nobody stops you.
Yeah. Well, that's tomorrow night. It should be a blast. The weather's supposed to be great. Everything's supposed to be cool.
Well, it's a beautiful evening.
It's fun out there. I'll tell you that. It's fun out there, and the sound system is great, and the screen they have to watch the game is awesome, and it's free. It's absolutely free. You got to get a QR code or sign up for tickets. It's all free though. It's just a process of just getting through the metal detectors and all that crap. It's no big deal. It's really fun. It's cool. So that's tomorrow night, and we'll have the game obviously right here on Altitude. All right, one more for you. Parker Kelly had one of my favorite moments, and we'll get to the Josh Manson McCarron stuff coming up, as well as a keyword for you to win some Avs playoff tickets. But one thing that you love is guys that are grinders and hard workers being rewarded. And when Parker Kelly scored a goal, you realize he scored it after he initiated physicalness into the play.
Yeah.
So he's the one that's forechecking. He's the one that's putting the pressure on, and he gets rewarded later.
Yeah, I think just being ready to go. I think you never know when your opportunity is going to come, and Ross has been playing great. Our bottom line's been playing great. Everyone's just been trying to do the right thing, and you just got to stay ready. It's one shot. It's one play you got to bear down on. That's probably going to come your way. So it's just about staying ready, and all these guys in here are ready. So it was a great goal by Ross to get us up, and then Blackie shut it down for us. So it was a great game overall.
How important do you think role players like Parker Kelly are in winning a championship?
I think they're amazing. I think stars will be stars, but when you get especially this level, stars can kind of even out each other. So who wins games? And I think one of you two said it yesterday. Third, fourth line's got to start having more point production. They talked about it with on ESPN all on the pre and the post. You got to get those third and fourth lines active, putting points up. And look how many points the fourth line put up yesterday.
Well, every sport's got to have role players, right? And every sport's got to have great depth, but not every sport requires the same amount of it, And hockey's pretty unique, in which depth isn't even the right word for these guys. Like they're just full-time rotational players that are going to be out there. And in basketball, you see it in depth and with the Nuggets and the issues that it pops up there. When you've got role players that are playing behind star players that are going to do their job, it's the difference between great teams and championship teams.
One of the great lines from what was the golf movie?
Caddyshack.
That was kind of a funny line, but when you think about it, this is what we're talking about. The world needs ditch diggers too.
The world needs ditch diggers too.
That's
a great line.
That's what role players are.
You don't want a caddy? Yeah, here we go.
Listen, you ain't asking Peyton Manning to go dig a ditch, but that offensive line will, won't they? You ain't asking Nathan McKinnon to go dig a line.
That is a great line.
Dig a ditch.
There's a lot of great lines with that movie, but that is a great one.
Well, world needs ditch diggers too.
Whatever.
That's what role players are. They're the ditch diggers.
Well, I feel good for Parker Kelly. Plus, he dances to Fate of Ophelia in the locker room. I don't think they're doing that anymore because it's kind of crazy with the media that comes in after playoff games now. It's a little bit something.
It is amazing how each level, like each round, the media just doubles and triples.
It's remarkable.
By the time you get to the finals or Stanley Cup finals, it's crazy.
Ridiculous. It's crazy. But that's good. You get rewarded, man. That's, to the victor deserve the spoils. And when you think about it, the Broncos were in the Final Four, and the Avalanche are about to be in the Final Four. Pretty damn good sports here. Again, Nuggets. Yeah, I know. I mean,
the Rapids are better too.
Well, good for them. That's awesome. It's so frustrating with the Nuggets just to put your head around it. I mean, at the worst, it should have been at least a series against the Spurs.
You gave the answer. You gave the answer in the very first segment. You slipped something out there. You know,
What's that?
you talk about the Mansons and the guy that's going to pummel somebody and going to,
Yeah.
you know, and you know what Manson is? He's a ditch digger.
Yeah.
And I would say, who's your honest to goodness ditch diggers the Nuggets have?
They don't have one, or they don't rely on. They don't have one.
They got a lot of foremen.
You know who the closest ditch digger was, and he was hardly utilized whatsoever, was Zeke Naji, and he just.
No.
Well, who else?
I don't know, man.
David Roddy.
He would be a ditch digger.
Zeke would called upon, and the most important of times seemed to show up. I know 90% of the other time you felt like
what you know.
You gotta
What?
catch a basketball.
We're stretching at the most. They didn't have them.
Yeah.
They needed them. You got to find one. You know who kind of an all-star ditch digger was kind of like Russell Westbrook. You know,
he could be one.
But you didn't like him. I mean, Bruce Brown, kind of. I guess Bruce Brown. I mean, he wanted to fight KD.
He wants to be a ditch digger, but he's got brand new cowboy boots. He's a bronc rider.
You know who was a ditch digger who you really needed? But see, you got to play in the NBA. You got to be one of the guys in the rotation. Like our dude Jeff Green was a freaking ditch digger with a helmet on. You know, and he wasn't going to let you.
Hey, KCP.
Mm-hmm.
I guess. I mean, he was a dog. You know,
he wasn't afraid.
No, that's true. That's true. Is that how you're defining it?
I'm the guy ain't afraid to get his hands dirty. And when it's called for and somebody needs to step up nose to nose, you're gonna be with
I
me?
think Christian Brown could have been that guy.
Stars could be ditch diggers also.
Oh yeah,
like Aaron Gordon would be a ditch digger.
But see, I think Nikola acts like one sometimes, but you don't need him to be.
Correct. Like anytime Nathan McKinnon, who we all know is tough enough and willing enough to fight, but you really do not want to see that. Cale Makar, same sort of thing. I mean, I get it. They're not going to back down from it because they're not afraid of it. But you really don't want to see it. You really don't. You need other guys.
But when you do, you can't take your eyes off it because we continue to play the highlight of Joe Sakic, and really the only fight I ever remember him in, right? One fight?
Yeah, I mean, that's, I think, all he had. I mean, it was like
I
that.
know. But again, he's not a ditch digger.
No.
But sometimes the stars go, you know what? Ain't no one else digging this ditch. I got to go do it.
That's why it's so great to have a guy like Gabe Landeskog, who's your best leader, a really good player, but he can mix it up, and he's like, that's kind of perfect. Yeah. That's exactly what you need. And when Christian Brown was saying to Bennett from the Post, I need to lead vocally more, he's trying, sort of, but he lost his confidence. He lost his swag. He just lost everything. But Christian was thinking the right way.
Right.
But he just, whatever it was. It's hard not to make comparisons with what the Avs have and the Nuggets didn't as the further it goes. It becomes more glaring as time goes on. All right, it's a Avs playoff ticket Tuesday. We're giving away tickets to Game 5 tomorrow night as the Avs look to close out the series. Text the keyword Birch, BIRCH. That's Birch to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered. Limited tickets are still available. If you want more info on that and Avs Alley, head on over to coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. Again, this hour's keyword is Birch. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. Manson versus McCarron. We'll dig into it next.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, that could be a bald spot, receding hairline, thinning hair, or just a big old bald spot, guys. It's all a bad feeling, and you can do something about it by simply calling my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration, 720-459-HAIR. Don't waste time. Call today. Call and ask about their Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. That includes mine. And I want you to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair, simply fantastic at what they do, and they believe in what they do to the degree that they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
the face by both, and then he kind of gives him a shot as he's pushing him off. So maybe catches him a little thumb in the eye. But this is a rock'em sock'em hit from McCarron on Manson as he puts him down, gets him in the headlock, weathers that hit. Starting early in this one, I did not see a penalty being dished out. They're having a little conversation in front of the penalty box area, all four officials, but I don't see anything here.
And Michael McCarron, 6'6".
Butt end, maybe. The butt end of Manson's stick right there. You can see it kind of.
All right, be honest. Has anybody ever heard of a butt-ending penalty?
Negative. No.
Dan, be honest.
I thought I saw that on that hockey show that you like on HBO Max. I forget what it's called.
Spin Chicklets? Oh,
nope.
Heated Rivalry?
Oh, yeah. That
Butt
one.
ending on Heated Rivalry.
I mean, you watched that one all the way through, so
I
did
got
you see any on that?
Mm-hmm. Well, you watch enough of that show, sure. Dan, have you ever heard of butt ending?
No. I just thought that would be considered roughing.
Scott?
Well,
butt ending.
yeah, no, I've heard butt ending, but I didn't know it was a separate penalty. I knew when guys, boom, took him with the butt of stick, and usually see him jab it in the middle of the ice, right? Guy goes by, and you jab that sucker right in the middle of the thing. I didn't know it was a separate penalty that was absolutely called butt ending. I just thought that was a description of what they did.
Why is it high sticking tip ending?
High sticking what?
Tip ending.
I don't know.
It's a good question, Dan.
I don't know. But there was all sorts of interesting twists to this. First of all, as soon as I saw Manson do it, I was like, oh, he's
well, that doesn't look right.
Oh, I thought he was going to get thrown out for sure. I was like, well, you can't do that. There's no way you can do that. And then to find out it's a double minor, not a misconduct and not a 5-minute major. Like, you can do that? Are you? And now we know the fine is $5,000,
Well, but
which
if
is the
it
max.
had been blood, then it probably would have been a
There
major.
was blood.
Oh, it was.
There was also, you saw McCarron on in intermission.
It wasn't no blood on him.
Well, that's where you got the double minor. That's where it comes from.
I didn't think I saw any blood on him.
There's if you do a high stick or whatever and you draw blood, it's a double minor. It's a 4-minute power play, essentially.
You know what I kind of laughed at after the game, Manson, when he's talking about, am I a dirty player or not? I've been in the league 13 years, never been suspended. He did sort of acknowledge that he walks the line. He's like, am I the dirtiest of players? No. I think there's some other that are dirty, more dirty. So he does acknowledge, like, yeah, I like to play the game with a certain style, but to play 13 years and have never been suspended, it's actually impressive.
And for a guy to call you out being a dirty player, and you're like, again, I always have to give the caveat. It's a whole different era I played basketball in. But I don't know anybody in my era that would have played 13 years that was considered a dirty player that didn't get suspended or ejected out of games a number of times.
Probably multiple times in their career.
Now, I'll say this. On a TV end of things, and Scott, you've been involved with way more TV than myself and Tyler. So I would say they hit gold on ESPN when Subban talks to McCarron, and McCarron drops this.
Yeah, I mean, you played against Josh. He's a dirty player. He's always been. Surprised he got away with only a 4-minute. I'm happy he's still in the game.
To get that between periods or in basketball,
Well, they
at
were
the
laughing
half,
about it, yeah.
Like, to get that is a
But
home
how
run.
do
It's
you,
gold.
your butcher grass, as soon as he goes away, he goes, well, hey, you already said you played with him. Is Manson dirty? They didn't. Why didn't you just follow up and ask him and make Subban say, yes, he is, or no, he's just physical?
I think it caught everybody by surprise. First of all, great job getting McCarron to be the interview between periods. Like,
right.
Good
Somebody
job.
that actually matters.
You know what? As many times as we've complained about these stupid interviews, once in a blue moon, you get one like this.
Tyler, that is exactly why TV does it.
Right.
That is exactly why. And that is why an ex-player helps. I don't know if McCarron gives that to anybody but somebody he kind of has some respect for, although he did He did double down in the locker room afterwards, too.
Yeah, I mean, you played against Josh. He's a dirty player. He's always been. Surprised he got away with only a
Sorry, that's the first one. This is McCarron in the locker room. Here.
Well, I blew him up, and he grabs me and pulls me on top of him, and then, I mean, he's a dirty player. He took his butt end and clearly butt ended me in the face. I don't know how it's not a 5-minute. I think the rule book says it's a 5-minute if you butt at someone in the face. He's a dirty player. He's always been. Not very well respected.
It does have that rule. He's not wrong about that, but it also has in the rule book it can be a double minor if the intent wasn't, that bad, I guess. It is amazing. In the rule book of the NHL, they have a differentiation between bashing a guy in the head, the severity of bashing a guy in the head with the end of your stick.
Well,
that is wild.
There wasn't wind up. I mean, it was
there
just
was
boom.
not.
So
it was like a stab.
Yeah.
It wasn't a one.
That was a full-on weapon that you used. It probably deserves a suspension.
To
probably
a guy's
lucky
face.
that he don't.
To a guy's face.
Yeah.
We're getting so soft.
But then again, Scott, what's the difference between a butt end and your right hook? Is that not a weapon?
Yeah.
That's right.
With the right hook.
Now your left hook.
Oh.
You know what Dad used to always say to me? Throw up his left hand when I was getting in trouble and he's messing with me. Throw up his left hand. And say, which one do you want? You want 6 months in the hospital, or you want sudden death? Yeah. And he showed me the right hook.
Wow, parenting.
Well, what was that movie with The Rock?
Yeah.
With The Rock and that one guy. He goes, "You ready for this? Thunder, lightning. You want the thunder? You want the lightning."
Manson doesn't deny any of it, by the way.
That's fine. If he wants to call me a dirty player, he can just look at my history. I mean, it's been 13 years and I haven't been suspended yet, so obviously I'm not that dirty. You know what I mean? I think there are other guys in the league that are doing more, but was that the cleanest play? No. I mean, was it purposeful? No, and it wasn't purposeful either. But like I said, served my time. They scored on it, so I mean, benefited them. That's his perspective.
Was that on purpose? Was that my intention? He says to Peter Baugh. Absolutely not. Did I want to punch him in the head? I did want to punch him in the head.
And I will say
awesome.
this: you joked,
it's fantastic.
You joked about the 6 months in the hospital, whatever. Whenever there's a scrum, and we saw, was it Parker Kelly that punched the ref in the one game?
Yes.
Watching those scrums, how many guys, and you guys have both had hockey gloves on. They ain't soft. We're not talking about a 16-ounce boxing glove, right?
That is true.
There's no soft padding on the end of these things. Watch how many times guys at the end of them are like either putting a full open face right in the guy's face or swinging those little hard knuckles, boom, right into somebody. They punch dudes left and right all the time. Here's
the thing. There is a difference in hockey culture whether you drop the gloves or not. If you don't drop the gloves, you probably aren't going to get thrown out for fighting. Dropping the gloves defines whether it's a fight or not, which is pretty awesome. If you just keep the gloves on, you can poke at a guy's face all day and not get a fighting penalty.
That would have been the rules in the NBA. Bill Laimbeer would have came to every game with a pair of gloves.
Gloves on, right.
Yeah, just a pair of gloves.
So it's so interesting how hockey sort of defines fine lines with what you can do and what you cannot do.
Because they don't want to take the physicalness out of it.
Just texted with, there is a double minor for attempted butt ending. If they cannot determine absolutely the stick hit him, but the attempt was made, the double minor is the proper call. So they got it right. What that says there.
That's saying he didn't connect.
That says McCarron was flopping.
So which one of you is right? Which one of you is right? Scott or DMac?
Well, here's what's funny. McCarron could have got a penalty. For
flopping.
Embellishment.
Embellishment is a penalty. How funny would that have been? Actually, technically, he should have got a penalty for embellishment.
Well, he could have connected, but they couldn't tell on the replay for sure if he did.
I thought 2 seconds ago we were saying it drew blood.
I didn't see blood.
We
just had a full 3-minute conversation about it drawing blood.
Put up the video with him and Subban, and you'll see marks on his face. I don't know if he got those marks from the stick or not, but he definitely had marks on his face.
Well, I guess according to that tweet, that blood came from something else.
Well, it looked like it hit him on the left jawbone, neck area.
That was one of the weirder things I've seen in hockey, though, where it turned into a wrestling match.
Listen, to me, that was not a whole lot of difference. then when Wimby hit Naz Reid, and he connected and he got him in the neck, but again, you're going to get one of those in the neck and you're going to do a 180 spin in the air and fall backwards to the right? Come on, man. And how many times the guy's going to hit you and you're going to fall down unless you're trying to sell it?
Yeah, I mean, more times than not, you're trying to be a tough guy.
You're getting back up and say, hey.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I got Josh Manson's back, and I think the whole thing is fantastic.
It is fantastic.
But let's be fair. If it was McCarron butt-ending Manson, we would be flipping out right now.
No, you know what we talk about? Oh, wait till the third period that Wednesday night.
Well, you know what's funny? I wonder in Minnesota, similar to the Nuggets sort of thing, if they're not saying to their radio audience, why didn't any of our guys go back at Manson more severely after that happened? Like, I wonder... I think we might be having that conversation ourselves.
The answer is because you're losing and you can't risk it. You can't afford it. It's playoffs is different.
But I wonder if we would say, I don't care. It's worth just killing a penalty. You can't let guys get away with that. Because you know what? Kind of. We're the Jaden McDaniels right now. We kind of snatched their soul. And he had this words, I'm glad he didn't get ejected. And what? That's what I would say. Now, I agree with you. Taking a penalty would have been ridiculously risky, especially against the Avalanche. But weren't we saying the same thing, like it's worth getting ejected for somebody to have some repercussions on Jaden McDaniels? Not to fight him, but to at least go after him physically
Give him a hard shove somehow?
Right? Weren't we saying the same exact thing about Jaden McDaniels? Didn't we make a comment like, that's when Minnesota, the Wolves, sort of snatched the soul of the Nuggets when the Nuggets did not respond?
So did we have a soul-snatching
moment
happenstance last night?
It feels like it. It does feel like
I don't know, because a basketball response is way different than a hockey response. Like a basketball response that we were looking for was not necessarily looking like for a right hook to the face.
Hey, that happened pretty early. What exactly? And he's on TV saying, I'm glad he's still in the game. What exactly were what did they do? What did they do to come back at the Avs after that moment? I'd say nothing.
Well, in fact,
they had some chirpiness. There's some words, big deal.
Because if you look at who came out in the second period, if you want to see which team had a little more soul and heart, I would say the Avs.
I think Josh Manson was on the ice plenty. We're the Flying Foligno brothers. I mean,
those are big dudes, though.
They are.
My God.
They are the Hanson brothers. They are
big, hairy dudes, man.
Yeah, they're fourth line meathead sort of dudes. Yeah.
Oh, they're big dudes.
Yeah. Well, where were they? Big mouse, no action. Where were they? I think the Avs snatched a little soul right there.
Maybe so.
And I think the Minnesota Timberwolves snatched the Nuggets soul too.
I don't disagree.
Jaden McDaniels, he won. So it feels good to put it on Minnesota a little.
You don't hate it.
Kind of love it. I mean, it wasn't good at the time. I mean, you're in the box for 4 minutes, you return, and they scored. Like, it's kind of like, all right, that's kind of sucked actually at the time.
Right.
Like, you got to have a little bit more discipline than that, Josh. But in the big picture, pretty sweet.
Hey, by the way.
Pretty sweet.
And I know Andy talked about it last week. Are we not kind of excited about Wall being on this team?
Nick Wall's fantastic.
I think he's fantastic.
When you look at the points accumulated, by the way, Chris McFarland nominated for GM of the Year.
Yeah, should be.
Rightfully so.
Should be.
Look at what the acquisitions, Kadri, Waugh, Kulak, look what they've, and to a lesser degree,
Brock Nelson a year ago.
Yeah. But
at the All-Star break.
The additions of Waugh and these guys, Kulak and Kadri, look at what they've scored collectively. It's unbelievable.
They've done this like 3 years in a row with midseason additions.
Oh, it's again. How is McKinnon not the best player on the best team? How is McFarland not the best GM on the best team? Look, in considering the moves that he made, yes, he should win that. But somehow the Jack Adams evades. Bednar, he doesn't get credit for it, which is weird, man.
Well, Phil Jackson, all them championships he won, I don't think he won a Coach of the Year.
Is that right?
Maybe one, but I don't think he won any.
Shut up. For reals?
Yeah, will check and see. Maybe one. But, dude, the egos he had to coach? I mean, you win 3 championships with Shaq and Kobe.
Yeah.
And those giant egos right there, there's something, it's not just X's and O's. Sometimes it's managing the temperament, right?
No dumb questions coming up. A reminder on our playoff Avs Ticket Tuesday. The keyword is Birch, B-I-R-C-H. That's Birch. There you go. And reminder, go on over to coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs for Avs Alley, more ticket information. And the keyword is Birch. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. No dumb questions. Stars, the Broncos, and the Chiefs. That's next.
Hey, would you like to hit the buzzer beater with your retirement goals? Trajan Wealth's family office brings your retirement, tax, and estate planning under one roof. So your whole game plan is working together. Call Trajan Wealth today, 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Call them today and learn about their tailored wealth management solutions. They're going to be customized for your family, for your needs, for your finances, because your situation is different than anybody else's. I've talked about Trajan Wealth for a while, and that's because I'm a client, and honestly, they made retirement, tax, and estate planning easy to understand. There's no pressure, no jargon, just straight, honest guidance from fiduciaries who are actually going to listen to you. I feel more confident, prepared, and relieved, and if you've ever thought, could my plan be better? Well, now is the time for you to get a second opinion from Trajan Wealth by calling 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Just call and get a complimentary meeting. They're going to set you up. You're going to feel great. You're going to feel confident. You're going to know that your retirement plan is going to be in good hands. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
When it comes to your retirement, there are no dumb questions. Thank you to our great friends at Trajan Wealth Group. Call them today at 303-900-1189. We have an awesome Avs montage that Dan Tanner put together. It's fantastic. It'll get you so hyped up. That comes up in 10 minutes. So, got one quick question for no dumb questions here today. We know now that the Broncos will open on Monday night against the Chiefs. The whole schedule will come out Thursday after we're off the air, so our chance to react to it will be on Friday. But we'll be on the air, as a station to react to it as it happens. That being said, no dumb question. Is there any advantage one way or the other if this first game of the season, which is on Monday night, is played either in Kansas City or Denver? Because that has not been announced. As far as I know, Dan, before the start of the show, the location wasn't announced. So check my math to make sure that it hasn't been yet. So the question is, does it matter where it's announced? And do you think that this is the NFL and the networks telling us they think Patrick Mahomes and Bo Nix are going to be healthy to play?
So, yes, absolutely. It's the NFL telling you that Patrick Mahomes is going to be healthy from an ACL after 9 months. And they also think Bo Nix is going to be ready to rock and roll. They would not do this on Monday Night Football unless they felt confident about that. They've done their research. Is there an advantage one way or the other? Yes, there is, and it's not the way that most people think. Most people are looking at this like, hey, the Broncos better get rewarded with a home opener because they had a good season. And if they're not rewarded with the home opener, well, then it's not a reward. No, that's actually not the prize. The prize in this particular scenario would be getting Kansas City on the road in week 1 when you've got a banged-up Mahomes who's barely taped together. Or even better yet, Mahomes is not ready to rock and roll, and you got Justin Fields, and you got to play on the road early in the season, rather than saving that trip for December. I absolutely would prefer for the first game to be on the road.
Yeah, I hope it would be on the road too. There's no chance it would be like one of those visiting town places with it.
I'm seeing right here before we go too far on this. Dan, help me out to double check. But I'm seeing that the game will be in Denver.
Where do you see that?
I just did a little AI thing right now. I said Broncos Chiefs 2026 location. The Broncos will host it. You're doubting AI right here?
Well, I am doubting it because Schefter definitely has not said that. Matter of fact, Schefter said it was to be determined.
Yeah, Schefter said they're waiting until the NFL finalizes its schedule release.
They're waiting to see how healthy Mahomes is, and if he's not super healthy, they'll play it in Denver because they don't want to.
Well, no, they've got to declare it by Thursday.
Well, they'll do. You got 48 hours to investigate.
I don't know why. Why did AI pop up that we're hosting then? Like, why would they do that?
Ask it. Tell it to cite its source.
Denver Gazette. It's the Denver Gazette. This is Chris Thomason.
Okay.
And this came out 26 minutes ago. So Chris Thomason of the Denver Gazette is saying, you know what? Does it say the location? Hold on a second. Defending A's will open the season Monday Night Football against the team. One for of course, Kenny said just. You know what? No. It has not been announced. So AI is just screwing me on this one. Sorry, I apologize. Chris is not writing that. I don't know why AI is taking it like that. So we don't know yet. We don't know. Okay.
Well, on one hand, you think the better record would get the first home game. I still think it's stupid by the league to play Kansas City, Denver in week 1.
Why?
Because it's going to be Kansas City or Denver. You're thinking by the end of the year who's going to win the AFC West. Why are you getting one of the big marquee games the first week? Every week 1's always a big game, no matter how you play. Week 1's monster. You're not going to have a problem selling week 1 to anybody. It's the start of football. It's the first Monday night.
I got to lean with Tyler, though. Like, if you're ever to knock off the Chiefs, whether it's in Denver or Kansas City.
Take it on the road, man.
I get you from the standpoint it helps you, and here's a great opportunity to win a game. If you're good enough, that shouldn't matter. But I understand from that standpoint. I'm talking about from a league standpoint. Wouldn't you rather have Kansas City and Denver play each other twice in the last 6 weeks of the season? I mean, I would if I'm a true fan of the NFL. And what's this league? Is it going to come down to?
Okay, well that part's not going to happen. I mean, we already know they're playing, so
yeah.
I
think it's stupid.
What if the Chiefs aren't any good? Like they weren't any good last year. If you're the league, this matchup might be sexier in week 1 than at the end of the year.
That actually is a good point.
Yeah,
it is. I mean, if you are not confident in what the Chiefs are going to be, put them on early in the season when nobody knows.
But they are saying they think Mahomes is going to be good to go. But like you said, I'd rather face Mahomes with rust, a little rusty and coming back from an injury rather than when he's rolling.
I mean, even if he's back after 9 months, first off, he'd be superhuman. I think Adrian Peterson is the only other one that's done it that quickly. But there's no chance he's going to be feeling like himself.
We'll get some more football news with Let's Football Go coming up at 2:20. Also, we'll have another keyword then and give away tickets in an hour from now. But stick around for an awesome montage as the Avs destroy the Wild coming up next. Hey, it is DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Performance matters in intimate moments, so don't let ED get in the way. If this is something you're dealing with, sure, it's embarrassing when you fail to perform. Maybe you laughed it off. No big deal. Happens the second or third time, and oh, my Lord, what is happening here? And then the pills or the herbals, they really don't work out that well. Well, I'll tell you this. The truth is ED can ruin the moment. But at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they deliver advanced medical science and proven therapies to treat ED. They use these medical science advancements to empower male performance that go far beyond the pill. So call today and find out what's going on and how you can feel better like thousands of men that they've treated over the past decade. The initial visit's $99. You get a medical consult, a T, and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, that visit is free. Like most men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. There's 5 locations up and down I-25, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, Colorado Springs. So certainly there's a Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic near you. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Why were the Avalanche able to bounce back like they did against Minnesota? How did they do it?
I mean, mainly superiority, right? Is that not the default? Like the team that we saw in game 1 and 2 was just a superior hockey team, and that's where it happened. They also made a really difficult decision that cannot be discounted in replacing their goaltender that I didn't love, and Bednar was right. So you made a very difficult decision when you had a winning formula and you're a superior team that would played that way.
Better team came out after the first period and decided, let's show it. And I thought from the second period on, overall, they dominated the ice.
What was your favorite part of the game?
We really got to ask.
Should I just resort to violence for you?
Well, I mean, we should resort to butt endings.
Was that your favorite part of the game? Because I can tell you why that part of the game kind of sucked.
It didn't matter, though. So they scored a goal, didn't matter.
The kick save in a Butte by Blackwood.
Pretty sweet.
Yep. Raj says that's a goal 99% of the time.
McKinnon's taking one straight off the snobber and
friendly fire again.
Friendly fire, and it was just my only thought at the time was, ouch, and let me start the stopwatch to see how long it takes him to get back out on the ice.
The 19-plus minutes of game time that Minnesota didn't even get a shot on goal.
An hour and 2 minutes in real time is what that translated to.
That was unbelievable.
I love the fact that you got contributions scoring-wise from Ross Colton and Parker Kelly.
Yep.
And that you're imposing your will on another team and you wear them out. I think that is the hardest thing in sports, to just wear your opponent out to where you can just take advantage of them when it is a high-quality opponent. I mean, to make that guy, you must have felt it a lot, Tyler, playing football, where the will would just break. And you must have had some really good moments, I'm going to guess, where you knew you just had the guy in front of you. I mean, you got to physically feel that.
Honestly, I would call that like a rare occasion. It wasn't like that happened all the time when you know that you mentally broke another human being. And when you get to that moment, it's like, gosh, it's like when everything slows down and you're throwing the pitch and you can't hear the crowd noise and all that. It's just everything's in slow motion. I could literally do anything I want right now and it's all going to work.
I'm sure in basketball you must have felt it too. Maybe not the same physically, but that you just broke their spirit. And they were tough.
Yeah,
they were good. But you got over on them in those times.
Well, Cleveland kind of did that. They're down 4 against Detroit in Game 4 at home, and you come out in the third quarter and you outscore them 22-0. Runs like that, end up holding on, win by 13. But 22-0 run to start the third quarter, you're done. See ya.
I think the Manson thing started poorly, in all honesty. It was lucky he wasn't thrown out of the game. Let's just keep it real. They score a goal. They get up. You go up 2-1. They tie it at 2. And then what is it about that moment right there? Who gets that go-ahead goal? Like, how does that moment happen for you and not them in that situation? And I think that defines champions and guys that are looking from the outside in. Because let's face it, come on, guys. This Minnesota Wild team is good.
Yeah.
They are good. But you're the ones that overcame that on the road. You silenced the crowd. You had that moment. And you're getting contributions from Kadri, Colton, and Kelly. Like, come on, man. And you got a couple empty netters there from Nate and Brock. Cool. Good for them. I mean, they're your top guys. They're your 1C and your 2C. You hope to get that. And you got empty netters from them. But you got contributions from Colton and Kelly? Woo! It gives you chills. It gives you chills. And then the goalie decision. I didn't feel great about it early, guys. I don't know about you, but it wasn't going in the right direction right off the bat.
Well, they scored the deflection, right?
It was a deflection. At first, I couldn't really tell. It just looked like kind of a bad goal. But, yeah, it got tipped. But, again, you're giving up a power play goal, and, You look at Manson and the butt end and the whole thing, and you're like, well, what was the point of that? It wasn't until later that you snatched souls away because there was no physical response from the Wild. So now what do they have? And by the way, an update, Lehkonen and Malinsky are day-to-day with upper body injuries. Okay. Well, Eriksson, Ek, and Brodin are not even making the trip to Colorado for Game 5. So they ain't getting those guys back, period.
Well, you got to end it. You got to end it tomorrow.
I would say so.
Cat Cave's got to be sitting there loopy by you time taking her home because, the game is so good.
We'll go to Avs Alley.
Keep taking advantage of all the rest that you can get, man.
But we've learned with this team, no lead is safe. I don't care if they are up 3-0, even 4-0. I'm going to be sort of on pins and needles to see them really put it away. But they are.
Why did it feel different when we got down 3-0? Like, how come when we get up 3-0?
Because we pulled our goalie. When we were down 3-0, we pulled our goalie.
I guess, but it's also there's something deeper that's been weird in this series that's really been ticking me off, and it's been repeating over and over like a bad habit. Every freaking time the Avs score a goal, it feels like they give up a goal to the Wild within 35 seconds.
I don't know. Yeah, it's happened, unfortunately.
Minnesota's first game they've lost in the playoffs after scoring the first goal in the game.
Good one. Avs are 14-2 in series that they lead 3-1, franchise-wise. Is this the team that loses 3 out of 4 games?
Well, I don't think so.
I doubt it, my friends.
Yeah.
I doubt it. And then when you look across the aisle at the Ducks and the Knights, they're battling each other, but those teams aren't as good as the Wild. I guarantee you that. I can't speak for Carolina. I mean, they are undefeated. You got to give them proper respect. They did what they needed to do in the Eastern Conference, and likely they'll probably roll over Montreal or Buffalo. Both good stories, by the way, Montreal and Buffalo. But the Canes are just sitting around watching those two, teams slug it out. So to me, guys, we are one game away from, and I don't want to take anything for granted. Anything can happen, obviously, but boy, oh boy, you can taste the Stanley Cup final, can't you? You can kind of taste it. But they did have to respond yesterday. And that goalie change had to make sense yesterday.
Yeah.
Yesterday was a gargantuan.
If the Avalanche can win a Stanley Cup, somebody's got to write a book, and the real story of why they went with Blackwood needs to come out.
I'm dying to know what the decision was, because my guess, it wasn't a difficult decision either.
No, I mean, what it really meant in hindsight, there was a lot of frustration in the games that they won, which adds up. There was a lot of goals that were scored in the games that they won, and dummies like me are just like, hey, you got a winning formula. It's not that simple. Like, can the winning formula get better or not?
I do know the Avalanche are deep into analytics. They are, as an organization. Organization. I'll speak Canadian. So there had to be something behind it. I do not think this was just Bedsy playing with his gut, that sort of thing. And they just don't do things like that.
Well, listen, however you want to do it, hockey luck, bad luck, blah, blah, blah. Wedgwood's goals against he's averaging 4.
Okay.
I mean, how many goalies have won games? And he won games. In this series, his goals against average is 4. You're supposed to be 0-3 in those 3 games. You're 2-1.
So you stick with Blackwood.
I think probably for one more, you gave him one more shot.
I think you do too. And I don't think it was.
But maybe they don't.
But maybe they don't.
Yeah.
Maybe they don't. How do we know?
Well, you know what we'll do? We'll talk to Jesse tomorrow.
Well, tomorrow their morning skate is at 9:30. It's early. It's an hour earlier. So.
Yeah, because the game's at 6.
I'm gonna.
Going down there?
I love morning skates. It's the best. Football practices, by the way, Tyler, suck. I was out there Saturday. It's just like, oh my God.
Well, football takes you an hour and a half to get to the interesting part.
It's so long. You got to stand the whole time, and it's just like, what am I watching? These morning skates, they're like 20 minutes long. That's it. And you go down there and you get your little cup of coffee, and then the cool kids from altitude sit over there. The rest of the muggles sit over there. That's right. They sit in 2 different seats.
Do you go over and sit with the muggles or the cool kids?
I love all the cool kids. I know them all. I love them all. Our cool kid coworkers. I go over and sit with the muggles. I go sit with the muggles. The
You got to
regular
try
muggles.
to go over to the cool kids.
I've done it
See
before.
how
probably
they treat you.
He sits with the cool kids from the former team.
Well, that's right.
I do.
I'm just guessing.
Who
here.
would that be?
I'm just
they'd
guessing.
Hey, Tyler.
They'd
have to be there, my friend.
I know who your two cool kids are.
They'd have to be there for morning skate.
Oh, okay, there you
which
go.
would be a first, by the way. When it happens, let me know.
Why does he sound so sensitive, Scott?
Because I love.
They got fired.
I know, but like
you know what it is?
He just seems really triggered.
I'll tell you this. I'm here, by the way. You don't have to talk about me behind my back. I'm right here.
You know, of all the
Can I
crazy,
just-
of all the things you say, that's one of my favorite.
This now has to be an ongoing deal. Forever.
Yeah, maybe not. One of my favorite things ever. There's some bad things and good things, but I love covering everything around here. I love it. I don't like it. I love it. And I do love the Broncos. I do love covering the Broncos. But, it's one thing to say something. It's another thing to do something. So for our competitors across the street, pound sand. No wonder nobody listens to you this time of year because you haven't earned it. We'll give you another keyword to give away Avalanche.
Really triggered.
We'll give you another keyword to give. I'm just saying. There's a reason why people listen to this damn station this time of the year.
Absolutely.
Rightfully damn so. Put that in your corn cob pipe and smoke it. Yeah. We'll have another keyword to give away Avalanche tickets. That'd be fun to do. We'll do that coming up next. All right, it's DMac for Fanatics Sportsbook, America's fastest online growing sportsbook. Others, their rewards, same old, same old. Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack Fan Cash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, win or lose. And unlike points that expire, you can spend your Fan Cash on official team gear across every team in league. Collectibles, exclusive experiences, all on Fanatics.com. Fan Cash unlocks value you can't get at other sportsbooks. Convert your Fan Cash to profit boost, and you can even bet with it too. With Fan Cash, you're getting access to the world of sports every time you bet with Fanatics Sportsbook. Switch to a sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app. All right, it's time. Happy Avs Playoff Ticket Tuesday. It's our final keyword, but Nate and Andy will have more later on, and we'll give ours away at 2:55. The keyword this hour is oak, O-A-K. Right now, oak. Text it, 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered. Tickets are still available, and if you want more info on that and Avs Alley, head on over to coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. Again, this hour's keyword is oak. We'll announce our winner in 30 minutes. Let's football go, Dan Bloodsquints Tanner. Is that where you're going, Tyler? More or less along those lines? Well said.
I'm a moron.
There you go. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance. Thank you to Brad. Thank you, everybody over there. They're fantastic. For whatever you need in that department, visit them at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan Bloodsquints Tanner, let's football go.
All right, got a lot of good stuff here today, guys. Let's start.
We'll be the judge of that.
With the Arena Gridiron, Aqib Talib, TJ Ward. They are, boy, I don't know if you guys watched that. It's a great show.
It's a fun show.
They are total Broncos stands, and I love it, but they are so biased towards the Broncos. So there was a list that came out ranking the top Super Bowl contenders for next season, guys, okay? They had, on this list, they had the Buffalo Bills ranked ahead or above the Denver Broncos. Well, Aqib Talib took exception to that.
I can't understand it.
Shocker.
I can't understand it. It should be a shocker. Like if we played them, we beat them in the divisional round, right?
Yeah, you did.
Barely. We barely beat them in the divisional round, but we beat them, right? And then we bring back like a legit 21 starters. Like we bring back a legit 21 starters, then we add an explosive receiver on the outside. I mean, we a top defense. Everybody come back on defense.
Everybody.
Like I don't really get it. Then you look at Buffalo, they bring in who the wild out they bring
DJ
in?
Moore?
DJ. They bring in DJ, be their number one receiver.
Which he will be.
They lose their head coach. So we don't really know.
By the way, he went on to say that he would take Bo Nix over Josh Allen straight up.
What?
He said it like conviction.
Okay.
So who do you guys think has a better shot at winning a Super Bowl title next season between the Broncos and the Buffalo Bills?
Oh, the Denver Broncos for sure. This is it.
So you agree with the keep?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't agree about Josh Allen and Bo Nix, but
no, just the winning a championship part.
The Broncos are absolutely in their prime. This is exactly when I thought they would be able to win. 3 years into Bo Nix, 4 years into Sean Payton. You got rid of the Russ contract. I mean, everything is lining up just as more or less like I thought it would a couple years ago. So I'm not going to back off. I think the Broncos are right there. They are right there. It depends on Bo's milky, chalky, brittle ankle.
Curly white thigh.
Yeah, man.
Or ankles.
If that thing holds up, the Broncos are in good shape. If it doesn't, they're probably in big trouble.
You know, I hate to be a pessimist, and I know I'm going to sound like it. That's fine, whatever. The more I think about the offseason for the Broncos, boring, not inspiring. It feels like a C+ maybe. You know, you did nothing. You didn't get better. It's just a weird thing. Like it's just the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. A team not attempting to get better.
You used a first-round pick and got yourself a first receiver.
Okay, you got better one position. You did,
okay.
and I'll give you that. You also lost JFM and replaced him with a guy that
Only
most
end
people
him.
thought was going to be a 6-rounder, you know?
Okay.
So there's just a lot of the offseason that doesn't make sense to me. And I don't feel like the Broncos are anywhere near winning a Super Bowl next season.
Well, and the game's on right here behind us.
The AFC Championship game? Yeah.
Boy, talk about a non-quarterback they had in that game.
I'm not going to argue with you.
Anyway, that team wasn't good enough to win a Super Bowl, and if you go with Tyler's way of thinking, you had one piece.
Yeah.
Dude, if you had Bo Nix in this game, as we're seeing a replay of it,
I think you win the game.
Clean the Patriots clock.
Yeah,
they
but you're
couldn't
making
move the ball. Drake May was terrible.
You're making a false assumption that the rest of the NFL is going to be the exact same as it was last year.
That was a play right there, by the way, right there. That Stidham just could not get that one more yard, and then they just didn't kick the stupid field goal.
So the assumption is saying if we had Bo Nix, we'll win a Super Bowl next year because we would have won that game, when in reality there's going to be significantly different teams that got significantly better.
Yeah, there's always one or two surprises, right? I mean,
How do you know they got better?
I don't know that
it
right
happens
now,
every year.
but yes.
Did anybody think Denver was going to go 14-3?
And every year there's a team like the Washington Commanders from last season who came into the season just like the Broncos, getting all the hype in the world. They had a great year the year before, and then they absolutely crumble.
Yep.
So my question to DMac would be, how do you know it's not going to be the inverse?
You don't, but you just sort of looked as far as I want to. I look on the trend of what's happening, and to me, listen, I don't know if they would have beat the Seahawks. They might not have, but Peyton Manning didn't beat the Seahawks either. And then you gave him a couple years, and we have breaking news.
We do have a bit of breaking news, guys.
What do we have?
It involves your Denver Broncos.
Oh, hold on. Let's take a guess. We have breaking news.
We know
about Broncos.
now. We know where they're playing for Week 1.
Okay, you think that's what it is, Scott? What do you think the breaking news is?
They're Week 1 where?
And if this is some stupid low-level roster transaction, I'm going to be mad at Dan.
They did sign 2 rookie tryout guys. How about that? So 2 guys are going to lose their jobs. I'm going to say it's the schedule thing too. Dan, what do we got?
Bo Nix will be hosting a gala dinner. No, I'm just joking.
Okay.
If you would have broke that for that,
God.
I was going to come in there and slap you.
Respect, Dan. I respect you.
I was going to knock the taste out of your
I'm
mouth.
seeing a gala dinner. No, the Broncos guys will open the season in Kansas City on Monday Night Football. So it'll be Broncos at Chiefs Week 1 on Monday Night Football.
I don't hate that at all.
I don't hate it. I love it.
Yeah.
It's great. You got to play Kansas City in Kansas City at some point in time.
Better do it early.
Yes.
It's not just better to do it early, but it's all things considered. It's Patrick Mahomes is going to be barely taped together playing on an ACL if Patrick Mahomes is playing. If it's not Patrick Mahomes, you're getting Justin Fields. Cool. Let's go.
It also means you most likely will get the Chiefs at home in one of the final 3 weeks of the season in December. You'll get most likely. You'll get the Chiefs in December or perhaps even January.
This is weird to say, but I'd rather play in Denver in December than in Kansas City.
I would too.
Because Kansas City is going to be that bitter, cold, frosty, nasty, rainy sleet.
Ask somebody who would know. What's better? You've done both.
I mean, I agree with everything you just said.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, it's good news then. Schedule comes out on Thursday. We'll have Kansas City in December, maybe even January. By the way, starting on September 14th, does that feel late to you guys? Starting the season? The first game is September 14th.
Oh, September 14th.
September 14th.
Oh, I thought you said December. I go,
No. September 14th.
I thought you were giving me like happy NBA news that the NBA wasn't going to start till
Well,
December 14th. And I was like,
that is exactly when the NBA should start, by the way.
Exactly.
You should have a soft opening.
Yep.
And then a
big giant Christmas Day thing.
Yes. You should have 3 or 4 games and then
and
Christmas.
blow it up and then have your NBA finals the 4th of July weekend.
Wouldn't it be great right now if this was the first week of the NBA playoffs?
Yes.
Can you imagine how cool that would be if we just started the NBA playoffs right now?
It'd be really nice. It would solve a lot of problems in the calendar.
Get you off the TV late at night with your shoes off watching Rockies baseball.
I got Skeens this afternoon. We got to just take our breaths and we beat Skeens last year, by the way, but easy. All right, good breaking news there, Dan. And we're not. All right, let me just play this out. Are the Broncos getting slightly screwed on this because they did have a better record than the Chiefs and they deserve to have the home opener?
I mean, potentially on the surface, yeah, it works out that way. But in my opinion, there's really only one team in the NFL that should be rewarded, and that's the Super Bowl champion.
Yeah, okay. I'm not cool. I'm fine with it. I think it's fine.
Yeah, no, I think
I've never seen. By the way, I've never.
I mean,
seen,
how many teams get rewarded?
I've never seen a game at Arrowhead. I think we should take our show on the road, baby. September 14th. Let's go. Let's go to Kansas City, man. Do this show out there. Put it in a parking lot somewhere. Have some fun with it. See some Broncos fans out in Kansas City tailgate. Do the show. We can drive there. How about that? You did that one time in radio. Put the RV together. Head on out there. Have some fun.
Yeah.
Bueller? Next story, Dan.
Tyler, you sent this a couple days ago. This is actually pretty interesting. So the UFL, the United Football League, now has a segment where they interview referees after controversial calls during the games, guys. So I'm going to play some audio here. It's our guy, Brock Heward, interviewing the ref during the game.
Brock?
Brock's
Brock's doing some media again?
Yeah.
Oh, look at him.
He's the one interviewing this ref. Now, I know it's radio's auditory, so let me try to describe this. The ref looks insanely uncomfortable.
Yeah.
In fact, towards the very end, it cuts off, but he says, I need to walk away. I'll be right back. But here's the interaction between Brock Heward and the ref being interviewed during the game after a controversial call.
De Leon have some conversations with Ricky Prohl about a penalty or not a penalty with these contested throws, especially to Hakeem. How do you judge that?
If there's a back shoulder and I'm looking at that and, there's no material restriction, I'm just going to leave it alone, to be honest with you.
So if the throw is not where it should be, if that throw's not there, you're not going to reward a poor throw on something like that?
Yeah, that works. That works for me.
How difficult is that call? Is that pass interference versus a contested catch?
I'll be right
back. He says, I'll be right back. Bigger picture. Should all sports do this? I've been advocating for this for years. Refs should be held accountable.
We will answer this question, and while we do it, call Brock. I did not know Brock was even doing it. Call Brock and see if we can't get him on right now. That is a trip. Interviewing a referee during a game.
Here's the funny thing.
That is wild.
Dan's introduction is at a controversial call. Well, it's never controversial means both sides have a controversy. A tough call goes against one side or the other, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Controversial call means like there was no decision, no one made, and both sides are upset. How often do you see a call where one team's not upset?
I mean, every now and then.
It's an amazingly fun concept that, of course, the NFL wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. The referees, it would require some form of media training for them. They'd have to learn what they are, and they are not allowed to answer. But it's an incredible concept.
I think it's funny too because Brock's like a big dude, so you get this big dude, and he's coming over to you to say, "What are you thinking there? What are you doing?" Because you're essentially questioning why the referee made whatever call he did. So we couldn't get him. Okay, bummer, but I'll call Brock later. That's a riot. We got to get Brock on to talk about this at some point.
Maybe get him on tomorrow even.
Dude, that might be one of the more unique things that
it's really cool
broadcasting period ever. That is different, man. That is different.
Can you imagine the stress those guys would feel?
Oh my God! It's ridiculous.
My God!
You got to watch the video.
They would crumble.
He looks so stressed out during this interview.
These guys have never done anything like this.
No.
They've never talked to the press. They would crumble.
No, and these aren't even high-level officials. Where are these officials? What spring football?
Yeah.
Where are they getting these guys from?
It's some guy who's probably ref at the RMAC, and they offered him a chance to be a professional official, and you went, yeah, that means to jump up.
This is the UFL. Are all their games still being played like in Alabama or something? Wasn't that their thing that all the teams were playing in the same place?
I have no idea.
Listen, I give them credit for changing things up and doing as many innovative things as possible. I still have not found a reason to sit down and watch a UFL game.
No, either have I, but they actually say the numbers are doing okay for spring football.
Well, okay, cool. Hey, I'm all for guys continuing the dream to keep playing as much as you can. You got to fill up TV time one way or the other. You're talking to refs. I'm glad Brock has something to do in the spring aside from coach tight ends at Valor.
When you break,
that's why he's doing this, by the way.
Break
in the
stuff,
spring. Yeah.
You break stuff all down. You think, why not football in the spring? Listen, they put wrestling on year round, and it draws fabulous crowds, and people tune into it. Oh, and it's fake,
but it's about the product.
Yeah, it's entertainment. But I mean, they fill up these.
Well, can you?
But it's an A+ product.
Yeah, can you believe how ESPN is leaning into the WWE?
You want to know the single biggest reason why these spring leagues struggle so much? It's really, really simple. There are not enough good quarterbacks in the world to fill up the NFL.
Yeah.
And when you've got subpar quarterback play, nobody wants to watch it.
Yeah.
That's you're hitting the nail on the head. I did just see Nathan Peterman go out and dominate a bunch of 24-year-olds, though.
I laughed at Mike Kliss's tweet. He was overqualified, so, they didn't want to sign him because he was overqualified. Love you, Mike. What are we talking about? A guy didn't get signed because he was overqualified?
I don't know. I mean, listen, man, you could not have had a better rookie minicamp as a 32-year-old than Nathan Peterman had. I mean, he really did dominate out there.
I mean, don't you already have two Nathan Petermans, though?
Kind of, yeah. I mean, that's how, hey, man, it's tough being a quarterback in the NFL, man. It ain't easy. And it's funny to see a qualified guy go against sub-level competition to see what he can really do. It gives you a whole new respect, Tyler, by the way, of how these guys at the top level in the NFL, how good they really are. Because Nathan Peterman went out there and dominated. He dominated.
Well, listen, when there a guy that retired just a couple of years ago that was dominating in 41? I mean, you got it, don't you?
Yeah.
I mean, didn't Tom Brady 41 or 43 his last year?
Sure. I mean,
and what he dominated at 43?
Yeah.
So a 32-year-old.
And I hate to give the Weasel turd credit with Aaron Rodgers, but that's how good he is.
Yeah.
That he can do what he's doing right now, and he's so valued. He can. Most guys, you should tell them to pound sand to play things out like he is. Again. But that's how good Aaron Rodgers actually is at football and playing quarterback. He's that good. And that being said, they have no chance to win.
Oh, no, they have a chance to win 9 games.
Oh, well,
right. Get the 21st pick again and keep their streak of making the playoffs for 15 years in a row.
Our keyword is Oak for Avs playoff tickets. That's Oak. We will give away tickets for the Avalanche for Game 5 in 14 minutes right here on PhD.
If you find yourself in a bit of trouble, whether it's through a divorce or a DUI matter or anything like that, there's one group you ought to get a hold of. It's the Reputation Law Group. The Reputation Law Group. They're advocates for those men and women that are going through just really maybe the toughest time you'll ever have in your life. If you or someone you know is facing it, it's easy to do. Set up and schedule yourself a consultation. It's thereputationlawgroup.com. That's thereputationlawgroup.com. You'll talk to unbelievably qualified people that will help you in what will probably turn out the toughest time of your life. Don't fight it alone. Get the best in the business. It's The Reputation Law Group, and you can find them at thereputationlawgroup.com.
Face-off is won. Rebound, they score! Right off the hop, the Kadri man can. It's a power play goal. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, this is a tie hockey game for Kadri. He has a 5-game point streak, and he's tied it here in the second period at 1.
Kadri, Kulak, Wah, Blankenberg, but acquisitions that Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic made during the season that have made a significant difference, probably rightfully so why Chris McFarland has been nominated for GM of the Year, or whatever they call it. There probably is a different name for it there with the hockey world, but essentially that's what it is. And if he doesn't win it this year, I don't know who would and why they would. But what a beautiful, masterful job by the organization to give this team the best shot for this fan base to win. And they were put to the test yesterday. You figured there was going to be a 1-goal or an overtime game or something, didn't you? Like, it's got to be something like that. And yeah, I mean, it's 5-2 because of a couple of empty netters, but that really was a 1-goal game.
A lot closer. They kept saying that in the post game. And hockey gives you that almost, well, basketball does too, but almost the opposite direction.
Mm-hmm.
You'll get games that are like 12-point games. Well, that game was never,
no.
That wasn't that close. It's just the opposite for hockey.
For sure.
5-2. Well, that wasn't like a.
Yeah.
It feels like the ice
can
literally be tilted in one direction for an entire game, and you don't tell the difference.
You're down 1-0. You tie it 1-1. You're up 2-1. They tie it 2-2. You go up 3-2, and then you hang on and you win the game.
And you outplay them. And I'm going to tell you what. Yeah. I've seen the Avs do this. They get up 3-2, and this is before they pulled the goalie, but you up 3-2, and then they just sit back and they're dumping and dump. Man, they were going after it. When at 3-2, they kept going after it and putting the pressure on. Boom, boom, getting down ice, getting in their zone. Baby. They were playing. It wasn't until really they kind of brought out the goalie that they kind of sat back and then just were flipping it down. I think they got a couple icing penalties. He had to face off and everything else. But, dude, if they got 3-2, I thought they were still in aggression mode, and I thought that you asked a while ago what was cool. That was cool because I'm saying don't sit back because a lot of time left. Please don't sit back.
Let's go through some of the just the news for the Avalanche and the Wild. Eriksson Ek and Brodin will not even travel. So they're nowhere close to playing, as it turns out. And they
play one in it now.
They probably would do anything to play. So bad news for the Wild there. Manson did get fined the maximum amount for butt ending McCarron. It's $5,000. We're laughing at how little that actually is.
It's unbelievable. I mean, hockey's got the greatest CBA in the history of sports. That $5,000 is the maximum amount you can get fined. Unbelievable. Congratulations to the hockey players.
We do not
$5,000, well worth it.
We do not have word exactly what Nate McKinnon's status is. The Avs had today off. Their morning skate is at 9:30, a little bit earlier, because the game is at 6 o'clock, as you can hear on altitude right here, voice of the Avalanche. And in terms of Malinsky and Lehkonen, it's upper body injuries to both of them that they sustained during Game 3. So despite the fact that they were on the ice and skating around, we were not aware, the Muggles were not aware. It was not reported that either one of those guys was dealing with anything, and so they're on a day-to-day basis. So from everything I can tell, they were part of the morning skate before the game, and then the decision was made to not play them. And Jack Akan, I don't know.
Acorn.
He got a chance to play his first Stanley Cup playoff game ever, and Blankenberg got sat down for that. So it tells you a little bit something about how
Blankenberg has been hurting you.
Yeah, he's a little bit more
good. Now, he only got 7 minutes, but he's still a -1 in 7 minutes.
He was, but he blocked 3 shots, so he put his body out there.
There you go.
Listen, this is just what
when you're 5'8" and 135 pounds, you better be blocking shots because you ain't. Although I think he was credited with 2 hits, and I'm like,
he was a willing participant.
How would they know?
He was willing to put his body on the line. So hopefully Malinsky is able to return. But let's be honest. The Avalanche are 14-2 when they've led series 3-1 in the history of their franchise. It doesn't feel like this is the team that's about to lose 3 at 4.
We wouldn't think so.
So you'd hope things open up and you finish it off in Game 5 and you don't have to go back to Minnesota. And
Get
that's
some
what
rest,
we're
boys.
expecting. Yeah, and then you can rest after that. And we're off to the Western Conference Final against the Ducks or the Knights, and we'll have fun with that as well. It was a huge game. Huge game. And now the big questions, really, I don't know. The big question is I hope Nate McKinnon's okay. I hope
That's not the biggest question.
Lehkonen and McKinnon, or Lehkonen and Malinsky get back. And I guess the big question is, do you just stick with Blackwood at this point?
That's the biggest question. What's the plan, right? Like I guess the plan could be simple. I'm going to continue to let each guy ride as long as they're hot, and I'll make a decision then. So you don't have to declare something. You don't have to say, Blackwood, it's your net for the rest of the way, but you just let it go until you got a reason to have to decide something.
Yep.
I've never seen anything like this. Never seen anything like it.
Need to take care of business, though. Don't mess around. Make sure Cat Cave is happy at the alley.
Cat Cave in the alley.
Cat Cave in the
There
alley.
you go. There you go. She'll be happy. She's all excited for Avs Alley. Avs Alley is a really fun experience.
She gonna try to sneak out there a little early from work?
No, no is the answer because of the answer is no. They got stuff going on at work. Trust me. You really don't want details about this, but it's no. But it is the type of job where, it's like The Office, the TV show. 5 o'clock hits. It's we're racing. Where it's like the elevators. It's a log jam at the elevators. But no, we'll go at 5 o'clock and get downtown the best we can, and that's that. And I'll,
You want some bad news, not pertaining to hockey or anything, but it's kind of worldly bad news?
I will take that, but let me just quickly congratulate Ryan Bishop, who wins the Avs tickets. And we'll have more keywords with Nate and Andy coming up here at 3:20, and they'll have more tickets to give away. So congratulations to Ryan. Way to go. Thanks for everybody for entering. Yes.
They've, and I don't know the time on this, 2:12, so not long ago, found Brandon Clark, forward for the Grizzlies, OD'd at his house in California.
Jeez.
Wow.
29.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Isn't that something?
That's terrible.
He's a good player, too.
That's awful. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's funny. Warren and I were driving around listening to the movie. Chris Cornell came on, and then Scott Weiland's song came on, one of his groups.
Too soon, both of those guys.
And you hear of, these Jim Morrison, these rockers. Very often do you hear of a, basketball player still in his prime, ODing.
I'm sorry to hear that. He obviously had some demons that he could not keep up with. So that's I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Anyway, tough to rebound.
Good
from
luck on that transition.
Story, Scott.
Well, God bless him, man. I
I
feel bad for his family. He's a good player, man. Not that should matter. Even a bad player, you'd feel kind of bad if he OD'd like that, right? Of
course.
Sure.
But you're right. Got to have some demons somewhere that we didn't know about.
All-time wonky shooting motion, too.
Yeah, but he was
good player, though.
He was. What did we talk about? The ditch digger. He played like a ditch digger. He was a physical guy. Wasn't afraid to bang around. I think one of the games this year they put him in and stuck him on Joker and just let him try to beat the heck out of Joker. What, he's 6'6", maybe 6'7"?
Oh, he was a big physical dude, yeah. I did a bunch of his games in college when he was at San Jose State. And then he transferred to Gonzaga, and he went to play for Few, and then he was like a high first round, like a mid first round pick, I think.
Guess who he's drafted by? Oklahoma City.
Yeah, OKC drafted him originally. Yeah.
And then trade him on draft day.
Yeah.
Are you where are you with LeBron, by the way? Speaking of OKC, and now that they did what they did to the Lakers, and
that was the most predictable sweep we could have ever seen coming.
Yeah. I mean, the Lakers played okay last night.
They did. They battled. They showed some pride, but my God, were they overmatched in that series.
It is crazy that their best player LeBron.
Oh, yeah. Oh, without a doubt. Yeah, yeah. Because Reeves was still coming off the injury.
Rui had more points last night, but I mean, was he ultimately
Reeves had 31 in one of the games. Was that last night?
Well, he had 28 last night, but I mean, I think LeBron had 25.
Yeah, you can't have 97-year-old LeBron James be your best player.
Is he running back?
He probably will, but I hope he doesn't.
Why wouldn't he?
Yeah, he's still a top 30 player in the NBA. You might as well. Just keep going. Keep going until the wheels fall off.
Yeah, why wouldn't? What's the reason he
playing basketball is way more fun than not playing basketball, right?
He made $56 million this year. Ain't nobody got $56 million for a 42-year-old basketball player. Is good, even no matter how good he is.
But you could pay him. You could give him.
And I don't care how much money I got. 56, still 56.
But you could give him AG's salary and
Would you pay him 35 if it was available here?
Yeah. Who are you talking about? The Lakers will pay him 56 next year.
No.
You don't think so?
No.
Come on, bro.
I wouldn't think they would.
I think he puts fannies in seats, my man.
Yeah, but no.
So wait, is he a free agent? A complete free agent?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he can go wherever he wants.
God, he should go to Cleveland one more time. Really, seriously, he could win a championship there.
Does he want to play with Donovan Mitchell and James Harden? Is that anyone's idea of a good time late in your career?
Is winning a championship anybody's idea of a good time? And where else? It's not going to be the Lakers. Is it going to be the Lakers?
I would think if he's going to be anywhere, he would be there because he's such an LA dude.
Yeah, you're right.
He's kind of like ingrained.
Doncic and Reeves, they're young. They're fine, and they'll.
They got to make a decision on Reeves too. They got to decide if.
Is he a free agent?
I think he has a player option, but they got to decide like long term what they're going to do, where they could look to trade him. But like the next phase of that franchise is now to build around Luka Doncic. Like that's now what they are.
It is KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Andy's coming here in a second.
He is. The Avalanche are in control of this series, guys.
You feeling good about that?
I think I do. Do you feel good about it?
I feel great about it.
But does Andy feel good about it?
I'm more.
Yes. I think last night, and you know what? I honestly don't know what he'll say, which is every day of my life. I honestly don't know what he'll say.
The beauty of your show, though.
But I think that win was so convincing and thorough and well executed last night. Even Andy Lindahl feels good about that Avalanche performance last night.
I'll tell you this because my lovely wife, Cat Cave, who's addicted to pre- and post games, which is unbelievable. And by the way, Altitude TV now doing a 90-minute pregame.
Awesome.
Okay.
Got ads to sell, baby.
She watches the entire Altitude TV postgame, and then she goes, all right, next. And she turns on Springer.
Gets her spring up.
And Andy, who is filling in for Raj. So, and I'm listening to Andy in bed. I'm in bed with Spring and Andy, and you know,
like Jay Leno once upon a time, or who was Johnny Carson?
It is fun listening to, between the pipes because there's a straight curse word.
Yeah.
It's not too much. It's not too much, but it's in there.
This was on the internet postgame.
It's on YouTube.
On YouTube, which crossed over 10,000 subscribers.
Congratulations to us,
which is a big deal.
Okay, so Andy, weigh in.
Andy was okay.
Did even you feel good about that performance last night?
Before he answers,
let
me just give you one caveat before he answers his post-game question.
Okay.
I talked to him after the first period.
Oh, how was he?
I had to call somebody.
It was 1-0 after the first.
You had to call somebody.
Okay, but there was 40 more minutes of hockey.
And I understand Old Town Tavern where you guys was hopping. Packed.
It was happening last night.
Well, the vibes must have been unbelievable at the end.
Oh, it was. Well, one poor guy, shout out to you. I don't remember his name. One of the guys I talked to, he was like, look at my 3-leg parlay. And he had Blackwood making like 28 saves or something. And I was like,
that didn't happen.
I was like, as I was walking out, I go, I don't even think they shot enough for you to get your parlay.
Were you freaking out in the first because the Manson thing, hindsight being 20, game in total, it looks pretty cool. But after the first period, it looked terrible because it put you down 1-0.
It looked like a substantial error.
It did initially, and the first period looked bad.
No, that was Blackwood's. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It was kind of a soft one.
Holy cow, was it? I thought it got deflected.
It did get deflected.
You had a good look at it.
On the you're holding him up on a deflection?
I thought he was pretty well screened on that goal.
Wedgwood was making saves.
So once again, I repeat.
He's trying to find his way.
I talked to Andy after the first
He's
period.
wandering his way through Black Bart's cave trying to find his anger, and I don't even think he has it.
By the second period, I felt fine by everything. If the 10 minutes of the second period, they were like, you're not winning this game, and I was just waiting for one to go in.
It was like 20-4
now, I was a
in
little
shots
worried
at
they
one
might
point.
get goalied at some point, which happens.
It does.
Because some of the
It
good
can.
shots were not finding their way all the way to the net.
Their goalie was very good.
He was good.
They just smothered them from the second period. I told that to Nate. And then in the third period, I'm like, there's no way they're losing this game, so I need to go home. I left a little early so I could try to lock in because it is tough to lock in at a watch party and really watch all the minute
Well, you and
details.
Spring were great, by the way.
Well,
it
and there was the
post-game show.
one, the only time where I was like, I hope, no, it was Wedgwood or Blackwood, where I did see, I gave Spring the example in the postgame where I thought it was, this is what Jared Bednar loves about Mackenzie Blackwood. Boldy got free. Blackwood's hugging the pipe, and there was like just a little, like you had to have that lacrosse shot.
There was
where the guys picked just the tiniest of corners to shoot.
Yeah.
He had a tiny space.
It was a good idea.
That you could try to fit the puck into, but good luck. Good luck on a full move on skates and nailing that one right there.
Good idea.
And I mean, but Blackwood took everything else. He took everything else away on the net.
Who's your starting goalie tomorrow?
Well, I don't know why you go away from Blackwood now.
Just might as well. Keep it rolling now. Yeah, ride the momentum.
Let me ask you guys this. Here's what I thought about Blackwood's performance. I wouldn't necessarily say he was great. You guys mentioned a while ago, didn't face tons and tons of
and
shots.
They played discipline in front of him.
But I thought he had a gritty performance.
Look,
I mean, he was flying everywhere. The kick save on the one, just
the
loose
dude
diving. I thought he had a yeoman's ditch digger kind of success as a
It had
goalie.
been 25 days between his last start against Calgary and then when he got in Game 3. I mean, there's a certain amount of grace we have to extend him, but like for now.
You don't get a lot of grace period in the playoffs.
But this is the old, like you can kind of, to a certain degree, Jared Bednar has given himself the leeway to like kick the data out the window and say, "Oh, did you play good last game? Yeah, you're gonna start again."
Listen, where he earned the start to me was that scramble in the crease. He'd closed the pillows on the puck and then was smart enough to slide out of there.
That was in the third period.
And kick because he couldn't figure out where he was.
Yeah,
and all hell was breaking loose around him. And he just like, I'm getting it out of the crease. I know that.
I don't have. I don't know necessarily where it is.
It was well done.
It was a high level play mentally.
I agree with that.
It shows you he was not panicked despite all the chaos because that was that one series where they could not clear the stinking puck.
Yeah.
And
the thing's laying right in front of him.
A couple bad attempts, and their guys kept it in at the top corner of the blue line, but he had enough wherewithal to, I'm getting it out of here so some dumb stick doesn't come in and just poke in a go-ahead.
Because there was a stick that reached up in there before he got control of it.
Yeah, again, and so listen, I agree
thought
with
he was
you.
gritty, man.
Not only the Blackwood, we're all talking about the Blackwood move, but how about the guts to put Wah and Colton on the second line to try to get Brock Nelson going? Look, man, Nichushkin has been here a long time, but I'm telling you, it worked.
Nelson
gave you the go-ahead goal.
He had one off the post last night. He had an empty netter. Val Nichushkin played much better last night.
Yeah.
He had 3 shots on goal. I thought his impact on the game was noticeable.
He had a couple great moves in tight quarters.
Yeah.
That was good. His speed, I thought he looked slow on the break, like coming from the neutral zone to get into the zone. But once he got there and got pressure, he wasn't losing the puck.
No, I thought he played well last night. I thought a lot of guys had good bounce backs that kind of had to. Again, Game 3.
Bounce backs, man, they were just wake up. Last night
they were good.
Last night, I am trying to think. I brought this up to Nate. Well, maybe we talk about it now. Maybe we talk about it later. I need a minute to probably get my answer. But I'm trying to think the last time I felt like it might have been the 98 Broncos, where I was just like, man, this team is on the train tracks, and you better not get in the way. What they did to the Wild in their own building in a must-have game and a tie situation in the third period last night was utterly ridiculous. And for the Wild then to get the game tied and seize momentum back, and let's be honest, they lived off momentum and emotion from the crowd all Game 3, and not even let that factor in.
No.
Not even let that factor in. They're like, oh, you're going to tie us? Well, now we're going to pummel you even more.
EJ said that in the second period when they tied it up. He goes, this building was just electric. He goes, they have quieted the crowd.
They shut them up twice.
Yeah. No, they did a really good job of that. And the Avalanche look, they're the best team. They are the best team, and we knew they were the best team. But last night they go out, and what's funny is somebody said after the game, like, 5-2, but it didn't really tell. It makes it look as though the game was not as close as it actually was. No, to me, 5-2 is correct. Like, the Avalanche dominated the game, and they should have won by 3 goals. Like, Volstead was the only thing that was keeping Minnesota in it. He was great last night. Quinn Hughes played a very good game, but also, like, they're asking Quinn Hughes to play 34 minutes of hockey every single night. They're starting to get some diminishing returns out of that. He and Faber are pretty much on the ice constantly for that team.
And Jason's some pretty fast players.
Yeah, and
they're not out there with the slugs.
And I get why, like, the rest of their defensemen, capital S, suck.
Yeah.
So I understand why you're playing those guys as much as you are, but also they're wearing down. Like, Quinn Hughes was making some mistakes late in that game that you don't normally see. Which goal was it? Was it the? Oh, it was Brock Faber just getting his clock cleaned out there, opening up a goal for the Avalanche. It was Brock Nelson absolutely taking him out. These things are just sort of happening right now in this series. It was the Kadri goal, which, by the way, we didn't get to see because ESPN decided that was a good time to have an interview.
Yeah, somebody was complaining about that on Twitter, about how many times that's
I think a
happened
lot of
in this
people were
playoffs.
complaining about that on Twitter.
Yeah, you're late to go to the split screen.
Maybe don't do the interview during a power play.
So you know what's funny? One of our guys had said hello to you before you were leaving.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking to him right as that happened, and he looked at his phone for something and flipped it over. And, of course, the apps update before a lot of the TVs now.
Yeah.
And he goes, oops, I shouldn't have shown you that. I was like, no, that's fine.
That's
1-1,
good.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
That's not angering me.
Yeah.
So then I'm looking up, and I'm like, all right, so where the heck is it? You know, like, how far off are we?
Right.
And that's when we had to finally go get some actual replays. And, dude, Kadri got, 3 shots to get that right?
Yeah, it was 2. You got Bob Wischusen, who's wonderful play-by-play guy. Like, I adore Bob Wischusen. He's the only one that I want calling a playoff hockey game that I'm watching right now. To me, he is the best that is working. I know Kenny Albert has kind of fallen into the I'm the Doc Emmerich air. Bob Wischusen is the best, and he doesn't have the biggest assignment. It's kind of the way, and some of it's a matter of taste. Like, I think Harlan's the best, but Breen gets the biggest assignment, and I love Breen too. It's kind of the same thing. Like, Kenny Albert's great, but Bob Wischusen is. That guy can call a friggin' hockey game.
Yeah, I'm not mad when either one of them's calling my game.
Yeah, he is terrific. And EJ's good. Boy, ESPN was having trouble all over the place last night, though. They were having audio issues. They battled their way through that broadcast last night. I will say that.
Our guy Connor, because again, I left, so I watched the first full set of action at Old Town Tavern.
Mm-hmm.
Then we hit the break, and I'm like, I've got to get home.
Yeah.
I've got to lock in on this to talk about it tomorrow. And then I ended up having to do Between the Pipes because poor Raj doesn't have a voice. So it's like, this is even better that I left because now I can jump on with Spring. But I'm listening to Connor on the way home, and it just was so funny because when Sturm tied the game up, Connor goes, Nico Sturm scored 0 goals for the Colorado Avalanche during their playoff time. He's now scored 3 goals against the Avalanche in his time against them. I was just enraged, Connor. That's kind of sometimes. So you guys think I'm bad. I am not Connor. I am not Connor. And I am not calling the game.
I mean, the guy's got a ring.
I know.
And he's out here scoring against the Avalanche. He played well last night, too, actually. Nico Sturm had himself a good game, but the Avalanche were by far the better team, 5-2. They dominate the affair last night.
You know what else they dominated? Let's not shout out. You and I, how about this? A little hockey talk on this show.
Yeah.
A couple things we requested right before we got off the air happened. You got a Parker Kelly goal like you asked.
Yep.
I did request maybe Wah go up to the second line. And you know what they did last night? That if they do it tomorrow, I think we're wrapping it up. They dominated the faceoff dot, man.
Yes. I mean, a thorough victory last night by the Avalanche. And again, showing the world that they are the better team than the Minnesota Wild. We have got so much going on here, guys, on a Tuesday edition of the show. This is an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. You want to go to Game 5? You want to be there in the building at Ball Arena tomorrow night to watch the Avalanche close out the Minnesota Wild? Well, then you need to win tickets from us here on KNL. We are your last chance today. I know we've been giving away the tickets all day long here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, but we are your last chance. It is 2 a.m. You are still at the bar. You are not giving up on the night. And guess what? K&L starting to look pretty good right around this time of the evening.
You know what? We're game.
We are. We're not.
We've had a couple of sex on the beaches. Maybe a white Russian or two.
A fuzzy navel.
A fuzzy navel. What a stupid drink. You know what? We've had a couple of, what were those dumb shots? I've had some melon shot I always had to make. Vodka and
we had a lovely
lime juice.
sea breeze or two.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. We've had a couple of martinis.
Yes. So we're here. We're not turning anything down. In fact, we stuck around because
we're feeling a little randy.
We identified your desperation 2 hours before you identified it. And that's why we're still there.
We knew we'd be waiting until this time of the night.
So this is your chance to win tickets from us. We got Prime Cuts today on the show. We got all the highlights of everything big and major and huge that happened in Game 4 last night. The Avalanche up 3-1 right now. We got a lot going on. Ticket Tuesday and so much more here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Andy, Josh Manson.
Yeah.
He got in trouble.
Yep.
For an attempted butt end. Okay, you watch a lot more hockey than I do. Have you ever seen a butt end or a butt ending called in your life, much less an attempted butt ending?
No.
No? That was a first for you, too?
Like that.
Okay.
Now, again, McCarron, somebody dug up video of McCarron faking by his old teammate, his new teammate, Zuccarello, back when he was at the Predators, faking a slash on his hand when that's not what happened. So, how much did the butt end catch the actual throat? I don't know.
I mean, that's just it.
That's what the Zapruder film needs to show.
They couldn't prove it.
Right.
That was why it was an attempted butt end and not a butt end.
Well, and I think, and Josh, did you hear Josh after the game?
Yes.
We may have to play that when we get back because I thought it was kind of funny what he had to say.
He wanted to punch is what he wanted to do.
He did.
Yes.
He wasn't. I don't think he. Again, I think if you really wanted to butt end somebody, because I won't lie to you, I've done it.
Okay.
Lacrosse. You can do it.
I would think so.
You're pretty accurate with that. And it also requires a little more. It's like a pool cue. If I really want to butt end you, that's the guide hand he had there. The bottom hand is what you're getting into it to really launch that knob into wherever you got it to go.
Again, thus an attempted butt
exactly.
end. We will examine NHL Rule 58.2 and its fallout when we return on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
After reviewing the play, 42 on Colorado has been assessed a double minor. 4 minutes, butt ending.
Convicted of a crime I didn't even commit. Attempted murder. Now, honestly, what is that? Do they give a Nobel Prize for attempted chemistry, do they?
Attempted butt end. It wasn't even an actual butt end. It was just an attempted butt end. All right, Andy. So this is what I know from Rule 58.2, which I will give to you immediately after I give the keyword. Professional radio host Nate Kreckman. Happy Avalanche Playoff Ticket Tuesday. All day, every show giving away. Well, you're done now. This is your last chance. But we're giving away tickets to Game 5 tomorrow night as the Avs look to close out the series. They should. Right now, text the keyword messy. M-E-S-S-Y. Messy like the room is dirty.
Not the soccer player.
Not the soccer player.
Not the guy who was here 2 weeks ago.
Not the futbolisto. Messy. M-E-S-S-Y. Text that right now to 303-504-0925 with your name, and you are entered. Limited tickets still available if you want info on that and Avs Alley. Go to coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. Again, the keyword this hour, messy with a Y. M-E-S-S-Y. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Best of luck to you. Okay. NHL Rule 58.2.
Yeah.
A butt end is a, quote, action whereby a player uses the shaft of the stick above the upper hand to check an opposing player in any manner or jabs or attempts to jab an opposing player with this part of the stick, close quote.
Yes.
Butt end. So, after a long video review last night of the skirmish between Josh Manson and Michael McCarron, the referees apparently could not confirm that Manson had actually landed the butt end.
Yeah, and I think he got caught in between. Look, to be clear, not Manson's smartest decision. Clearly, the temper got the worst of him. I also think this is a guy that, A, knows McCarron was running him because he was injured and wanted to see just how injured he was.
And he made sure to fall on top of him.
And he made sure to fall on top of him. And he also is probably not – I mean, Manson is a tough guy. And I'm sure he's not real used – it's kind of like when you're the big brother and you're not used to somebody else your size.
Yeah.
I don't think he's used to a dude that he can't get off him that easy. You know what I mean?
So they downgraded the major to a double minor. So instead of a 5-minute and a game misconduct, 4 minutes. Rule 58.2 in the NHL's official rules states that a double minor penalty will be imposed on a player who attempts to butt end an opponent. Andy, if the butt end lands, you got that?
Yep.
The butt end, per rules 58.3 and 58.5, that is a mandatory major penalty and a game misconduct. In a text to The Athletic, former NHL ref and ESPN rules analyst Dave Jackson said, quote, there is a double minor for attempted butt ending if they cannot determine absolutely that the stick hit him, but the attempt was made, then the double minor is the proper call, close quote.
Yeah, and what's crazy about it is I do think had he made good and see again, the butt ending, that to me suggests that the end of the stick, for those that maybe even don't know what we're talking about, makes solid contact, again, like a spearing into the neck.
My assumption is...
Look, to me, at best, it brushed it more than it was the stick launching and, tagging the neck.
It could have landed. It could not have. I have no idea. I watched it 17 times like everybody else did last night, and I couldn't tell you. My assumption, though, is that McCarron felt the stick on his face, was like, has been playing hockey his whole life. He knows, well, that feels like the butt end of a hockey stick and not a glove. And thought to himself, well,
I get him kicked out.
Yeah, I might as well just grab my face and act like I just got shot.
Well, and again, I wished I would have sent you guys the tweet. There is one of McCarron acting like Zuccarello when he was still a Wild, as he is now, and McCarron was with the Predators. Zuccarello took a slash at him, and the slash hit his stick and brushed the breezers, and McCarron immediately grabbed his forearm and went down as if he had been crushed across the forearm.
Oh, my arm.
So, yeah.
It's broken.
So There's also a history of McCarron trying to get a bigger penalty.
Okay.
Now, again, I am
So he's an
saying
actor.
He is an actor.
I mean,
and again, the video's been pulled up.
Which, granted, I want everybody to be an actor when they're out there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Look, you're trying to gain an advantage.
Exactly.
Had he been out, that would have been disastrous for the Avs.
If the Avs would have been down to 5 defensemen and one of them was Jack Deshawn, that would have been bad for Colorado.
Yeah, would not have been good, and you desperately need to get that series tied up. So I don't blame him for what he was trying to do.
Sure.
Now I don't,
But the officials also, they could be away. They know everybody's reputation.
And that's also a great job of why you go and review it.
Yeah.
Now, look, I liked Manson's response to, you're going to call me a dirty player. I've been in this league 13 years, and I've never been suspended. Now, look, I will also say, and I said it to Mark last night on Between the Pipes as we talked about this.
Who?
Mark Springer.
Oh, okay.
The radio machine was radio machining.
Who is Mark?
Spring. Spring and Kaz. They're not in my vernacular.
Okay.
We're happy with Mark. Jason and Mark.
The only human that calls Kaz Jason.
I am. But I've not worked with them near as long as you. Look, dude, the bottom line is this. The guys that play the gritty game, as they like to say, the sandpaper, the heavy hits and all that stuff, every now and again, people aren't going to like how you do that. They're not going to like the physical play. They're not going to. So I'm sure Manson's like, whatever, man.
Yeah,
I'm still going to put you through the boards if I get a chance because that's how he plays the game.
I want my big physical defenseman described as dirty. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. That's what I want.
You need a couple people out there,
Yeah.
frankly, that you're nervous about.
Exactly.
I don't want to piss anybody off while he's on the ice.
There's no honor. Trust me. Like, everybody makes fun of the Lady Bing winner, okay? They don't think it's cool that you won a Lady Bing.
Right.
Right? So you want everybody to be a little concerned about what you might do out there. Here's another piece of context on all of this, Andy. According to the NHL, this was only the 4th time a double minor has been called for butt ending since 2000 in both the regular season and the playoffs. So in 26 years, 4 attempted butt ends, which I'm sure those refs were like, they had to be pumped that they got to make that call last night.
Yeah.
You never get to make that one.
Well, again, I'm glad because you can do damage. Especially think about back in the old days when those things were solid wood.
Yeah.
You don't, it's not, again, I'm not telling you it was Manson's best decision. It really wasn't. Let's not get
Hey, you got a 4-minute penalty
again.
and Minnesota scored. Like, it was objectively bad for the Avalanche.
Let's not do that.
Yes.
So,
your keyword, by the way, is messy. MESSY. It's an
like
Avalanche
a messy room.
playoff
Makes messy hair.
Ticket Tuesday. Right now, text MESSY, MESSY, to 303-504-0925 with your name, and you are entered. So that happens in the first period. We go to the intermission. ESPN throws a headset on Michael McCarron.
Yep.
Of the Minnesota Wild. And Michael McCarron got asked about an attempted butt end, and this is some good in-game interview stuff right here. Michael McCarron giving everybody some content.
Yeah, I mean, you played against Josh. He's a dirty player. He's always been. Surprised he got away with only a 4-minute. I'm happy he's still in the game.
Dirty player always been, and then he threw out the happy he's still in the game, which he didn't really do anything about it later, but okay, guy.
Yeah, I was about to say, what are you going to do about it? Why are you happy? Because you were really unnoticeable after that moment.
After the game, Michael McCarron was asked about it again, and after losing by 3 goals to the Avalanche, McCarron decided it was time to double down.
Well, I blew him up, and he grabs me and pulls me on top of him, and then, I mean, he's a dirty player. He took his butt end and clearly butt ended me in the face. I don't know how it's not a 5-minute. I think the rule book says it's a 5-minute if you butt at someone in the face. He's a dirty player. He's always been. Not very well respected.
Wow. Okay. Now, once again, I would say to Michael McCarron, he did not clearly butt end you. Had he clearly butt ended you, it would have been a major.
It would have been.
But it wasn't clear, my guy, thus a double minor.
Yeah.
So,
and
so clearly you're not fully sure what the word clearly means, Michael McCarron.
Right. Well, but he also finished out with he's not very respected. I don't think that's an appropriate or accurate statement anyway either.
Josh Manson, he makes a pretty good buck playing the pro hockey, doesn't he?
Well, he does. I also think he's known as one of the toughest guys in the game, and a guy that a lot of people aren't going to look to fight or try to get on the bad side of. Now, look, McCarron's a big dude, so he's not really worried about it.
So why would a Stanley Cup-seeking team choose to, I don't know, give 3.8% of their salary cap this season, $4 million? Why would they choose to give it to a player that apparently has no respect? Chris McFarland, one of the finalists for Executive of the Year in the NHL, who has constructed a roster that is the favorite to win the Stanley Cup and leads this second-round series 3-1. They respected Josh Manson enough to pay him that money and dedicate multiple years on a contract to him. But according to Michael McCarron, he's not well respected.
Yeah.
Sure.
Journeyman.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Okay. All right. Josh Manson was asked about it after the game. Here was Manson responding to the strong words of one Mike McCarron.
That's fine. If he wants to call me a dirty player, he can just look at my history. I mean, it's been 13 years and I haven't been suspended yet, so obviously I'm not that dirty, you know what I mean? I think there are other guys in the league that are doing more, but was that the cleanest play? No. I mean, was it purposeful? No, and it wasn't purposeful either. But like I said, served my time. They scored on it, so I mean, benefited them. That's his perspective.
He went on to say, did I want to punch him in the head? I did want to punch him in the head.
Yeah. He let it be known. I was trying to get physical with the guy, but, you know.
He's the Cary Elwes character from Seinfeld. He's a question asker. Was it on purpose? Was that my intention? Absolutely not. My intention wasn't to butt end him. Did I want to punch him in the head? I did want to punch him in the head. I was trying to give him a smack because I didn't like that he landed on me. I didn't think that was fully necessary. I served my 4-minute penalty. They looked at it. It wasn't my intention to butt end him in the face. It was more trying to smack him in the head. I just lost awareness of where the grip was.
I buy that because, again, to me, and I've been butt ended. It's not fun. Again, to me, it's literally like a poking motion. You know what I mean? Like I don't know what you think he was trying to accomplish because he was trying to get the punch out.
Yeah.
And he did, like he said, he wanted to clap the side of the helmet is what he wanted to do. Maybe even get the old pop in the ear that disorients you, but I don't, you know.
It did look like he was trying to jam his stick into McCarron's ear.
Okay. That might have been it then too. But
just saying, does this thing fit in here?
But for me, the butt end, really attacking with the butt end, I think looks different than what we saw on the ice. And on top of it, he was getting, you know, he couldn't get his hand free to begin with anyway. But he definitely wanted him off of him. Let me ask you this, though.
Yeah, he probably didn't like that guy laying on top of him.
But why was that not interference? The puck was long gone.
Great question.
Before the actual attempted thing happened, he was laying there interfering with the player, not letting him get back up ice. So I don't know why there wasn't at least a matching 2-minute interference to the thing.
Does the butt ending, does that upstage the interference?
Well, they didn't call it to begin with, so I don't think it's the NBA, so you can't go back and assess what you actually saw.
Right.
But again, he went in, hit him, they went down, and McCarron would not get up. He was wrestling him on the ground, which led to this whole damn thing to begin with. So I was curious, why was there no interference in the play?
Didn't Manson kind of have his arm kind of over McCarron's neck? Sort of. You kind of had him pinned to him. It was very intimate, whatever it was.
Well, it was.
Yes.
But
there was hot breath all over each other down there, let me tell you.
By the way, the guy that thinks that Manson is not respected has bounced around. He started with the Canadians and he played for the St. John's Ice Caps.
Oh, the Ice Caps.
His first taste of the NHL came in 15-16, then went to the Ice Caps and back up with the Canadians, then down to the Laval Rocket of the AHL. Then he was up as a Canadian, then back to Laval Rocket for a couple more years.
Yes.
Then he was a Milwaukee Admiral. Then he finally was a Predator, then an Admiral, then Predator for a couple years, then an Admiral.
Then an Admiral.
I mean, he's been bouncing around the league, and you're talking about a guy that's had a 13-year career, as he said, and it's all been NHL. The Ducks liked him a lot.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I think he's doing all right. I'd maybe watch the nobody respects him comment, but
Where is Laval?
I don't know. Laval.
Oh, it's in Quebec. That makes sense.
All right.
It's
well,
probably like
yeah.
Laval. It's probably something like that. Club is owned by the Molson family, apparently, and then the Milwaukee Admirals.
Good old Milwaukee Admirals apparently are attached to the Nashville Predators.
Yes, of the AHL. Oh, they have a really good logo.
Is that a hat you'd like to own?
Yeah, it's kind of cool. It's kind of like a skeleton pirate.
Okay.
Yeah, check out the logo. It's a good logo.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
Good looking. That'd make a good looking jersey.
Yeah, that's a good logo. The Milwaukee Admirals. Okay.
So there you go.
There you are.
Now again, to be clear, Josh has got to be smarter. Let's not test that line.
Yeah. Don't get 4-minute penalties. That's one of the 2 goals that they scored last night.
Yeah, and it would have been devastating had you not been in that game the rest of the time.
Mm-hmm.
That would not have been good on a night you only had 5 defensemen.
Yeah, they needed his services. Some surprises last night. No Arturi Lehkonen.
Yeah,
that was your pick to click.
Yeah, that didn't work out.
And then
I like how you immediately tweeted me. Yeah, I don't like his chances.
I don't think he's going to score. And then Sam Malinsky, he was out with an upper body injury as well. So Jack Ashawn got to play, who made some good plays last night. When we do prime cuts coming up at 4:20. We got the mad scramble in front of the Avalanche net early third period. Like, Sean blocked 2 of those shots that would have been surefire goals.
Well, it was funny, too, because when I called Scotty goes, we were talking about the power play goal, and, of course, I'm just irritated with everything because guys are missing. And he goes, Messier was saying 15 needed to go over. I go, I have a 15. That had to be Logan O'Connor. There's no 15.
They got a 15.
Well, I didn't know. Again, I was
Messy.
watching it on a TV at the bar.
The word is messy. Text messy, MESSY, to 303-504-0925, plus your name, and you are entered to win tickets to Game 5 tomorrow night. We're giving away tickets to Game 5. You want to be there on an Avalanche playoff ticket Tuesday? Then text us right now. The word is messy, MESSY. Text that to our text line, 303-504-0925. We will announce our winner at 5:55 this afternoon. Best of luck to all of you.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, I'm here to tell you again, it's on a Tuesday, so we talk about your testosterone levels. How are the testosterone levels for you? Let me ask you this. Are you dealing with anything like this? Poor sleep, low energy, brain fog, reduced sex drive, not the workouts you want at the gym, not seeing those same results. It is time to go get those T levels tested. If your body doesn't look the way that you want to, and many of you know mine certainly didn't back in training camp, and that's what led to me going and talking to them about the GLP-1, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can also help you with other programs and now help you lose weight, support metabolism, improve gains in the gym, and more with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. So you can combine these with the low T treatments if you want. Now, I'm just on the GLP-1 currently with them, and it's been fantastic. Down to 200 pounds. Very happy about that. That was the goal weight. Now I'm trying to decide, do I want to go 5 more or not? The support I've received from them has been fantastic, and that's the real key. It's not just about getting the medication, but there have been a couple times during this journey that's now going on about 10 months where they've been really helpful to me, and the advice there has been really helpful for me to make sure I hit my goal as fast as I could. So you need to get on in there and talk to them. Your first appointment's $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, the visit's free. So go and see them. They've got 5 great locations throughout Colorado, including Fort Collins in the Springs, the 3 in the metro area, North Denver, Central Denver, and a great revamped Castle Rock location. Call them right now, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
he was great. Yeah, I think he went in the net and did exactly what I was hoping he would do. And he's had, like I said before, he had some really strong practices in the last week. He's had some time to prepare. He's in tune with what's going on in the series and done his homework. And I thought that, he went in and played a great game for us.
That was Betsy talking about Mackenzie Blackwood's performance last night. 19 saves on 21 shots in his first start of this postseason. We were talking about it a little bit during Cross. He had 25 days off between April 14th against Calgary and then Game 3. So, in fairness to him, some rust could build up. I thought he looked good last night. I thought he looked competent. I thought his positioning was good consistently throughout the game. I thought he was well screened on the opening goal that Urov got on the power play. The other one, it was just a sick play by Quinn Hughes. And honestly, like Brock Nelson, I don't know if he had a skate issue or what it was, but Brock Nelson lost his coverage on Nico Sturm, and they scored. Outside of that, though, I thought Blackwood was great last night.
Yeah, listen, yes, there was nothing where it was glaring. Like I said, now again, they played really good defensively in front of him
Sure
too,
did.
which takes nothing away from the way that he played. He made the saves that he needed to. They played good for the most part. There was only a couple of real scrambles. We described the one earlier already where he had to, clamp the pillows on the puck and then slide it out of the crease. But they did a great job to the point where Minnesota, I told you about the guy that had the parlay, one of our listeners that I felt bad for. He was bragging about his parlay, and I thought he had a pretty good shot at things. And, man, how many shots did they end up with? How many saves did Blackwood even have to make? The Avs did such a great job of controlling the puck last night.
19 saves on 21 shots.
19 saves?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah. At one point, shots on goal were 20-4 in favor of the Avalanche.
Well, and they put, I want to say it was
last night.
halfway through the second period, they put up the Avs had 16 scoring chances to just one for Minnesota.
Yeah, dominance last night out of the Avs.
And again, and Blackwood, sometimes that's the tougher game to play in. The goalies will talk about it all the time. They want to see some action early to get into the game. And he stayed sharp that whole night. So good on him. And from the way Connor described it, Sturm got loose on the backside. Not much Blackwood could do for goal number 2. And the Avs didn't let it affect their momentum at all.
Your next keyword coming up at 4:20. If you want to win tickets to Game 5, you want to be there tomorrow night at Ball Arena. Watch the Avs finish off the Wild. You can be there. We'll give you another keyword to text in coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. 4:40 today, Andy. We got the Rockies and the Pirates as the Rocks open up a 3-game set tonight at PNC Park in Pittsburgh. Michael Lorenzen on the hill for the Rockies. Slight mismatch. The Pirates will go with Paul Skeens as their pitcher tonight. So Rocks and Pirates coming up at 4:40. We'll keep you updated on that once that thing gets going a little bit later
Didn't the
this
Rockies
afternoon.
have some weird... Didn't they beat him last year? It's some complete anomaly like at the end of the year. I'm trying to remember. I felt like they did like the worst Rockies team in history found a way to beat Paul Skeens. That's kind of like what was your the 72-win Bulls, right? Didn't they lose to the Nuggets, I think?
They did. At McNichols.
Isn't that kind of
They
like
did.
the same thing right
Yes, they did. Very true. Let's see. MLB.com's not telling me that. They are telling me that Skeens took a perfect game into the 5th inning in his last start against the Diamondbacks, a 1-0 victory. Let's see. Paul Skeens strikes out 7 in win. Rockies versus Pirates, August 24th, 2025.
Was that the last meeting?
Yeah. Headline, I think you're misremembering this, Andy. Headline, Paul Skeens pitches 7 crisp innings as the Pirates beat the Rockies 4-0 for series sweep.
Well, there you go.
Maybe they, but hey, you know what? No, they didn't score, so there's no positive.
What about was that in Pittsburgh or was that here?
It was in Pittsburgh.
Did they play? It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Good luck trying to beat Paul Skeens. How about that?
Mm-hmm.
What is? Have they have an off day yesterday? Is that what happened?
The Rockies?
I'm so screwed up on their schedule right now.
Yeah, they were off. So they played 3 over the weekend in Philadelphia against the Phillies.
Did not go well.
Then they got an off day to spend in beautiful Western Pennsylvania, and now they open up a series against the Pirates tonight. Andy, on this day in 1985, 41 years ago today, we got the first ever NBA draft lottery.
Did too many teams decide to tank it for Patrick Ewing that year? And so
I believe
that's
so.
what led to the lottery to begin with?
So the lottery system that was used in 1985 involved a random drawing of 7 envelopes from a hopper, with each of the then 7 non-playoff teams having an equal chance of obtaining the first pick. So there was no weighted lottery system. Inside each of the envelopes was the logo of a non-playoff team. The team whose envelope was drawn first would get the first pick. The process was then repeated until the rest of the 7 lottery picks were determined. In the U.S., CBS had live coverage of David Stern pulling the envelopes from the hopper, as opposed to today's draft lotteries in which the ping pong balls are all done behind closed doors and then, eyed by an accounting firm. So, in 1985, Andy, this brought us the first ever lottery shenanigans theory, otherwise known as the frozen envelope theory.
Right.
Suggesting that the NBA rigged the 85 draft lottery so that Patrick Ewing could be drafted by the Knicks. This is from Wikipedia. Theorists claim that a lottery envelope was chilled so that it could be identified by touch.
Okay.
I've
got a still picture of David Stern reaching into the big ball to grab it.
This is born from a similar theory promoted by Scottish football manager David Moyes called the, and I swear to God I'm not making this up, the hot balls theory.
Okay.
Suggesting that certain balls used in draws for UEFA and AFC competitions have been warmed to achieve specific outcomes.
Does that rise them to the top easier or something? Or
I don't know. It's a hot balls theory. But we got butt ends and hot balls. According to another theory, some claim that when an accountant from Ernst & Winnie, the same firm used by Gulf and Western, then owners of the Knicks, inserted the 7 envelopes into the glass drum, some have claimed that he banged the 4th one against the side of the drum to create a creased corner, thereby making it easier for Stern to determine which envelope to choose, the envelope containing the Knicks logo. According to this theory, as the drum was being spun by NBA security director Jack Joyce, Stern was watching the envelopes closely. He then opened the drum, took a deep breath, reached in, and selected the envelope with the bent corner and the Knicks logo. This has not been confirmed or corroborated by any official source, as most note that the spinning of the drum was far more forceful than any movement by Joyce, deliberate or otherwise. Yeah, if you watch it, and actually you can go back and watch this thing on YouTube.
I've got it on YouTube right now.
The bent corner theory makes no sense because all the envelopes are getting tussled around the thing. You would think they all would have had bent corners by the time he was done with a few spins.
Yeah, and gosh, it's funny to see some of these old names. Stan Kasten, Lenny Wilkins is GM of the Sonics.
Oh, this is classic.
Herbert Simon looks like a good time. Not at all. Carl Scheer, remember him? You don't, do you?
No.
He's with the Nuggets. Ooh, Bob Cook. Bob Cook looks like he's all sorts of angry. He knows he's not going to win.
So Ewing goes number 1 overall to the Knicks. Either because the envelope was cold, so Stern knew which one to grab.
The cold is the only one that makes sense, right?
Yeah,
the only one you could try to pull off is the frozen envelope.
The bent corner doesn't really make sense to me. I got to be honest with you, Andy. I don't buy it. I really don't. There's a 1 in 7 chance. It was the Knicks. They won. They got Ewing. Guess what? They never won a title.
Yeah, it didn't do them any good.
Yeah, they got to go to a finals. Well done. The rest of that draft, by the way, here's the rest of the top 10.
Yeah.
Pacers took Wayman Tisdale at number 2.
Okay.
Fine NBA player, excellent jazz guitarist. The Clippers got Benoit Benjamin at 3. Sonics got Xavier McDaniel at 4. The Hawks, John Koncak at 5. Sacramento took Joe Klein at 6. Golden State got Chris Mullin at 7. He'd go on to be a Hall of Famer. The Mavs got Detlef Schrempf at 8. The Cavs took Charles Oakley 9. The Suns, Ed Pinckney at 10. Other notable names from that draft at number 13 overall, the Utah Jazz selected junior out of Louisiana Tech, Karl Malone. And the Nuggets at number 15. Center Blair Rasmussen of Oregon.
Oh, Oh, now, Nate, we just got to the drawing part.
Yeah.
First off, it's hilarious. Everybody imagine them throwing 7 flat record albums in there.
They're very
That's
big
what
envelopes.
these look like,
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah.
They roll it around in what's a gigantic clear ping pong ball. Stern reaches in and pick. Like, they don't shuffle. Nothing shuffled. They all
they
fell
stay
on
in a
top
stack.
of each other, and
Right.
they maybe 1 or 2 slipped, but they all did. But there is a bent corner, Nate. There is a bent corner. On the one that was picked, I will take the picture.
The corner was bent.
The corner is bent. The corner is bent there, Nate Kreckman. There's no doubt.
Isn't it just from flopping around the giant plastic hamster ball thing?
All I'm saying is that it's a healthy bend on the corner. I'll tweet it out. That's a bent corner.
Andy, do you buy it? You think it's a conspiracy to get Ewing to the Knicks? I don't.
Yeah, I'm a little more folly than you.
This is a sports conspiracy theory that I do not buy. Nope.
All right, we'll have to talk more about this later.
Do you buy it?
I've always thought maybe they could. Now, I've never actually seen it. Because of you, this is the first time I've actually watched this version of the lottery.
Yeah.
But again, Nate, there's a bent corner.
I bet a lot of them had bent corners.
Well, let me go on back and look.
I feel like the bent corner was just made up by people with too much time on YouTube who were like, I got to be able to prove it's frozen. Well, I can't prove it's frozen from watching this video, but the corner's bent.
The frozen I could see. I can't completely rule it out there, Nate. Oh, let's pause. No. All right. Oh, I got to take another picture now. It is clearly more bent than any of the other corners.
Andy is going to the dark side of the internet.
Oh, there it is.
Right
What's funny
now.
is I've got my little pause bar on there too. I'll tweet these pictures out. You tell us what you think.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Another keyword coming up in 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. In the meantime, Andy, I got a Broncos game on the schedule for you. We'll talk about if this is a good situation for Denver. That's coming up next. We got the news early today that the Broncos would open up with Monday Night Football Week 1. That's right, Monday Night Football Week 1, September 14th, Broncos Chiefs. Now, when we first learned this today, Andy, Adam Schefter said the game site still has not been determined as the NFL still is finalizing its schedule for Thursday's release. Really? You think they didn't know? No, they just didn't want to release it. And then we found out a couple hours ago, site update, the opening Week 1 Monday Night Football game between the Broncos and the Chiefs now will be played in Kansas City. The NFL had not finalized the game site until today. All right, Andy.
Why would you let that leak without being sure where you're going to play the game?
Because they were sure the entire time.
Right.
So, as an event, well, you want that game here. You want Monday Night Football at Mile High, and you want the buzz and playing the division rivals, the hated Chiefs who you finally stole the division back from. Like, of course, you want that. We've seen Monday night and Sunday night football openers here in Denver before. It's a big event. It's fun. It's exciting. You always want that game here. That's better than a Week 2 Sunday afternoon against Carolina as the home opener. You want the big game. But, Andy, that's as a spectacle. For football reasons, are they better off playing Week 1 at Arrowhead?
Yeah, I love it. Get it out of the way for a number of reasons. A, you don't have that chance of dealing with, their crap field because that field sucks in December. It's like a bog. It looks like Dagobah, literally. And I've been there. It's just, especially if it rains, it's just a mess of water. And so that thing sucks. It could be cold. But think about this. I did not even really think about this. Saw one of our sales guys, Sally, pointed it out to me. You and I were both dialed in. Pretty good chance you're not facing Mahomes with that knee injury, which means you'd be facing Justin Fields as likely quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs as you get that out of the way. Now, the only thing I will warn you about, because I do remember, so when I was with the Broncos in 2015, you remember the second game of the season was a Thursday nighter in KC. Remember that?
Yeah.
It was hot, sticky, and gross. It was just as muggy as Florida, frankly, at least to this guy, when we went there. So it can provide a little of the sticky conditions you don't love to play. Now, at least it'll be at night, so that'll help a little bit. But believe me, it is nasty there that time of year, too.
So a couple of notes on the Mahomes thing. He tore his ACL and LCL December 14th against the Chargers, right? And he had surgery the following day. Rick Burkholder, who is the Chiefs VP of Sports Medicine and Performance, said soon afterwards the typical recovery time for that combination of surgeries, injury, whatever, 9 months. But added it could be a month or two less or a month or two longer. So they're giving themselves, a grace period on either side. 9 months from the day Mahomes had surgery would be right around the exact date of September 14th, which is when that opener is. Now, Mahomes has stated publicly his desired goal is to be ready for Week 1. Don't you think if the NFL is putting this game as a marquee event, Week 1 Monday Night Football, don't you think that the NFL would have called up the Chiefs and been like, how's it looking?
Probably.
Yeah.
But again,
is he going to be back? Because we don't want to put Justin Fields on a marquee game in Week 1.
I think you're probably correct. Are you still confident in your timeline that he'll be ready to go for the first game of the season, as you talked about? And a matter of fact, we'll make sure you don't play until the last game of the week available on the Monday night slot so that he has extra days to get rest.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a real possibility, but as we're learning with Bo Nix's ankle this offseason, sometimes the way things go is not the way you think it's going to go. So,
well, no, Andy, they're not surprised.
nobody's surprised.
Nobody's surprised.
Right. So the Chiefs won't be surprised if maybe there's a setback and he needs to wait one more week.
Who's more likely to play in this game, Patrick Mahomes or Bo Nix?
Yeah, it better be Bo Nix because nobody is going to be surprised. They'd promised us start a training camp.
Yeah.
So,
and
I'll be, you know what? I'll
unless
be surprised.
Bo is out, in which case nobody is going to be surprised.
Yeah, Sean. No, we saw this coming way back in May.
No, he had to get rechecked after his recheck.
There's another recheck.
Yeah. We knew this was a scheduled recheck, and we're not surprised.
There's no way Bo's playing in the preseason now, right?
I wouldn't think so. I sure wouldn't, although you can't be surprised by much of anything these days. Speaking of the Broncos, by the way, Andy, did you get this email today from the Broncos? Here's your subject line. Step into luxury. President Club suite available for 2026.
Really?
There's a President's Club, apparently.
Interesting.
Yes. According to the email, the 2026 Broncos schedule will be revealed very soon, and we're excited to introduce our newest premium suite experience at Empower Field, the President's Club. This exclusive offering includes 38 tickets and is the only large suite available on the 200 level, putting you in prime position to take in every play with unbeatable views and comfort. Your experience includes a special visit from Broncos alumni, bringing insider stories and photo ops directly to your suite. So Tyler Polumbus will stop by and tell you about that time he blocked that guy. Food packages. Enjoy a chef-inspired menu. Got to get a chef-prepared menu. And a curated selection of beverages included with your suite. I like when they curate the beverages. 6 pregame field passes giving you rare up-close access to the team as they warm up, so you can check out Bo Nix's ankle with your own eyes. A dedicated suite attendant to take care of every detail, and VIP parking for a seamless arrival and departure. That might be the thing
now,
that
I wouldn't promise the departure. I'd be careful about the departure.
President's Club availability is extremely limited and offered on a first-come, first-served basis. To learn more about availability, blah, 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 email the Broncos.
And if you like this experience, 10 more suites like it will be available at Burnham Yard.
Exactly.
In 2030.
At Burnham Yards, we'll have entire levels of our stadium that are the President's Club.
100 level is the President's Club.
There'll be a President's Club, a Vice President's Club, a Prime Minister's Club.
Now, if you want to go to the Privates Club, you're going to be up there in the 300 level.
Yeah. I got to say, Andy, this President's Club looks pretty sick. It looks like a pretty good time to take in a football game, I got to say. So there you go,
Do you
everybody.
get to request your alumni, though?
That's a great question.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yes. It's I would I'd like a punter, please. I got punting questions. Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know. Do you have to
Because look, it sounds cool. Let me hear all the stories. They're cool stories.
Yes.
I want to hear how, and I think John got mad at me one time because he didn't realize I had actually talked to Dave Studdard, but we were hosting an event. And somebody asked him about the drive, and John confirmed the old Keith Bishop line of we've got him right where we want him at the 2-yard line.
Yeah.
But Studdard had told me he'd then turned to Bishop and goes, "You're so full of bleep and bleep." It's so. I told John.
Can
that
I get
line.
one alum there to fact check the stories?
But like there was a Bronco guy we all like named Tim Lucas, or is Joe Dudek showing up in my suite, or do I get I don't know Carl Mecklenburg? Like I want Carl Mecklenburg. I don't want Randy Mecklenburg.
Ladies and gentlemen, Menelik Watson is here.
Was he the one that proposed to his girlfriend?
Donald Stevenson.
Donald Stevenson's here to tell you why he missed a meeting in Tennessee and had half the hotel on lockdown because nobody knew where the hell he was.
Menelik
Watson. Yes.
That boy's good.
Yes.
That's a deep cut that Spring just pulled out right there.
Yeah, one more time. Menelik
Watson, how about it?
Anyway, that guy will
give me
stop
a
by.
Tom Nalen. Tom, tell me what it was like going against Jamal Williams. Tell me the awful things you said to each other. Did you Josh Manson McCarron this thing?
Yeah, Nalen is he's gonna drink most of your curated beverages. He's gonna blow his nose into a napkin and then leave the napkin on a table. And then he's gonna stumble out of there. And he will also have left his dip cup behind. That's the Tom Nalen experience.
All right, people are already playing. 303-504-0925. Text in your alumni. Have a little fun with it. Somebody just said Peyton Hillis.
Oh,
there's no doubt. There's no doubt. Hey,
get 4 or 5 curated beverages into Peyton Hillis, and then I got questions, sir.
Taylor says Boss Bailey will be with you shortly.
No, we got you one of the defensive players
That's
from
right.
from the 2000s. Bailey, I think his name was. You're gonna love him. He's a lot of you're gonna be amazed.
Maurice Claret. Does he count?
Again, I've got questions.
Who is our David Kirkus? Tell me about the subway.
Oh, the sandwich artist. Yeah. Didn't Kirkus?
Oh my God!
Didn't Kirkus allegedly get in a fight in a parking lot or something like that?
It's not allegedly.
It's
yeah. I know well.
I mean, it
was at a house.
I was gonna leave it at allegedly, but
no, it's not. It's not. Well, you know what? I can't say I saw it.
Who was the guy?
But the person that told me the story, I do trust, I guess.
Was it John Boyette, the guy that was running from the cops, then hid under a pile of mulch?
I think you're right, and then got cut right before the Super Bowl?
And then said, I know John Elway, just call him.
Yeah. How about Jake Browning? Wasn't Jake Browning, or who was the linebacker?
Baron Browning?
No. He was an Atlanta Falcon, white guy, Keith Brooking.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now, he was really good in Atlanta. Do you roll in Tony Dorsett for some tales in 1988?
Totally.
Huh?
There's a name for you.
Keith Karts.
These are the guys you can get to visit you in the president's suite. Which again,
Patrick Chakwara.
Dude, nobody danced harder before kickoff than Patrick Chakwara.
That dude was so ripped. It was not even funny.
The whatever that We Red song thing was that they always used to play, Patrick Chakwara got down to that thing, man. And then he ran down and didn't make a tackle on special teams. We have got all the highlights.
But he was there. He was in the lane.
Game 4. He had lane discipline. Game 4 of the Avalanche and the Wild, a 5-2 victory for Colorado. Spoiler alert. Highlights with Connor's calls coming up next.
Yes, we're still talking about famous Bronco alumni. You know who knows a few Bronco alumni? My friends over at Southern Steer. Go over and see Ben right now. Listen, it's graduation party time of year. Father's Day is coming up. You got all sorts of holidays that you're going to want to be grilling for. And the place to get the meat to do the grilling is at Southern Steer. Trust me, because I've had a lot of their products myself. If you're looking for high-quality ribs, baby back ribs, they'll even take the silver skin off the back for you if you needed to. I got a little one of those doohickey tools. Doesn't work very well, but Ben will get it done for you if that's what you'd like. Maybe you want some great steaks. Their steak tips are phenomenal to die for. They've got them flavored, and they're so juicy, so tender, and with the way they vacuum seal the flavor in, trust me, you're not going to have a bad batch of those. I've now had them for 3 straight weeks. I have them for lunch quite often. They're phenomenal. They've got Wagyu steaks. They've got great high-quality chicken, high-quality pork. Whatever you're looking for, it's at Southern Steer, and it's real easy to find. $3.99 chicken, $5.99 red meat. Go on in there and see them. You can stop by. They've got daily specials. They've got great butcher packs that you can put together as well. They're off of Arapahoe and Dayton, so that's near Arapahoe and I-25 in Greenwood Village. They're just a couple streets east. That's where Dayton is on your left side if you're heading east. So just get on over there. It's Southern Steer Butchers.
It is an Avalanche Playoff Ticket Tuesday, and we're giving away a pair of tickets to Game 5 tomorrow night. You want to go? You want to go see the Avs close out the Minnesota Wild? Well, you need to text the keyword in right now to 303-504-0925 along with your name, and you are entered. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Andy, our keyword this hour, grimy.
Well.
Grimy.
Grimy little hands.
Grimy. Get your grimy little mitts out of here. Text the keyword grimy. 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 Along with your name, and you are entered. 303-504-0925. Grimy. Limited tickets still available. If you want more info on that and Avalanche Alley, go to coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. Again, this hour's keyword grimy.
I got to throw you one more story on the Bronco alumni. I wish you had started this.
Our winner at 5:55. Best of luck.
Sorry, 5:55. Be listening. Go watch our YouTube, or what is it? Our Twitter video that Nate and I shot.
We made a video.
We did.
Yes.
We're your last chance at a bar. So someone texted in. They wanted the alumni to be Keith Bishop and Billy Bryant. So I said, why not Ken Lanier? So Ken Lanier was a right tackle forever, like a lot of Elway's early career. And I called him one time to book an interview with him. And it was like, he goes, when are we going to be done? And I said, well, I don't know, 7 to 8, something like that. He goes, no, not going to work. You got to be done by Murder, She Wrote. And I was like, I don't think I done that start at 7. I think we probably aren't going to be able to make this work.
Ken Lanier needed to be off the radio in time to watch an entire episode unfettered of Murder, She Wrote.
And we're talking like one bad man playing right tackle,
sure,
right? Not the kind of guy you're going to mess with. So I wasn't about to mess with his stories either.
I believe my stories, my program. Patrick Waugh was a big Murder, She Wrote guy.
Was he?
He was, yes.
Why did nobody love Matlock?
There was a note from Adrian Dater's book was that you didn't mess with Patrick Waugh's Murder, She Wrote.
I told you, Boss Bailey one time. I asked Boss Bailey, what's one thing we should know about your brother Champ that nobody knows, and he laughed, and he goes, I probably shouldn't tell you this, but I'm going to tell you anyway because he makes fun of me, but he loves Young and the Restless. And he said he'd make him turn it on when we were all out of there in the locker room. So he wouldn't miss it. Because once upon a time, kids, you weren't able to access the TV shows whenever you just wanted to.
You know, speaking of Angela Lansbury, by the way.
How's she holding up?
I believe she's not.
Sure. When you get that text, you know she's dead.
You know she's dead.
You jerk.
She died October 2022.
That's been a while.
So you think you always think of Angela, at least of our generation. I think we think of Angela Lansbury from Murder, She Wrote. So you just think of her as an old lady. But I was scaling through. I think it was like Disney Plus or something. Bedknobs and Broomsticks, which was like a Mary Poppins knockoff from like the 50s or 60s or whatever. Dude, Angela Lansbury. Prime Angela Lansbury. Mm-hmm.
Little how do?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like that late night last chance at the bar? How do?
Yep. No, she Angela Lansbury, she got out of there by 11.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
She did well for
she was
herself.
done by 10:30.
Yeah.
Hell, she didn't show up.
She
didn't need to dance.
You forget about prime Angela Lansbury.
You know who else is like that because of Sex in the City was Sarah Jessica Parker. When I watched with my kids, what was that, Hocus Pocus?
Yeah.
And I was like, well, hello.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
How do?
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
How
on that
you
one.
doing?
Mm-hmm.
All of it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, let's do some prime.
We got prime cuts.
Hey, Angela Lansbury was
Angela
home having
Lansbury.
some prime cuts.
That was a prime cut right there. It's time for prime cuts. Brought to you by the Colorado Beef Council. Beef, it's what's for dinner. We've got highlights from Game 4 of the Avalanche's 5-2 victory over the Minnesota Wild. Josh Manson is off, serving a double minor for attempted butt ending of Michael McCarron. So on the ensuing 4-minute penalty, the Minnesota Wild actually didn't score in the first 2 minutes, but they eventually would score.
Now it's Tarasenko at the far side hash marks. Faber lets it go. They score. Manson will come out. 10:14 to go in the first period. Yurov will get the tip. It's his first career playoff goal, and it's 1-0 Wild.
By the way, when they want his line to change, does the coach yell, "You're off"?
That's some good radio staring there.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't. Yeah.
Mackenzie Blackwood, well screened. Faber one time from up top, tipped home by Danila Yurov. Power play goal. 1-0 Wild at the end of the first period. We go to the second. Jesper Volstead had a great save off a triple deflected shot by Brent Burns. That was the one where I was like, oh, is it going to be the Wild's night just because Volstead's going to carry them to this thing? Nichushkin right in front, but he couldn't knock it home. However, Nazem Kadri would eventually score a power play goal. Let's get the audio first. This is how you all experienced that goal on the ESPN telecast, which is the only telecast available to us here in the United States. Here we go. Listen to the excitement of a Nazem Kadri power play goal from the worldwide leader in sports.
On the power play so far this series.
Yeah, it's good. Just feel like everyone knows what they're doing. We're feeling confident, trying to get shots there and outman them. So it's a good shot by Brock.
Thanks, Quinn. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
And now a good shot by Nazem Kadri on the power play.
Oh, with shoes and saves it.
Volstead made a terrific initial save, but Colorado has tied the game with the man advantage.
I bet you he's pounding the talkback button. Get it back to me! What are we doing?
Maybe don't air an interview during a power play.
Yeah, that was. And
Come on, guys.
And then again, you know, the so much for the what is it? The theater of that it's happening live. That they're making it feel live. I mean, everybody knows because technically they're playing the game as he sits there.
Yeah.
But, you know, he's not even reacting to the goal that just was scored. But
let's hear a better call of the goal as provided by our own Connor McGahee right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Faceoff is one. Rebound, they score! Right off the hop, the Kadri man can. It's a power play goal. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, this is a tie hockey game for Kadri. He has a 5-game point streak, and he's tied it here in the second period at 1.
50th career playoff point for Nazem Kadri. Avs win the draw. Nate just blasts Brock Faber out of his way, takes the puck, finds Kadri, who gets his own rebound, and scores. Kind of a stat stuffer goal there, Andy. Jokic would have been proud on getting his own miss off the rebound and then scoring. So well done, Nazem Kadri. We are now knotted at 1. Late in the second period, scary moment when Devon Taves goes to clear the puck and clears it directly into Nathan McKinnon's schnoz.
There's nowhere to go with the puck. He forces a battle. He doesn't just throw the puck away, and then he takes the easy play out of...
Boy, this puck hits McKinnon right in the face. This is a broken play that the puck came up and hit McKinnon right in the face. Play is stopped in the Avalanche zone with 1:07 to go in the second period, and this is just a weird bouncing, almost field clearance by the Avalanche that catches McKinnon up high, and he's bleeding from the nose.
Profusely.
Yeah.
A lot of blood.
Taze saw that thing. A juicy rebound was laying at the top of the crease, and Taze like, I got to get this out of here. And I mean, fired it into McKinnon's face.
Andy, as I tweeted last night, there is no team in sports better at injuring each other than the Avalanche.
Well, yeah, you know what? It's almost like the defensemen hate the good forwards. I don't know what's going on. Makar and Taze have got beef with Landy and
yeah, they seem to. The defensemen are always hurting their brethren up front. As Cale Makar both slashed the knee cartilage of Gabe Landeskog and then launched a puck directly into his giblets. And then you have Devon Taves clearing a puck right into the face of Nathan McKinnon, who was not expecting that at all.
No. He's just trying to get it to the corner.
Yeah.
You know, because, again, that thing was laying there in dangerous position as an Avs fan.
Yeah, they were talking about it on the telecast of like, ooh, is this going to be a concussion spotter situation? But, hey, McKinnon was back in there right away. He's hockey tough.
Yeah, but Emily Kaplan, was it Kaplan? No, it was
Leah Hextall.
Hextall was saying last night after his empty netter, he's still bleeding from the nose.
Oh,
so
no, you could see
he
it,
needed
man.
some work done.
Yeah, oof.
That thing's all kinds of broken.
That was probably
but you knew.
Kind of a rough night's sleep for McKinnon, I'm assuming.
Well, luckily they flew home, I think, middle of the night, so probably not a lot of sleeping to go. You knew, period, that dude was playing, right? There was no doubt Nate was like, stitch whatever up and I'm going back out.
Jam a cotton ball in it and let's go.
Cut it off.
Your keyword is grimy. Text grimy to 303-504-0925 right now, along with your name, and you're entered to win a pair of tickets to Game 5 tomorrow night at Ball Arena. We go to the third period. Let's hear some Mackenzie Blackwood heroic work here early on in the third period. Mad scramble in front of the Avalanche net. This was a great opportunity for the Wild, but they couldn't cash in.
Manson, a shot blocked, ironically, by McCarron. Now Trennan at the red line, leaned into by Ashawn. Nice hit by Ashawn. Puck is deep in the Avalanche zone, but Blackwood will put it on tee for Manson. He missed it. Tarasenko wraps it around. Save made by Blackwood. He's run over. Puck is free. Down the Chushkin trying to clear. Blocked in front. McCarron has it back. Another try. And Jack Ashawn, still down on the ice, is able to block that try from McCarron. To the point, Middleton. Avs are back and recollect it. Bogosian sends it deep. Trennan for McCarron. DeCandle to the corner. Away from Ashawn. McCarron a wraparound. Save made by Blackwood. Collected by Manson, and he'll lift it to center ice. Bogosian settles it down, and the Avalanche can get a change.
Yeah, that was tight sphincter time right there.
Oh, it felt like Minnesota was buzzing to score. You know how you get that feeling when just the other team's scrambling and it doesn't feel like anybody's where they're supposed to be. That is what that felt like. I was shocked the Avs did not give up a goal there.
Kadri had the stick lift on Trennan on the backside. That prevented a sure goal. And
what was that name?
Is it Trennan or Trenyan?
They're all calling him Trenyan.
When he was here, it was Trennan.
I know.
When he was a Predator, it was Trennan.
And now it's like a bidet situation where both TNT and ESPN have taken their turns calling him Trenyan.
But I'd also noticed last night Wischusen was Trenyaning.
Yeah.
And EJ was Trennaning.
Well, he played with him.
I don't know. Either way.
I'm pretty sure. Wasn't EJ his teammate the year after the...
I think so.
Yeah, EJ was only on the Avalanche for 75 years.
No, so. I know, but I can't remember when EJ did leave. Did he leave right after the Cup?
I feel like it's if
regardless.
If you can find Avalanche dudes that never played with EJ, that's a fun trivia game for you right there. Exactly.
That's
it.
It's only 2 generations. Or with Ron Tugnut. I don't know.
Tugger.
The Tugger.
6:56 of the third period, and the Avalanche would take their first lead of the night.
Nicholas Waugh now, all the way through for Devon Taves. Changed the direction of the puck just enough. Now he gets it back to the point, kicks it to his stick, shot tipped. Glove down by Waugh, backdoor feed, they score! That was Rossum. It's his first goal of the postseason, and Ross Colton on a beautiful feed from Nicholas Waugh has the Avalanche's first lead in this building in this series. It's 2-1 Colorado with 13:04 to go.
Great job on the forecheck. Avalanche kept the puck in the zone. Nelson kept it in, got it back to Taves, shot from the blue line, tipped by Waugh, kicked right back to him, and then Waugh just a lot of composure. Patiently found a wide-open Ross Colton. Boom, 2-1. First goal of the playoffs for Ross Colton. So the Avalanche had the lead. It would not last terribly long. Just over 2 minutes later, Minnesota would knot things back up at 2.
Foligno, Marcus. Down to the ice. Sturm wants to wrap around through the crease. And nobody is at the back door. Picked up near side for Hughes. Avs are down a man. Backdoor feed, and they score. It's Sturm. Somebody fell down in the corner. The Wild had numbers, and they tie it with 10:45 to go in the third period.
Yeah, I think Brock Nelson was who he was talking about because he lost track of Nico Sturm, but also like Quinn Hughes is just awesome. A great player, man. That's the second best defenseman in the world. So that guy made a great play. Spun, circled back to the middle, good backhand pass, and found his guy. 2-2. However, just over 2 minutes later, the Avalanche would take the lead for good in this one.
Drury down low for Parker Kelly. Kibby Ronta knocks it away from Middleton. Drury works it loose. One-timer. Score! Go ahead and Sally Parker Kelly. A one-timer from Edina beats Volstead, and the Avalanche have the lead back. It's 3-2 Colorado.
Both Middleton and Bogosian didn't clear the puck for Minnesota. Bogosian couldn't get it out because of Parker Kelly's forecheck. Drury kept it in with the glove, finds Kelly for the clapper. Kind of fluttered, but it got over Volstead. 3-2, Avalanche on top, a lead they would never relinquish. Andy, that was a huge goal, again, coming from the fourth line, a line that Jared Bednar so trusts now. They had a shift in the last 4 minutes of the game in a one-goal game last night.
Yeah, because they're playing well.
Yeah.
And they're aggressive. And, you know, if Minnesota's going to use their best players on different lines, then this is what you need out of your fourth line, right?
Yep.
And that's what makes this thing feel like a machine.
Volstead goes to the bench. Wilder scrambling. The Avs put it away with 33 seconds left.
McKinnon, pressure on Boldy, leaves it. Natchez reads it. Natchez, stick handling at center ice. Links up with McKinnon, empty net. You betcha! The Mac attack is back, Jack. Goals in 5 straight games. A new playoff career high for him, and with 32.6 seconds to go in the third period in St. Paul, Colorado has doubled up. The Minnesota Wild is 4-2 Avalanche.
Great job by Natchez to get the puck out, and should be noted, Andy, the total on the game was 6.5 goals. 6.5 goals. So tough luck if you bet the under on this one. Bad beat with 8 seconds to go.
Minnesota gets there. Boldy out in front. Brock Nelson will take it. He bounces it down ice, and he scores. His second goal in an empty net in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And it's all but over in St. Paul. Colorado puts a nickel with 2 empty netters on Minnesota. And with 7.3 to go in the third period, it's 5-2 Avalanche.
Those are your prime cuts brought to you by the Colorado Beef Council. Beef, it's what's for dinner. The great Connor McGahey on the call last night right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You want to be there to celebrate with the Avs tomorrow night in Game 5? Well, then you've got a couple of minutes left to text in this hour's keyword, grimy, Grimy, grimy. Text that right now to 303-504-0925 along with your name, and you are entered. Limited tickets still available. And if you want more info on that in Avs Alley, go to coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. Again, the keyword grimy, Grimy, grimy. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. We'll take a break. When we come back, Andy, we have got beef. We have got beef out of Western New York. Yes, we're getting you ready for the Sabres and the Canadiens tonight out east. But we had unexpected beef pop up. So beef tweets right after this. Hey guys, Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction. Opening up the first week of June. Yes, you wanna get ready for this. Work a little bit ahead. It is the June 2026 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction over at Roller Auction. Guys, this is the best place to find Colorado City, County, and fleet vehicles and equipment at great prices. This is the best way to purchase a used car. You're looking for a well-maintained used vehicle. This is the public online auction for you. The entire process is done online. You don't have to go to a dealership or deal with a salesperson or anything else like that. It's all online auction. These are vehicles directly from government service, so they're well-maintained. You're looking for a new daily ride. You're looking to get around. It's not easy to get a good deal on a used car these days, it is with Roller Auction. Again, go to roller.bid and check this out. This one's going to open up on June 3rd. So make sure you go to roller.bid/altitude, sign up to bid. We give away tickets at roller.bid/altitude. One lucky listener that signs up right there going to win Rockies Diamondbacks tickets. Go to roller.bid/altitude, sign up, and get ahead of the game so you're ready to get a used car coming up the first week of June at Roller Auction. It's Ticket Tuesday. We're giving away tickets to Game 5 thanks to Papa Murphy's. It's also a $10 Tuesday, so if you're looking for dinner, head over to papamurphys.com. Any large pizza is just $10. Andy, the Rockies and the Pirates just underway in Pittsburgh. Paul Skeens towing the slab for Pittsburgh. No score, top half of the first inning. Both Edward Julian and Mickey Moniak striking out in their first ABs against Paul Skeens. We'll keep everybody updated as to what is happening in that ball game. But right now, it is time for some beef tweets. We have got beef, and we need to dive into it. If you've got beef, we've got beef. The best in town, Southern Steer Butcher in Greenwood Village. Beef tweets brought to you by our friends at Southern Steer Butcher, Denver's new modern butcher experience. This is a thick cut of beef that we've got going on right here. And once again, we've got considerable honesty where maybe it was not expected. Spring, you brought this one to our attention. Why don't you tee up today's beef?
So coming up here in just a few minutes, you have the Canadiens and the Sabres Game 4.
Game 4. Montreal's been looking pretty good here of late.
Yeah, Habs lead the series 2-1. Let's go back to Game 2 in Buffalo on Friday night. Games in Buffalo. In fact, the Sabres were trailing at the time that this happened after taking a 1-0 series lead down here in Game 2. Who's at the game? Rob Gronkowski, who's from the area.
Buffalo guy.
Yep, so he goes to the Sabres playoff game, and Jackie Redmond from the NHL on TNT interviews him during the game. No power play goal was scored seconds later, but here we go. Jackie Redmond is asking Gronk about Paul Bissonnette, who's on the studio crew with TNT, and he's also with Barstool and Ryan Whitney in their Spittin' Chicklets podcast. So Jackie's asking him about Biz and Ryan Whitney. Gronk's talking about he's chugging beers from the Sabre.
The beer Sabre.
The beer Sabre. Let's pick it up there. Here's Rob Gronkowski with Jackie Redmond.
I just chugged out of the Sabre sword. So
did you chug better than Ryan Whitney did?
Ryan Whitney doesn't really have anything on me. I was on his Spitting Chicklets podcast before, and Biz Nasty, I got a little bone to pick with you. He's matching with our high school friends on dating apps right now. Yeah.
Oh my God.
You know, I know what you're up to. You're swiping left all over the place, and you're matching with our friends. We're gonna have a problem.
Why is it a problem?
Hey, I'm trying to figure out what the issue is.
Wait, what is the issue?
Yeah. He's matching with your high school friends.
Isn't that the point of being on a dating app?
Yeah, that's what it's there for. Quite literally.
It sounds like the system is working as intended.
He's enjoying himself, I would think.
Now, is what Gronk is he trying to blow up that maybe Biz is swiping on too many friends? Is that the issue here?
Listen,
that Gronk thinks that maybe Biz is a little bit of an F-boy and he's not serious about meeting
Biz
somebody
single?
On these apps.
Because if he's single, then swipe away, I guess. It's, they don't have to say yes.
I
right?
can't believe the celebrity hockey analyst that I hooked up with is not going to marry me.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
So Paul had a response, I understand.
Oh, okay. So Biz responded. What happened here?
Several responses from Biz on Twitter.
Okay.
So actual tweets.
Yeah.
Right.
So we got actual beef tweets.
So these
here.
are beef tweets. So Biz is now beefing back at Gronk.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll highlight a few of them because there were several of them.
Okay. Who I'm sure Rob Gronkowski never used his station in life to ever have any success with the fair sex.
Film industry pros or anything like that.
I couldn't imagine.
So here's one Biz tweeted out. Let's throw it over to @Rob Gronkowski for an in-period report, ... Montreal scored right after. No code in the football world, treating me like I'm Vrabel with a gif of Cartman getting thrown under the bus.
I mean, Vrabel did it to himself, but yes.
Here's another one. This guy's got former teammates pounding guys' wives with a bun in the oven on a boat cruise, and me being on a dating app is a problem?
Wow.
Oh,
somehow Gronk is yet to take a bullet. It's all been on Vrabel.
This has been stepped up.
Vrabel's down, and he's mad at Gronk. What else we got, Spring?
Apparently, if you have any connection to the Patriots organization, you have no moral high ground anymore.
Now, Biz says, this Sabres loss is on you, at Rob Gronkowski. Absolutely despicable. With a picture, this is a throwback. I forgot about this one. Rob Gronkowski with porn star BB Jones in a Rob Gronkowski jersey. Standing next to each other.
Right. That's what I was referring to in
Fantastic.
my earlier comment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did Gronk not have to use an app to meet her?
Well, maybe they weren't high school friends. I guess he wasn't Biz's high school friend.
Okay.
Gronk doesn't know any of her high school friends, so I guess that changes everything.
Yeah, okay.
We'll end with this one. Here's Biz saying, Gronk. This is a caption of a photo. I'll actually say this first. This is a caption of a photo of Rob Gronkowski getting a massage, and Robert Kraft photoshopped over the individual getting a massage next to Gronk. Biz says, Gronk deep in thought, plotting to throw me under the bus pregame during his in-game hit with @Jackie Redmond.
Well, as an homage to Robert Kraft, this whole story had a happy ending.
Well, hey!
That's your beef tweets. Brought to you by our friends at Southern Steer Butcher in Greenwood Village, Denver's new modern butcher experience.
Look, if you're going on a date, I suggest you cook them up some of the steak tips.
Well done.
How about that?
There you go. That's Andy's tip.
Yeah.
Cook the steak tips. Well done. By the way, speaking of the Buffalo, the beer Sabres that they got in Buffalo, in Minnesota, Andy, they got the beer twig.
What?
It's like a big hockey stick that you then pour beer into and you chug. The vessel, according to a report in The Athletic, the beer twig holds 24 ounces of liquid and is sold at 4 locations on the main concourse of Grand Casino Arena. You can fill it with their beer of choice or Slapshot Seltzer, a green cherry limeade flavored drink only available at the arena.
Okay, I've got an answer for Colorado for all this stuff.
Okay.
You know how the old Bernards, St. Bernards, would run around the mountains with their little mini keg of, what was it, rum or whatever they would carry?
Bernie the Ice Dog has one of those on his little neck.
Bourbon.
Okay.
Bourbon.
So
maybe a little 10th Mountain, if you like.
Oh, I was gonna say
a
like
Stranahan's.
Have like some kind of like barrel themed thing, and then just fill it with beer.
No, bourbon.
Ah, okay.
Old Elk up in Fort Collins is a fine one you could choose from.
Good. So you want everybody going full Josh Manson out there.
I need yes, I'd like 10th Mountain. Let's talk, and we'll pitch them the idea.
Okay.
In Vail. Come on down.
You'll all be butt-ending each other.
Hop in the car at John Michael Lyles and swing down to the city, and let's talk this out over a couple of your Manhattans. That's all I'm saying.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We have got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NHL and NFL. That's coming up next. We got another keyword coming up at 20 minutes after the hour, 5:20 to be exact. Your third and final keyword of our show, your final keyword of the day here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 to win tickets to Game 5 thanks to Papa Murphy's. So make sure you are locked in and listening at 5:20. We'll give you our last keyword to text in. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Right now, it is time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NHL to begin things off. Mark Springer.
Hey, celebrate $10 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's.
I do.
On Tuesdays only, get any large pizza for just $10. Order online now at papamurphys.com. The Avs took a 3-1 series lead over the Wild last night. Game 5 tomorrow night. Late scratches for the Avs. Yesterday evening, Arturi Lehkonen and Sam Malinsky were ruled out. Josh Manson did return. More on him later. But Jared Bednar today was asked if he has any injury updates on Lehkonen and Malinsky.
Well, they got dinged up the game before, so yeah, we'll see what tomorrow brings. Obviously, we're not doing a lot today besides flying back, so we'll see how both those guys present tomorrow and then just make decisions from there. They're both upper body day today.
Dinged up upper bodies, Andy. You got that?
Yeah, but they both practiced. It was wild.
Yeah.
Spring and I were wondering, did they have some of the tummy troubles in the pipes last night? Because that's the only thing I could think of when you go from we're good to go to not good at all. But look, man, I hope they're both back for tomorrow. I want this thing closed out. You and I will be at Ball Arena, by the way.
We
so
will
everybody
be.
can come say hello again.
Yeah, we'll be at Ball Point tomorrow. So
Come point at us.
Yes. Come do by the way, if you're a Wild fan, why don't you do the weird thing where you stand in front of us and then like point to the logo on your shirt as though we were curious as to which team you like.
Yeah, your bright green jersey didn't tell me enough.
Along those lines,
yeah,
I think Wild fans are trying to tell the Wild something. Did you notice when we were at Ball Arena, what was that, ahead of game 2?
Yep.
The North Stars colored Wild jersey was way more popular than the standard Wild jersey with like the Christmas colors. And then watching like the last couple of games in St. Paul, anytime they show a crowd shot, I feel like that's the only jersey you see.
Well, I'm sure they're saying, hey, if the Avalanche can get the Nordiques logo and get those sweet things rolling, why don't you throw back to our true history here and let us pull these out?
Or in the very least, like, we like these colors better.
Well, yeah, I mean, the
which
Wild,
they seem to be.
The Wild jersey, it's an interesting one, but
what
whatever.
What is a Wild? What is that thing?
I don't know.
What is that animal?
It looks like a badger or a,
Is it a bear? Is it a badger?
Yeah, it could be a bear.
Is
it
a wolf? Is it a bobcat? I don't know.
Sort of a.
I can't tell. It's just
it's
wild.
It's a non-distinct animal head. How
Right.
about that?
Yes.
That could be anything in the wild of Minnesota.
I don't know what it is. Is a player for the Wild a wildsman? I don't know. I don't know.
Like a Rocky?
It's a.
Are you a wild?
Are you a Rocky?
I have never ever thought about that, but you're right. Hey, I'm a wild.
Uh-huh.
Hey,
At
when you're
least-
pulling the old Bisonet deal and hopping on the dating apps, or you're dropping you're a wild?
At least with the Avalanche, you can say he's an Av.
Yes.
The end. You
Sure.
know? But I don't. The Wild. It's a bad team. The whole thing is bad. Everything about it is bad. The green and yellow is the better color. Just go back to your classic scheme. But your team name is weird, and your logo is confusing, and your hockey team, well, you guys are on your dying breath right now against the Lanch. What else we got, Spring?
High five.
Jared Bednar today was asked what level of urgency does he want to see from his team tomorrow night.
Same as we had yesterday. For me, like that was an important game. You're up 2-0 in a series and you lose the first one in their building. We had to raise the level of urgency that we played with from the drop of the puck, and I thought we did that, and we're going to have to try and even go up another level tomorrow in a closeout game.
Yeah, so interesting quotes there from Bednar, especially when you compare that to what John Hines, a.k.a. Hinesy, had to say after the game last night, which was, I think the style of game that we needed to play to win the game, we made the conscious choice not to play that way tonight.
Yeah, they tried to skate with them. Never works.
A conscious choice.
Yeah, because it's not fun. You got to block shots. Now, for a while, they did do it. In the first period, they were doing it. They were putting their bodies in front. Matter of fact, for a portion of the second, even though the Avalanche was smothering them, they were still getting in the lane and taking pucks off of every part of the body imaginable. I can't imagine that's fun hockey to play.
No.
It just isn't.
The neutral zone was quite clogged for much of the first 2 periods of that game last night, and then it started to open up more in the third period.
Well, it's the problem. Here's the danger of playing that game. If you don't score, and they couldn't even generate chances as we talked about last night.
They were struggling.
The minute the Avs get the lead, then you got to open it up. And then once you open it up, the Avs are like a caged wild.
A caged wild. It's good. That was good. That was strong. What else do we got from Betsy last night?
High five. Jared Bednar today was asked about Michael McCarron of the Wild calling Josh.
He's a Wildsman.
He is. He's a wild and crazy guy. And, and he was asked about McCarron calling Josh Manson a dirty player.
Well, he's not that, but he's physical and he plays hard. But I mean, I guess his track record speaks for himself. I don't see him as a dirty player. He's a physical guy though, and he's going to play hard in between the whistles.
Yeah, and look, man.
Yeah, but he's not fun to play against. Is that your definition of dirty,
Listen,
Michael McCarron?
He plays on the edge. There's no doubt. He plays on the edge because he hits people. And not everybody likes physical brand of sports anymore, and that's fine. But McCarron's a physical guy, too, to the point where you were trying to run him to see how healthy he was.
Right.
Now, I'm not yelling at you about it. He got out on the ice, so he had to be healthy enough to take care of himself. And you know what? He took care of himself for the most part. Again, whatever happened, I hope it doesn't happen again. I wouldn't recommend testing that line of things with the old butt in deal. But yeah, dirty is going knee to knee like Matt Cook did with our buddy Tyson Berry back when these two met way earlier ago.
It smacks of it's late series desperation out of the Wildsmen. It is them going, okay, well, we managed to get a 4-minute double minor on Josh Manson. Maybe we can steal a couple of more power plays. Hey, keep an eye on that guy. I think he's dirty. Again, it smacks of we're kind of out of ideas, and we can't really generate scoring chances unless we have the man advantage.
We played McCarron's comments earlier, and he's like, I was happy you stayed in the game. Well, you didn't do anything about it.
No, you really didn't.
And I promise you this, I don't know if it'll be tomorrow night, but at some point, Josh is going to look you up, and he's going to expect you to go on the ice at some point. So, and look, McCarron's a big dude. He probably doesn't care.
Yep.
But a fight is going to happen over this, whether it's tomorrow night, beginning of the game, or next season in the regular season.
Josh Manson and the Avalanche up 3-1. You want to go to Game 5? We have got another keyword for you to win tickets coming up at 5:20. Right now, it's time for football news. Mark Springer.
Yeah, we know now the Week 1 opponent for
the Denver Broncos.
They will play the Kansas City Chiefs, and the game will be at Arrowhead Stadium. It will not be called by Jim Nantz. It will be called by Joe Buck and Troy Aikman on Monday Night Football.
Yep. So we found out earlier today that the Broncos would open up on Monday night against Kansas City, and then we found out just before our show got going that game is going to be at Arrowhead. Andy, always a tough place to play, always a tough opponent. You've got Mahomes coming off of a major injury. There's always the possibility he may not be ready to go in Week 1, in which case the Broncos would be going up against Justin Fields. Although Justin Fields has had a little bit of success against the Broncos in the past. Nonetheless, Denver getting the Chiefs in Week 1 with Kansas City being a mess defensively and perhaps not having a 100% healthy Patrick Mahomes. This is, I think, advantage Broncos when it comes to scheduling.
I agree. I would rather have them early in the year, especially when you are unsure about the knee injury. Now, as we talked about, probably the NFL got pretty good assurances from the Kansas City Chiefs medical staff that they still believe that Patrick Mahomes will be a go for Week 1, or I don't think they'd be scheduling this one on Monday night, to your point earlier. But nonetheless, whether he plays, he doesn't play, the fact that you get this trip out of the way, I think is huge for the Broncos. It feels like for the last decade, they've had to go to Kansas City late in the year. And even last year, if you remember, on Christmas. So now that's out of play. You're not going to have to deal with that. You won't be dealing with cold weather, I wouldn't think, although it will be hot, muggy, and humid. But yes, I think this is it's a great thing for the Broncos to get this thing done and now have the Kansas City. Now we'll see For all we know, Kansas City may show up here before we get to October or before we get to Halloween, and it won't matter either way. But I do think it's awesome they avoid that place in December.
I would think they'd probably go early season, late season matchup between the two.
You would think,
would
but the NFL
think.
gets weird sometimes. Remember, the Broncos got rid of their Charger dates pretty early last year. No, wait, they played one early and one at the end of the year. But they have done it where, dude, they've done it where they played the Chiefs. Remember the 2017? One of the years they played each other twice. Maybe it was 2014, but they played literally like it was Chiefs here, Denver somewhere else, and then Denver at the Chiefs, where
2
it
and
was
3
like
weeks.
sandwiched around each
Yeah,
other.
I hate when they do that.
So we'll see. We'll just see what happens. By the way, if it ends up, if Mahomes and Knicks both aren't starting because of whatever, does it become the Broncos instead of the Jim Nantz drop? Yeah, then it's not the Jim Nantz drop anymore.
What are the you guys brought up earlier? It could be Justin Fields starting. What are not Bo Nix as well? What are the odds it's Justin Fields, former Jets quarterback, versus former Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers?
Wow. So I was waiting for you to drop the stitty on me.
No. Stiddy's going to get cut.
No. So it's again Sam Ellinger.
Yeah,
Ellinger.
Sean
Nobody
Payton is
knows.
going to keep Stiddy around all through training camp and then just
to
cut his
wave
ass
him
at the very end.
Oh, I can't take it.
And then when he
I
does
can't get that last game out of my mind.
his hard knock style meeting,
Yeah.
when he calls Stiddy in, Stiddy will sit down and Sean will just look across the table and go, I hate you. Goodbye.
He just goes, give me the damn playbook.
Exactly. Goes full Keats on him. Get out of here.
And Jared Stidham, as he walks out like I did, goes, he just say he hates me?
And finally, Spring.
High five. Some unfortunate news here. It turns out he's not the next Darren Sproles. The Broncos have waived running back Deuce Vaughn.
That's got to be rough because it means you were waived in favor of a rookie tryout minicamp guy. I'm not laughing at Deuce Vaughn, but as I just said all those words.
Yeah. The Broncos are waiving Deuce Vaughn and cornerback Will Wright. They've added receiver Michael Woods and cornerback Paul Manning after both players participated in rookie minicamp on a tryout basis. The Deuce Vaughn thing never quite happened here in Denver. There you go, everybody. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We got a keyword coming up here for you to win tickets to Game 5 tomorrow night at Ball Arena. Plus, Andy, we got to look at the big picture of that Avalanche performance last night and what it says about this team going forward and what we are expecting them to do in this postseason. I think Jared Bednar coached himself a hell of a hockey game last night. We'll talk about it when we come back. You've been waiting for it. We have got it for you. It's time for another keyword for you to win tickets to be there for Game 5 tomorrow night. Are you ready? You want to text the keyword filthy. Filthy to 303-504-0925 right now. Filthy. 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 Text it to 303-504-0925. We started with messy. We went grimy. Now we're filthy. Text that to 303-504-0925 along with your name, and you are entered to win tickets. Filthy. Speaking of filthy, Andy, Paul Skeens, 6 strikeouts through 3 innings against the Rockies. That he's quite filthy. Rock's still looking for their first hit of the ball game. That is the update from PNC Park in Pittsburgh. By the way, tonight we do have Game 5, the pivotal Game 5 back in San Antonio between the Spurs and the Timberwolves. That one ought to be a lot of fun. Thunder await the winner of this series. Just hanging out after sweeping the Lakers and kicking the ever-living crap out of those guys.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that wasn't good, and now we've got all sorts of what's going to go on next. I guess Luka wants Austin Reeves back. What's going to be the fate of LeBron? How fast do they go after Giannis? I mean...
By the way, Andy, I've got a hypothetical Nuggets trade for you.
Okay, give
coming
it to
up
me.
At 5:45.
I got to wait.
You got to wait. Yes, you got to wait. By the way, can I just tell you the annoying thing about the Thunder really quickly? They're 8-0 so far in the postseason. I'm not sure they're going to lose a game, if I'm being honest with you. And they have another guy now. A.J. Mitchell just went from being like a good NBA player to now he looks like he's going to make all-star teams.
Yeah, great.
They just found another guy because that's what happens when you have premium draft picks. He went for 28 last night. He was a plus 17, and the Thunder finished off the Lakers. So, yeah, they're the behemoth that can't be stopped. Maybe take a little bit of comfort in that. Maybe it doesn't matter that the Nuggets lost to the Timberwolves because they just would have gotten slaughtered by the Thunder anyway.
Yeah.
I'd like to believe that's not true.
Well, but I don't know. Well, here's why I do think it would be true. What do you think they...
It's hard to feel anything good about the Nuggets right now, right?
Bottom line is, I don't know. They would not have been healthy. But look,
Right.
you and I, we can't change our take. We had said all spring long, if Aaron Gordon and all winter long, if Aaron Gordon isn't healthy and they're not going anywhere, he wasn't healthy. He wasn't healthy for the Minnesota series. I don't know why any of us should believe he would have been healthy for any of the other series that might have followed had they found some way out of this. So no.
Your keyword is filthy, Filthy. Text filthy.
Why not dirty?
Why'd you say it like that?
Dirty. You're a dirty bird. You're a dirty little pet. Tommy boy.
Dirty pet. We'll just go with filthy, Filthy.
Messy. Yeah. Just go with filthy. Hey, the only word that's open for everybody is filthy right now.
Filthy.
That is the only one getting you in the running.
Text it to 303-504-0925 with your name. You're entered to win tickets for tomorrow night. Avs Wild, you can be there. Text filthy to 303-504-0925. Andy, last night, that was a what are you made of game for the Avalanche.
Yeah.
It was a game where you're coming off a loss that you didn't look good in. You played flat, you played ugly, you played uninspired.
Yeah, you look disinterested.
In Game 3. You're about to start that game. You find out you're going to be missing a top 6 forward in Arturi Lehkonen. You're going to be missing one of your 6 defensemen in Sam Malinsky. You're making the goalie change from Wedgwood to Blackwood because you're trying to find a spark in the series. And okay, Mackenzie Blackwood, 12 saves on 13 shots in the time that he saw over the last roughly period and a half in Game 3. Okay, let's try and find a little bit of magic right there. But you're in their building. The momentum in the series is potentially shifting back to the Wild. One of those things that I don't think we can stress enough in this series. The Wild are really good. Like, that's a good hockey team.
They're a 100-point team.
Yeah. Good hockey team. Deep team. Loaded team. They're pretty solid. They're as tough an opponent as you're going to get anywhere in the West, and not surprisingly, they come from the Central Division. So for the Avs, this was all right, what kind of effort do you guys have tonight? And the Avalanche went out last night and showed everybody, oh, yeah, we're the best team in hockey.
By a lot.
By a lot.
Now, in fairness, Minnesota's missing a top defenseman and a top defensive forward.
Uh-huh.
So that does make this look a little different.
But the Avalanche
still.
were injured last night, too.
Yeah, you're missing a couple of your dudes.
And they went out, and the Avalanche controlled the action, brought the physicality. Okay, you get a weird thing with Manson in the butt ending and double minor for attempted butt end, and he misses his 4 minutes. Butt end. He misses his 4 minutes. That Wild score. They get the Urov goal. Okay, you're down 1-0. I didn't get the sense of any panic from the Avalanche. Jesper Wallstedt was really good last night.
He was.
That dude, if anything, I will come away from this series knowing, like, okay, the Wild got a dude back there.
Yeah, and you should have messed with him in game 2.
Yeah, that guy's pretty damn good. And the Wild last night are able to stay in that game because of Wallstedt. In fact, at points in that game, I was like, oh, can the Wild steal this one, even though the Avalanche have been the better team? And they take a 2-1 lead. Wild get the Stern goal. After Parker Kelly scored, it was like, okay, is this game going to get silly, or are the Avalanche going to lock this thing down and finish it out? And they really did. Like, the Avs, they got the winning goal with, 9 minutes to go in that game, and they just dominated from there on out. Even the empty net situation last night, the Wild, they were able to keep the puck in, but they were not generating very good chances against Colorado. Even with Nathan MacKinnon taking a puck to the face, he battles his way back out onto the ice. That was a gut check win. That was a character win out of the Avalanche. Can you guys dig deep and play the way you're capable of being able to play? And they did, and they were substantially the better team on the ice last night.
No, by a long shot, and frankly, it was a little bit amazing because Minnesota, I give the Minnesota crowd credit. After the Avs made it 2-1, you could hear the energy in the building, at least on the radio. It rose up. They were trying to get them fired up. They were trying to pitch in any way they could to try to lift their guys to get something done. And for a minute it worked. They did get that game tied. Now it was largely due to, as Connor described in the highlight package during our prime cuts, that, Brock Nelson blew a tire and that left Sturm open and away they went. But they were not able to ride their building to that all-important second win and not the series up. And now the Avs have 3 cracks at ending this thing, although I hope it ends tomorrow.
Yeah, and they've been the better team on home ice throughout the season, throughout the playoffs, throughout this series. I mean, this all sets up for the Avalanche to, all right, go out there tomorrow night in front of, 20,000 Avalanche lunatics waving pom-poms at you and just go beat the crap out of those guys and win that game.
You know what this is? This is this team's first chance to show they're better than the 22 version, which was a wagon. Only lost 4 times in that playoff run.
Yeah.
Swept 2 different series between the Predators and the Oilers. But remember, the Avs did not get Game 5 against St. Louis and had to go back to Game 6 and were dangerously close to going to overtime in Game 6 until Darren Helm rescued the bacon.
A couple of guys that I thought really stood out last night, and we had talked about them yesterday as dudes that kind of needed to get going. I thought both Brock Nelson and Val Nichushkin were very good in that game last night. Nelson hit a post. Val had 3 shots on goal, but they were both all over the place. I know Nelson, blew a tire on that Sturm goal, but generally, I thought he played really well last night. But the best player on the ice for the Avalanche last night was Marty Necas. That friggin' guy was everywhere last night, and he is so strong on the puck right now. It is weird to think, Carolina fans were like, Marty Necas, regular season star, playoff, he disappeared. No, this guy right now, Marty Necas is kicking ass. It's pretty clear, Nathan MacKinnon is, he's on a collision course with the Conn Smythe right now. But Marty Necas has been just as good as MacKinnon in these playoffs. He had 2 assists last night to lead Colorado in scoring in the game. Necas has just been awesome.
That's interesting. Let's earmark that. Let's earmark that topic. I like that topic. When we get to, not Necas, but on Thursday, when we're hopefully talking about rest and recovery.
Right.
Who at the midway point has the inside track for the Conn Smythe?
Yeah, good question. McKinnon last night did score his sixth goal of the playoffs.
Right, but a couple of them have been empty netters.
Yeah.
Now, listen, I'm not saying McKinnon is stunk, but do the goalies get a say in any of this? And because it looks like it may be tandem goalie the rest of the way, will that, like the Vezina, cost them the Conn Smythe?
Yeah.
Did more hardware be cost by the rotation?
Feels unlikely that
Right.
an Avs goalie
Well,
would
you
win
can't
it.
split the trophy, right? But,
Right, but like you do a Bill Jennings. But to your point though, like if one of them just gets like red hot in the Stanley Cup Finals and gets 4 victories in the series, that could be a conversation.
Well, I
that we're
mean,
having.
listen, let's just for the sake of this conversation, let's just throw it out there that Blackwood's the main dude, if not the dude, the rest of the way.
Could be.
He doesn't have that 9-goal, or what was it, the 6-goal game in game
Right.
1 hanging.
That Wedgwood had.
Yeah, that's kind of weighing down the GAA.
Yeah.
So
2 goals allowed last night by Blackwood.
So yeah. So anyway, like I said, maybe for other times when business has been taken care of, you kind of teased it. So I'm sure you've got a place you want to go, but I'm going to go ahead and jump the gun here.
Jump it.
We have to tip the cap to Jared Bednar because again, moving Nick Waugh and Ross Colton up, and after the goal that we played that made the game 2-1, I believe, right? Or did they make it 3-2? They made it 3 because Brock Nelson helped out on that big time as well. No, the Drury to Parker Kelly made it 3-2.
That was 3-2.
Right? So the 2-1 goal after, and all 3 guys on the line, I believe, got an assist for that. Brock Nelson got it over to Waugh, who got it over to Ross Colton.
I think they only credited Waugh.
Only Waugh?
Yeah.
Okay. I know that when they talked about it in the analysis, when Lyles talked about it and Connor discussed the goal, they talked about how awesome Nelson was on that whole shift. The patience described, as you talked about, by Nicholas Waugh not freaking out and getting it over to his teammate. Look, man, that's not only, it seemed to bring another level out of Brock Nelson's game to have 2 new wingers with him. Now, part of it was because of the injury to Lehkonen. They didn't really have a choice. They had to bump Gabe up. But Jared Bednar pulling the right strings again and deciding to give Ashawn a chance last night.
Yeah.
And listen, Ashawn, not much bigger. I was shocked. I guess I was under the impression without looking at it that Ashawn was a big defenseman. Then Scotty texted me, hey, he's not very big.
No, not huge.
5'8" is what he lists. So who knows what's real there.
But they went with him over Blankenburg.
Now, look, in part, I like it. Ashawn's your guy. I would assume he knows the systems better than maybe Blankenburg does, who was a trade deadline acquisition. And so you talked about it in the mad scramble that I thought the Avs were miraculous to escape.
He had 2 blocks.
He had 2 blocks and had his face down and in the way.
Yeah.
So good job by a young guy showing he wants to stay in the lineup.
Yeah, a couple of things. Number one, I thought really good lineup choices by Bedsy, which that's very tangible. And the other part of it was there was just a vastly more serious hockey team on the ice last night than there was on Saturday.
Especially in their defensive end. Really, they were more serious in their defensive end than I think the whole series.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd agree with that. And certainly it helps to have Josh Manson back, but the Burns and Kulak pairing was good again last night, and obviously Makar and Taves just rule because that's the best defensive pairing in the world. And I say that with full acknowledgement that I think Quinn Hughes and Brock Faber are pretty damn good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They're not, I mean, again, it's no joke what Minnesota can throw out there.
Yeah. But no, Bedsy, I think both in terms of his strategic choices last night, he questioned the goalie change all you want. He pushed the right button because Mackenzie Blackwood went out and won that game last night, which is what you needed to do. And again, we talked about it yesterday on the show, Andy. Like, that's just a coach recognizing, all right, I had a foundation of what my plan is, my philosophy is with goaltending that I've used this entire season. We got into the playoffs, swept the Kings, so to a certain degree, got away from what got us here. And he made the move in Game 3, but then he pushed the right button last night. And I promise you, Jared Bednar feels a hell of a lot better waking up today with both of his goalies having won games in this series than he did prior to that. Because there's always that little bit of mystery of how's this going to go when I make the change. Turns out it's going to go great because it's gone great all season long, and you have the best team in hockey.
Yeah, and again, when we talk about who starts tomorrow, I would say Blackwood won the game. Blackwood keeps the net, and I did say this. Wedgwood is the one that I believe is more familiar, more used to, more comfortable with the role of coming in to kind of play, the fire putter outer. I don't know how else to put that. To come in and try to stop the bleeding, the Band-Aid. Then I think Blackwood's more used to being the starter. So
remember the old Bud Black philosophy: if you homered, you're in the lineup the next day.
Yeah.
Okay, you won. You start again. I think that's a good way to go about all of this. By the way, speaking of that, Paul Skeens now up to 7 strikeouts through 4 and has yet to allow a hit.
He's on his way to setting some personal record.
To the Rocks. So that's the update right there. However, Michael Lorenzen has held the Pirates to 1 run on 3 hits now through 3 innings as the Pirates come to bat. They're in the middle of the 4th inning. Your keyword is filthy. Text filthy, F-I-L-T-H-Y, filthy. Text that into us right now. Send your name along with the word filthy, and you're entered to win a pair of tickets to Game 5 Avs Wild tomorrow night on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. You want to win tickets to Game 5? You want to be there? We've got a pair of tickets for you. We're going to announce our winner at 5:55. But again, your keyword filthy, F-I-L-T-H-Y. Text that right now to 303-504-0925 along with your name, and you are entered to win. We'll pick one name and announce a winner at 5:55. Andy, I told you I've got a hypothetical Nuggets trade that I will chest pass over to you when we return. We can kick this around. You talk about reimagining the core. This would really reimagine the core. We'll do that next. It is time to select Denver's best burger, brought to you by our friends at the Colorado Beef Council. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/burger and vote. We've been taking your nominations. We took the nominations all last week. We get the full list right now at altitudesportsradio.com/burger. These are your options in no particular, I suppose, alphabetical order or ish. Jim's Burger Haven, Bob's Atomic Burgers, 5280 Burger Bar, Bad Daddy's Burger Bar, Lucy's Burger Bar, Crown Burgers, Candlelight Tavern, the Cherry Cricket, Grandpa's Burger Haven, Dalton's Cheeseburgers, the 49th Food and Spirits, My Brother's Bar, King of Wings, Bud's Cafe and Bar, Park Burger, NADC Burger, Vine Street Pub and Brewery, and Good Times. Those are your options. Vote for one right now, and you are entered to win a $250 gift card, courtesy of the Colorado Beef Council. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/burger.
Vote away.
Vote.
And go have a burger.
Democracy in action. Vote for your favorite burger in Denver. altitudesportsradio.com/burger. All right, Wolves and Spurs play Game 6 tonight. Or, excuse me, Game 5 tonight. The pivotal Game 5 at 6. Not Game 6 at 5. Game 5 at 6. The Nuggets, in the meantime,
Doesn't feel any better the further we get away.
No, it really doesn't.
It just is. The wound is not healing this
still
time.
A pile of
it's
suck.
angry.
Mm-hmm.
Put some salve on it.
So I got this courtesy of Bleacher Report, a blockbuster trade for the Nuggets to give Nikola Jokic another NBA title shot.
Hit me. Not with the butt end.
You don't want a butt end.
No.
You don't want an attempted butt end or a butt end, period.
Take a burnt end off a good brisket, but that's it.
In this trade, Jamal Murray goes to the Portland Trailblazers.
Yep.
The Denver Nuggets acquire Drew Holiday, Scoot Henderson, 2028 first-round pick via Milwaukee, which is top 4 protected, and a 2029 first-round pick via Boston. So Drew Holiday, Scoot Henderson, 2 first-round picks for Jamal Murray.
Yeah, I'm down.
Really? That easy?
Well, you get 2 first-round picks for the future, which helps you out with that conundrum.
Yep.
You get a guy that can play a little bit of D in Drew Holiday, and I like Scoot Henderson.
I like Scoot as well.
How much salary cap room you freeing up?
Not much.
Okay, then you know what I'm doing? I'm also turning around, and I now have other first-round picks to attach to Aaron Gordon to try to free up a few more room. And I'm going to continue just the complete makeover. And my heart is going to be broken, and I am going to be sad because 2 key players from the playoff run are gone. 2 of my favorite players off this Nugget team are gone. But you've got to do something to give yourself more flexibility, and it's going to require creativity. You don't seem to like the Jamal Murray part of it.
No, it's not the Jamal Murray part that I take issue with. And I like Scoot. I'm not fully...
Is Drew too old, or we just...
Couldn't we have gotten him 4 years ago?
Well, yeah, Nate.
You know,
yes,
like that's...
I totally understand.
It's you're looking to have Drew... And I love Drew Holiday.
Yeah, he's the kind of toughness you could have used these last couple of playoff runs, I think.
He's 35.
I know.
And
I
that's
know.
and you're talking about
Which
now...
is older than Tim Hardaway Jr. Wasn't Tim Hardaway Jr. 33?
Yeah, THJ was 33 this year.
So that's just to give you the age group of guard we're talking about here.
Right. You know, if you're talking about remaking your perimeter defense, like I get vastly more excited about the idea of Aaron Gordon for Derek White than I do. And look, Drew Holiday may have a couple of good years left in him. And really, isn't that all you're looking for because you're trying to maximize the Nikola Jokic window? I get nervous about putting a 35-year-old piece on a team that I think needs to get younger and more athletic.
I don't disagree with you. I don't have any problems with your objections, Nate, but the problem is you are going to take back what is an unpleasant contract to make something work, aren't you?
Yes.
And isn't that it?
Yes.
And the fact that you get a couple first-round picks out of this.
It's not entirely unpleasant.
No, and maybe you can get – and look, maybe he's your bench guy that comes in and provides some D and gives you a little of that KCP piece back.
Yeah.
and you get 2 first-round picks, and then maybe you could still make the Aaron Gordon for Derek White trade with that, and you've got a first-round pick to play around with to make it happen if you need to.
I'm very intrigued by the possibility of what Scoot Henderson could become. He was Scoot, by the way, was the number 3 overall pick a couple of years ago, coming out in 23-24. That was the Wemby draft. And Scoot was sort of one of the consolation prizes of that draft. Very athletic, a little undersized at 6'3", but like he solves a lot of your athleticism issues. Obviously, you're giving up a ton of shooting going from Jamal Murray to Scoot Henderson, but do you just simply make your team better by being that much more explosive and athletic? Well, you better hope so if you were to do that kind of deal. Your defense is rebuilt, though, man. I will tell you that. Like you are a different team with Drew Holiday than you are with Jamal Murray on the perimeter. There's no question about that.
Yeah, no, I mean, what do you do to the 2-man game? And if all these scenarios were to play out where then you continue on with trading Aaron Gordon, then, it's a whole new set of people to make it work with Nikola Jokic, and how does that work? And does that work? And how does he feel about it, quite honestly? I don't know.
I will reiterate my stance. And look, this is one thing I will say. I do see a trade like this as being quite plausible. I reiterate my stance. I do not believe the Nuggets are going to run it back.
I don't believe they're going to run it back, but I'm not quite sure Murray's the guy they're going to focus on to trade.
Sure.
I think if they get backed into a corner and other things don't work, then maybe. But I'll ask you this. I think Josh loves Jamal Murray. Does that pique his interest? Does Josh feel like, if Josh is the guy that I think ultimately has to sign off on this thing, Josh Kroenke I'm talking about, is that going to be the kind of return he thinks is fair for a guy that he thinks very highly of?
He traded Michael Porter, and he loved Michael Porter. I'm
not saying you won't trade simply out of love. I'm just saying, is that the return you need?
Right, exactly. The one thing that it does is it turns Jamal Murray into 2 rotation players, which is what they have to be able to do. Like, they've got to be able to take their big dollar deals, and they've got to be able to turn that into multiple players. So it absolutely checks that box. It gets you more athletic. It gets you better defensively. It stocks your draft cupboard. If you're Portland, you can then pair Jamal Murray with Deni Avdija, and that's what you hope is going to be a playoff core for your team going forward. It feels like a very plausible deal. Here's what I wonder about on Jamal. And you talk about would they trade Jamal Murray or not? I don't think the Nuggets are going to approach this offseason making calls to move Jamal Murray.
Right.
I think what they're waiting for is for somebody to come to them and kind of wow them. I think in much the same way that Brooklyn did last year with the deal to get Michael Porter. They wanted Porter because they knew, okay, you can attach a pick to it and his contract will come off the books. He's a very tradable asset with an expiring contract next year. Here's Cam Johnson. He solves a bunch of your problems. But for our complete and total rebuild that we are in, this now, this checks a lot of our boxes. I think that's what the Nuggets ultimately will do is, I don't think they're going to aggressively be going out there making phone calls to move Jamal. I think they're waiting to see, okay, what kind of market is going to open up for an all-NBA player that can score the way that Jamal Murray does. And I can tell you this, the phone will ring.